All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host Phontomen, and welcome to the show. Today we get to the tornado after a billion years of grinding, and predictably, I hear it's not very good. But we kind of already knew that, honestly, because tornado is not the plane you want to be playing in War Thunder. War Thunder is an air-to-air combat game, effectively, because the gameplay is so shallow. A multi-role plane that doesn't prioritize or lean towards air-to-air supremacy is kind of fucking worthless. So why would you want to be flying this? Why would you play that? You wouldn't, unless you wanted something to be a bomb truck for bullying tanks. But there are lots of other planes that could also do that are also better at air-to-air combat. You don't have any advantages playing this. But that's not why we're getting it, to have advantages. I'm getting it because, hey, it's a free plane at top tier that I don't have to grind for. Well, I'm doing the grinding now, and that's a lot shorter than grinding for top tier German things. But, okay, so let's get on with this because we're going to be here for like 3 hours. But at the end of the road, we will actually have a new shiny plane that will probably be totally worthless and disappointing. But we might find something to do with it, even though, yeah, there aren't any fucking ships in most of the game. You know, most of the maps in Air RB, and we can't play Navy with it, even though you'd want to, right? Because it's got anti-ship missiles. You want to play that against Navy, but here's the problem: that thing's 11.0, and yeah, where are we? 7. See you in about 3 years for slow releases of ships. See about 3 years. And it's going to take 3 years because what they want to do is they don't want to just throw up a skeleton tree all the way to the top tier. No, they're going to layer shit out that they make people grind for things and sit at things and let them have their spot in the metagame and then obsolete them immediately with the next patch. Because if they add a skeleton tree that goes up to modern Navy and then start adding things to fill out the skeleton, no one's going to go back and play those. That means that they're not actually valuable additions, at least monetarily for Gaijin. But don't give a shit about that, because that's not fucking coming. But you might be able to lock tanks with those. So we're gonna see exactly what we could do with the tornado once we actually get started here. So once we actually get the damn thing. So we've got another 40,000 points, which don't take too long. So let's get on with it. This is the most brain-dead efficient way of playing the game, unless we wanted to play Sim, which we could, but then I wouldn't be able to play the F-16 right off the bat, even though I would be able to fly the F-16 really well because of the fly-by-wire thing, making it impossible to wing stall, which is the most excruciatingly painful thing about playing War Thunder with Sim controls. The wing stalling is realistic, however, the problem is that the quality of wing stalling for most planes is like cartoonishly over-exaggerated, meaning that if you make a sharp turn at all, you'll probably throw yourself into a flat spin immediately. This is bad even on a fucking stick. Mouse, it's damn near impossible unless you are incredibly ginger with it, which is what I did for bombing, but we don't need to go do that no more. They nerfed that income, so we don't gotta do that shit no more. There's no point. But okay, alright, so let's get up there and see how our first match of the day goes. But do I know the tornado's is really not going to be amazing or useful? Yes, I do. Am I getting it anyway? Yeah, for a couple of fun reasons, and novelty, if anything. I'll have a top-tier German thing that I could use to grind other top-tier German things. Not very well, but well, here's hoping we get some, maybe some objective-based gameplay, or God help you PvE in War Thunder someday, maybe. Yeah, no, that shit's a pipe dream. I'm gonna call it Oscar. I think that's what I'm gonna do. It looks new, it's flashy, it's German, it's sleek, it's sexy, it's incredibly high maintenance, not good at anything, and incredibly frustrating to work with. It's the Tornado. Now in War Thunder. Ooh. I'm gonna get a nice red skin for it. Because that's basically what it is. It's really, it's a fussy girlfriend that isn't actually really good even when shit's really good. Maybe there's a bit of casual heroism in playing a tornado when you know it sucks? But I don't think War Thunder's really really earned that from me, anymore. Because I did that with bombers in the TU-2, which the TU-2 was suspiciously good, but I also played planes that weren't fucking good and did well in them. Did I really get very much? No. So do I want to go doing that shit again? Not really. But if I'm gonna be, like, the super duper awesome top War Thunder streamer by playing the fucking Marine Tornado, I'll do it, but you gotta tell me, yeah, it's gonna happen. It has to be not just a pipe dream, guys. I need to see shit and write it. Also, you see that? I found something. Mashing the missile button actually makes well, it don't help the missiles locking. It don't help the locks, but it helps them get off the fucking rails. That's good. Good. Ooh, reacquired. Fantastic. Ooh, that's radar missiles. Ew. I was looking at the other one. Oh well. I've actually found that a way to get over the whatchamacallit, the stupid UI bug of it going, no, you didn't press that button, even though you did. Oh, you pressed it twice. No, I pressed it once. No, you're not firing the missile, kid. Mash the button. That's what I thought. Mash the fucking button. It'll actually make it actually respond. Because for some reason, even though it doesn't actually it does this, but pressing the I want to fire the missile button will start the missile lock, but for some reason it will sometimes disengage the lock for no apparent reason, even though the control can't do that if you mash it multiple times. So this is the game fucking with you in a way that isn't actually possible with the control. It must be some kind of internal UI bug that fucks with you, because pressing the launch missile button over and over again doesn't actually cause the IR, interface to actually turn off. It can't do that. So it's not with the control, it's War Thunder itself causing the UI to second guess itself for some bizarre reason. It's really stupid. But the end result of the story, mash the button. Just mash the button until the Sidewinder goes off the rail. This is what I found, and it seems to work. However, unfortunately, it will not help the missiles get to the target. You will need the magic L's, or you will need somebody standing still, or some comedy of things to go right. Like that Sparrow hit that we got. It junked off the fucking rail, and we managed to double tap R real quick, because that's what I've got the ACM mode tied to, and reacquire the target. And then the missile went, oh, that guy. Not all of them do that. I'm starting to think that maybe we should try that too, to actually, maybe War Thunder's got some stupid ass mechanics tied into it, not necessarily on radar strength. Maybe the radar locks get weaker the longer they're active. I wouldn't put it past the War Thunder to have some kind of hidden mechanic, because you will have radar locks that degrade for no apparent reason, even if people don't notch. So what if constantly refreshing the lock is better than trying to sit there holding it? At least with our missiles, because our missiles can reacquire them. The late model Sparrows do have the ability to reacquire. That doesn't work with the early ones, but it might help now. Because apparently, the MiGs are getting some success with locking on after launch with the R-27ERs. Apparently. I haven't really looked too far into it, but apparently somebody got that to work. So maybe constantly refreshing the stupid lock actually gets it to actually hold better. You just have to keep doing it repeatedly. You basically fight the game's tick rate for updating the radar missile. Well, I'm not surprised that War Thunder doesn't actually, doesn't appear to work on sensible, mechanics, even though people will profess that it does. It doesn't. A lot of the shit in War Thunder is hyper-accentualized to, like, cartoon levels to make it more effective in gameplay, because the game wants to be an arcade game at the end of the day. And it's unfortunately kind of bad at that when, it also is, again, realistic in ways you don't want it to be and hurt you. It's arcadey in ways that you really, honestly, would rather do without, and realistic in ways that always disadvantage you. Or always seem to disadvantage you. Not the other guy. So now that we're done notching people, hey, that guy right over there. It's a little close to the teammate, but we can probably hold that. Nope, reacquire. There we come on. Okay, that one's going off on a wing and a fucking prayer. Okay, side load. It's fixed, guys. That side load locked another F-16 in that gigantic formation of dudes. That really wasn't tracking at all, but it looks like it's actually going, so hang on. Yep, no. No, fucking, like, that probably was like a quarter of the, Flare, 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 uh-oh. Flare, flare, I'm dead. There's like, there was another missile coming up from above me. I got 2 kills, though. So, I launched that missile that was green. I basically just fucking hit the missile off too fast. Still tracked fine anyway. And what happened? The other missile with the hard lock decided, oh, I'm gonna go pick my own target now. But fuck you, Dad. I'm my own person. And go hit another F-16 that I wasn't even aiming at. Didn't they fix this? It's fixed, right? No, it's not. Is Rage Thunder fun yet? It's fun when you're up here and it doesn't fucking matter because we're not actually fighting with our planes for the most part. We're fighting with our missiles, and that's it. It's this isn't an F-16. It's some kind of like Gary's Mod dev texture plane that just carries missiles, and the missiles hit or they don't. That's top tier War Thunder right now. If you squint really hard, you can see the soda can thrusters and the hoverballs. But, oh, yeah, it's fixed, guys, right? No, it's not fixed. No, I don't even think they changed anything. Actually, no, they did, because the radar performance is largely worse in a lot of areas, but no, I see more failures and then more bizarre behavior. Like that one that actually apparently didn't have the lock, but decided, no, yes, I do. Utterly mystifying. And like I said last stream, War Thunder has actually reached the peak of this, because you can't get better than this, because if you get more certain with these missile locks, then the missile will come off the rails and instantly kill the guy every time. That's shit for gameplay if you're actually trying to balance it via arcade, which they are at the end of the day. The moment anything starts winning too hard, it gets a nerf. This is because War Thunder is trying to be an arcade game, not a realistic fucking game. If something was winning via realistic qualities, then it's gonna get removed from the game, or it's gonna get nerfed. And at top tier, this is kind of difficult because we can't just shift things around in a giant tree that already exists, right? There's no planes above us right now. We're constantly adding new planes that actually, their power levels are still being, defined, but you can't have missiles that guarantee kills anymore, or rather, at all. You never could, and so what we're looking at is what you're going to get. I don't think missiles are going to get any better than this. So at the end of the day, War Thunder has hit the peak of its gameplay because it can't have assured kill missiles, and if you don't have assured kill missiles, you have what we have right now, which is missiles that do stupid shit. If we had missiles with assured kills and that was A-okay, the Fulcrums would have came in with their R-73s, which would have been awful, but again, this is the scheme of things. They weren't able to actually break the missile the way they wanted, apparently, because apparently they wanted to actually make it somewhat like a SRAM, because the R-73 has an oversteer problem, but they couldn't get it to work. And what happened, when they updated it, they found that, oh, it can't fucking miss now. Whoops. So that's primarily the reason why we don't have it, and the other reason is the outright stated balance. So that's a concern whether or not something's realistic. I don't even think they can manage realistic mechanics half the fucking time anyway, but they do. The balance is a concern for these people. But the thing is that balance isn't realistic because realistic warfare is not balanced. Governments and militaries spend billions of fucking dollars to make sure that they have an unfair advantage. So they win the war instantly with, not actually having to expend resources or lives. That's how warfare works. So we do things so that they aren't balanced. But at the end of the day, like I keep saying, up here, this is vapid as fuck, and it's hard to maintain being angry at it because it's so fucking stupid, and it's over so fucking quickly, why bother? Okay, that guy... There's my radar doing the stupid thing again. Oop. You. I see you down there, MiG-23, but hang the fuck on here. This other girl looks way more attractive, I'm sorry. Yep, the missile missed. I heard the air rushing, and it didn't fucking hit me. And now he's dead. Okay, so I got my kill. Is that that's the wreck. Launch the missile. Launch the missile. Yep. He got his launch before I did. I wouldn't have been able to turn away properly either, but oh well. So that's the thing. The MiG-29 actually has a lot of advantage if you get the radar to behave now. But therein lies the issue, getting the radar to behave. How's that game document coming? I put that on the shelf because I had a lot of, well, family issues right now to, whatchamacallit, to work with, but I could do it. War Thunder could actually have a game mode where there are multiple people that, there are multiple, every single class of vehicle on one map, and it functioned perfectly fine. But unfortunately, I had some stuff to take care of because, okay, here's the thing, because I was gonna wait a little bit, but here's the situation that happened. Okay, so my brother's roommate, one of his best friends, a day after Christmas just died. So we were all kind of concerned about him, and my mother was going to go up to, New York to go see him, check on him, see if he's okay. But he sounds okay and resolute. He's concentrating on what he has to do now to actually take care of the apartment that they were living in by himself. So he sounds okay. What I was going to be doing was watching my sister while my mother and stepfather went up to New York to go check on my brother. That didn't happen. So that's why I'm still here right now. But that was the kind of, family emergency that was, happening. Nobody in my family was dead, but, well, my brother saw his roommate, Jay, like family, so it was just as bad. But he seems okay. Nobody's moving around, and so that was what I was dealing with in the corner. However, unfortunately, day after New Year's, I also got informed that another family friend had passed away too on New Year's Eve. Glad God gave us the holidays, right? But so I had to put that on the side, but to talk a little bit about it, honestly, right now for that whole thing is, it's a game mode based on an amphibious landing, right? So you have land-based aircraft, carrier-based aircraft, and ships, initially at the start of the game mode. The ships have to navigate what I like to call an area called the archipelago, which is essentially a bunch of a spit of islands or obstacles. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be literally an archipelago. It's just, for gameplay purposes, a bunch of obstacles that they have to navigate physically with their ships in order to actually proceed to the next point. And they're escorting, think Iwo Jima. Like, you have to cover the landing troops and protect them from AI kamikaze attack. Remember that fucking ancient map that no one's fucking seen in God knows how long? Same diff, but that's just the first part of the game mode. So, effectively, the first part is just whatever map you can come up with, some kind of obstacle that has the naval players have to steer around, because that's more interesting than just having a flat ocean where you just go forward, right? It's a little bit more engaging. It breaks line of sight. World of Warships does this too with their map design. There's only one map that is just straight up open ocean in World of Warships. Why? Because it's more interesting for gameplay to navigate around islands and have line of sight being broken, that can actually save your ass if you're in a bad spot, or, interrupt a fight that, you're wailing on some dude and he's about to die and he dives behind an island and suddenly you can't do anything about it. So placing AI ships in that area, it also gives the small boats, the coastal fleet ships, a little bit more of a survival chance, because they can navigate around the islands that are breaking line of sight and get closer to you than they would be able to if they were just charging straight at you in open ocean. So, risk of torpedo attack if you're not paying attention. It keeps the naval players awake and gives them something to do. That's the design idea behind the archipelago. And again, this doesn't have to be literally islands. It could be literally islands, yes, but it could also be one big island, or the mouth of a port, right? Or it could be like one of the maps that's in naval right now, where the port area is filled with fucking sunken wrecks and grounded ships, right? Just obstacles of some kind. Then they move on to the beach, where they have to fight a bunch of ships that are basically guarding the beach and land-based fortifications. So, wow, naval ships shelling land-based fortifications. It's something that we could have in War Thunder in 5 seconds, but we don't have it currently. So, they would be supported by aircraft during this entire escapade that would be able to, say, bomb the ships or get rid of some of them, and then, you know, there'd be enough there that the planes wouldn't automatically win, but everybody's doing something is the point. So that's the beach, and there aren't as many variations of the beach. It's literally just where we come ashore. So there's a bunch of AI guarding a control point. The air players and Navy players beat the shit out of them, and helicopters as well, because you can't have helicopters. They beat the shit out of the AI and move them off the beach, and then they capture a control point, like Iwo Jima. Once they capture the control point, that creates a spawn point for tanks. So now tanks can move forward off the beach into an area I like to call the interior, which is essentially you're moving onto a tank map, which, you know, has fixed fortifications and enemies respawning from certain areas that the air players can suppress for you. And the, the naval players, if they actually implement naval artillery support properly, which they would have to do a little bit of work to do, but they could, the Navy players could support the tanks. And, you know, the tanks would move forward, capture another series of control points, and you're basically playing Rush. You capture 2 control points and hold them simultaneously, then you move forward, you get another 2, maybe 3, maybe 1, in some random variation. And all the way you're encountering NPCs or defensive fortifications that you need to blow up, and hell, you might have a use for HE half the time, right? And that's not going anywhere near the target, but whatever, I'm talking. I'm more talking than I'm playing the video game. That's going in whether or not that... Actually, no. Wow, okay. Oop. Oof. Somebody sawed my tail off, but oh well. But so, tank players would come onto the beach, and then they would play Rush. And there's some other... there's passive, you know, or rather, standing objectives, I should say. I haven't come up with a snappy name for them. But the Navy players wouldn't just become irrelevant at this point. They would actually have, spawn points of ships like, say, you see all those Pacific maps where the bases are actually Japanese carrier fleets? What if those respawned ships occasionally and you had to defend them or you'd lose the beachhead? That's another thing that you could also do that War Thunder already does, that you could do in 5 minutes if you rig the map up for it. But nobody does. So, you have the interior, and the players are moving through these interior. You're moving through the interior, getting over the objectives, the fixed fortifications, the enemy reinforcement tanks that are moving through. All of these things would be very big and scary, but they'd vary in terms of, of difficulty. Some of them would be, things that are only really dangerous to a main battle tank if they get on the sides. Other things are things that, like, say, they throw a Tiger at you occasionally if you're playing with with Shermans. And this could be played at all tiers of play. It just means that some things are going to be less effective than other things. So, you capture all these points, and then you move on to an area that I haven't really worked out yet, but we're going to call it the final assault, which is you just have one big objective that has a shit ton of things defending it. It could be a fortification. It could be an enemy airbase where, hey, tanks rolling onto one of the air bases that we have right now and shooting things like planes on the runway and defenders on the airbase. What if you had tank players that had to roll up and destroy the roll-ins around an airbase so that the air players could come in and support them? Interesting. We could do this, but there are no maps that do this because Gaijin's just not caring. So the final assault isn't really all that defined, but it's some kind of theme around one big objective that has a lot of defenses around it. And it's basically, it could be one control point, or it could be, like, for example, like 3 or 4 control points on an airbase. It's some kind of singular objective that's threatening and complicated that basically everybody has to come in and actually, break open in order to win. And you could use this, like, the enduring conflict mechanics in order to facilitate this, so if you die horribly, you get a respawn, and you just pay in for that respawn. You keep paying as long as you think you can actually make progress. If you don't, you just leave. That's how enduring conflict actually works, but we don't actually have enduring conflict anymore! At least not out of Sim, but who the fuck wants to play Sim? If I want to play Sim, I'm playing DCS or IL-2. So, that's basically the game mode there. That's a lot of things to decipher, but I'm working on sort of making sort of formulaic running ideas, or rather components, where they're representational of what they are for gameplay, but not necessarily tied to specific things, right? So the archipelago can be fucking anything as long as it's obstacles in front of, the naval players. Shit, it could be like, if I had to rig this up and I couldn't make custom map textures, it would be like, I'm just gonna take one of the forestals and make it real big and stick it in the island. Stick it in front of you. So it's just it's a graveyard of fucking forestals that are facing towards the sky. Like this is fucking Ava or some shit. They could be literally anything, so long as they do the gameplay function. They force the naval players to move around, and they hide threats or provide cover for the naval players. And the air players are just kind of hopping around doing things to support everybody. And this goes from the Navy and then the ships as well. Helicopters, well, helicopters and VTOLs have their advantages. It's not necessarily about giving them a specific role, but giving them something to do. So, for example, helicopters and VTOL aircraft would be able to spawn on bases that appear as you capture control points and move forward. Whereas, of course, carrier aircraft and land-based aircraft would have to go all the way back to the carrier to rearm, and all the way back to the land bases back there to rearm. And of course, let's stop fucking around here, and let's stop pretending that War Thunder is a realistic game depicting realistic things. It's not. It really isn't. So you could just design this like an arcade map with realistic battle rules, and everything works fine. You might actually come up with more interesting map elements like that. Stop fucking pretending, because War Thunder isn't putting in the effort to be historical anyway. So, actually, like, for example, Rocky Canyon, which is why I like the map, is actually a step in the right direction, because it's just a unique location with interesting elements in it, rather than some half-assed attempt to capture a battle that doesn't fucking matter. Because the ground battle doesn't matter in the current scheme of things, because the air battle's over too quick, and nothing has a chance to actually matter. It's just window dressing that takes way too long to develop the map. You could do more interesting things than that, and fuck, the arcade maps do. But we can't play the arcade maps in realistic battles, and because realistic battles was started with the attempt of being a somewhat semi-historical fucking thing, even though we have things like our alternate history Berlin that's existed forever. We are still shackled to this idea that we have to kind of sort of depict real things, but War Thunder isn't doing that. Hasn't been doing that for a while, so why are we still hamstringing ourselves like this? You see, I'm not trying to promote an idea that's impossible. It's not impossible new magic rocket science. It's all using mechanics that already exist in the game, but nobody has thought or put the effort in to arrange in a single map. It would not be difficult. It's using everything that's off the shelf already. The game already does this shit in isolated instances along all of the things that are in the game. It's been doing them for years in some cases. It's all there, it's just that it hasn't been strung up on a single map. Will they do that? I don't know, but that's, again, the design document that I would put together is just all of these things written out so that you could sit there and read it. But that's essentially the idea that I have, and it'd work! Unfortunately, I don't got a lot of people to talk about these things, and some of the people that would actually be somewhat helpful in, actually having, making these things, they're unimaginative fucks. Unfortunately, we still have the situation that some people believe that War Thunder is all it's ever going to be right now, even though I think that's a stupid bias, and, well, strawmanning the entire issue. Frankly, I think the situation that War Thunder is in right now is akin to survivorship bias. Whereas, historically, survivorship bias is, because I lived, clearly, I am doing something right. Or rather, in the examination of World War II aircraft, because the aircraft that came back, they were damaged, but so if we patch the holes in the aircraft that came back, they'll be more likely to come back, right? When, no, that's wrong. You're only looking at the aircraft that came back, not the ones that were shot down. You don't know what killed them, and thus you can't actually make them better like that. You're just fucking around. That's kind of the same thing War Thunder is actually in a sort of way. In a sort of a general sort of way. The problem with War Thunder is that we have never actually been given, for an extended period of time, sophisticated player versus environment or respawn modes or anything like that. aside from arcade, but people still play arcade, so I suppose that works out. That works out too, right? We've never been given PvE elements or the PvE game modes, and Enduring Conflict itself lasted for an incredibly short amount of time, and those PvE missions that they gave to us were a single test, and then we've never heard from them ever again. We've never been given these things, so how the fuck do these people know that this is all we want? How do people actually seriously know that the only thing the War Thunder player base wants is 2.5-minute fighter grab ass? We've never been given anything else for an extended period of time. How the fuck do you know that that is the only thing this player base wants? And then people would point out, oh, well, the Enduring Conflict maps, the big maps. People hate those. They jay out on the runway. Well, clearly they don't want that. They're just because those maps are half-assed and they're not actually Enduring Conflict. They're just a large space that people can get lost in, and because they get lost, the map takes longer to complete. Wow, what an amazing use of my time as a player. It doesn't actually reward me with anything major. It's just giving space for players to get lost, and then that makes the map take longer. Ooh, wow, amazing. No wonder everyone doesn't like them, but no, it's because it's an attention span problem. It's, I just want to fly forward and blow someone up real quick. I don't want to really do anything. I've got a full-time job. I just want to, play one match, shoot some guy down with a missile that plays the game for me, and that's it for me. Why do these people spend money to actually have these things if they don't actually care or want to put more time in this? Is a question that you could raise. But that's all that some people think War Thunder's player base is. And my argument is, no, it's not. It's just that you've never actually catered to anyone else but that. And oof, I didn't see that missile. There were 4 missiles flying at me. I'm more talking. Right, so combine that with, the pseudo-survivorship bias problem, where we've never actually done this shit. And in some cases, we actually have areas of the game where we are doing these things, and they are successful. But they don't want to gravitate them away from these isolated instances. Those instances being naval enduring conflict and helicopter PvE. Those are very popular. Those are long-duration things. They take fucking forever to do. In terms of War Thunder's casual gameplay. They take a long-ass time to complete. Once you're there, you're invested for the entire duration of the match, basically. Helicopter PvE, actually both of them allow you to leave whenever you want, but you're invested for a long period of time. Helicopter PvE is actually also, by name, PvE, so you're shooting at mostly bots that are still fucking threatening, because we played it, and you're shooting at, you're doing player versus environment rather than raw PvP. It works. So why don't tanks, the helicopters already have it, but why don't tanks, planes, and ships have this? Well, actually, ships already have naval enduring conflict, so it's just tanks and planes. Why don't tanks and planes have something like this, guys? Never get a straight answer. Aside from, again, the survivorship thing. Oh, tank players and air players don't want that. They have the attention span of fucking goldfish. They won't appreciate it even if we put work into it. Meanwhile, a lot of people actually liked Enduring Conflict Realistic Battle. Actually, it was very nice. I'd like to play that more. But they took the game mode away, not because we didn't like it, but because they thought it'd interfere with queue times for the other modes. So that's actually the opposite. We don't actually know why they abandoned that concept, but that's actually, if that's true, that's the only excuse I've ever heard, that it would interfere with queue times and make the matchmakers longer for other modes. If that's true, that has nothing to do with people not having the attention span to actually play it. They want it too much, and because they're all filtering to one side, the queue times for all the other modes get longer. The game mode's too good. We can't have it because it'll fuck with the other shitty modes that we have. That's not an attention span problem. Everyone sees, kind of like Armored Warfare. Oh, PvE game modes are far less frustrating than this janky-ass PvP combat. I'm gonna play mostly those. And what happened in Armored Warfare? The PvP section died because no one wanted to deal with that shit when they had a better option. That's what they were afraid of, if that one excuse that we heard was true. But we don't actually know because they never gave us a straight fucking answer. Like always. But combine this situation with it's all fucking stupid and nobody's actually making sense, and largely we haven't tried to actually have this content in the game for any length of time, and also haven't put the effort in to actually make it any good. Combine that with this game mode that I am proposing to you is using all shit this game already does. So you could, I could, if I got really good with the CDK, basically fucking mangle this game mode together with paper clips, chewing gum, and bits of string. I could MacGyver this game mode, and it's just using shit that already exists in the game. I just have to cut pieces out of certain maps, understand how they work, and then replicate them all in one map at the same time. Most of the time I hear the snail complaining, people getting too many kills and making too much SL and RP. Well, hey, Gaijin, go fuck yourself. Your players want progress. Stop strangling the economy. You could also modify the economy in order to actually make this balance, so as a battle in this long-term game mode that takes 30 minutes is gonna give me, again, the same amount of money that it would take to play five-minute matches, right? 5 or 6 5-minute matches in RB right now. The 2.5-minute matches that, are basically over, but they take 5 minutes to actually really complete, those matches. 5 or 6 of those lined up are giving me the same amount of progress as one match that takes that long to complete. It's not very hard. The problem is, additionally, with the other things, and this is a problem with helicopter PvE until they got fucking slapped over the head enough and they actually increased it, was that these longer duration modes, they innately want to design them so that they're less time efficient in terms of progress and resources. They always fucking do this. They always want to shortchange the player in these modes. Because when they don't, we get, whatchamacallit, not that they can't actually make this balanced and, simplistic, or rather balanced and, fair. What they do is they either shortchange the player, or they don't do anything at all, and you have the situation that you had with sim battles for a long time, where it's totally unregulated and fucking broken and printing money for everyone. That's not what we want. It'd be nice, but that's not what we want. We want a fair fucking handshake. And this is also the problem with enduring conflict maps as they exist right now in AirRB. They are not worth your time because they do not compensate you more for the extra time it takes to find people. They're still basically over. You're still going to have your team die, and you're not going to be able to complete really any ground objectives. You're not going to win by tickets on those any more often than you would on the other matches. You're still going to be basically running around scared after the first couple of minutes of that, and you're still going to basically win or lose by total elimination. They don't change what the game is. Thought I knocked something over, but I didn't. Right, so they don't change what the game is, and so they don't compensate, they don't change anything, but they take longer to complete. No wonder everyone fucking hates them. I hate them because they're a lie. They're a compromise that Gaijin made themselves in a corner without consulting anyone, and basically just forced on us because this is what we want, right? No, it's not. The only new thing that they do is, again, they allow the fight to people to spread out in random directions because they don't know where anyone is. Whereas in normal maps, everyone kind of knows where everyone's going. It's the center of the map. This is why it's such a pain in the ass to play ground attack planes, because all the targets are in the center of the map. Everyone knows that, so everyone gravitates towards the center of the map, meaning that you're going to face other people that are going to try and immediately intercept you, and so what happens is you can't really do the ground attack thing without immense amounts of struggle to defend yourself, or you can't do it at all. So you're gonna get engaged by someone, you're gonna sit there the entire fucking game trying to defend yourself or running away from that guy, and you won't be able to actually accomplish any objectives. So why not play something that's air-to-air focused, right? If we're gonna be fighting, right? Because that's the whole thing. The only thing that Enduring Conflict does, or the Enduring Conflict maps, the big maps as they were, because they don't earn that name. The only thing that big maps do is that they're so large that no one really knows where anyone's going to go. And so people, again, get lost, and they don't know where anyone is, and so they can't hyper-focus on any areas. But the problem is, they still already find people, and you're still not winning by purely ground attack or objective-based gameplay anyway. They're still gonna find people eventually. It's just gonna take a slightly more annoying amount of time, and really that's the only thing that they actually give us. Everyone gets lost, so the match takes longer, but you don't get any compensation from it. You don't get extra money for playing on those maps because the match took longer. No, it just takes longer. It just wastes your time, which is what people who are grinding don't want. And so, are you surprised when people hate them? But again, people who defend this like to relentlessly strawman this issue as, oh, well, the player base doesn't want any of this. When, no, you're doing it all wrong, and the player base is looking after themselves because you don't actually give them anything but a mindless grind. So if you're going to do grinding, you want matches that take small amounts of time that you could do lots of things, or you just move over to the next one if you fail immediately with very little in between, right? We could have a long duration mode that compensates you for doing things for longer periods of time, or equally. That's the thing. I don't want an advantage. I want equality here, because you can do that. Unless Gaijin can't do fucking math. Unless it's the only math that they do is shortchanging the player, but I'm getting stuck rambling again. Man, I love the sim battles printing money in RP before 2015. I spent more money than I should have on War Thunder back then. I know, right? Because it's like you were actually making fucking progress back there, even though sim mode is actually incredibly janky and not exactly fantastic. But we got around it because progress. Lots and lots of progress. But that was broken, and they had to get rid of the Chinese gold farmers. So they took a hammer to it, and now the people who are playing sim are an incredibly small number of people that only wanted to play sim for the sake of playing sim because they don't want to play DCS or IL-2. I don't understand these people. Yeah, sure, War Thunder has a large variety of aircraft. However, a lot of these aircraft aren't performing realistically anyway. Like, there is nothing in War Thunder that is on par with the detail put into the Tomcat module. Granted, that's $90, but it's, functionally speaking, the most accurate representation of the plane ever in a video game. It's a lot of work. War Thunder doesn't have anything like that. What you get is a bunch of planes that are frankly copy-pasted. Sure, there are some differences here and there to make them fly kind of different, but they're not realistic or accurate. Or 100% accurate, or really all that amazingly accurate. So you could be playing IL-2 or DCS if you wanted to play sim. The people who play sim in War Thunder mystify me, honestly, because they could be playing literally anything else with their time. And instead they choose to play a game that's really not that great in the sim department, and also now doesn't reward them for doing any of it, because it costs so fucking much to actually play the damn game now. You're effectively paying to play sim now, and it's not that good. And are you surprised when sim now has no player base again? No, you shouldn't.
Attention to the map.
Right. I unlocked every tank and aircraft in the game, and I was still burned out and angry. That's because, unfortunately, once you get over the grind, War Thunder's gameplay is still glaringly, like dysfunctional in a lot of cases. But nah, fuck it. Just add more stuff. You have problems with the gameplay? Well, let's add more stuff. Not gameplay elements. Not anything new or interesting in terms of like design or anything. No, just add more stuff. Here's another bow. That's unfortunately what War Thunder does, and they're doing everything kind of like World of Tanks and all the other modes, all the other games in the genre, honestly. They're doing anything but actually seeing to the fact that once you stop grinding, the gameplay is actually not that good. Granted, the control scheme of War Thunder is fantastic, I'll give you that. I'll be able to say that any day of the week. It's, bar none, the best way of controlling a plane with a mouse and keyboard. The only problem is that the gameplay that's associated with this is incredibly shallow and doesn't advance, or do anything really all that, do anything past that. It's just the bare minimum to get it to function, and then that's it. It dipped at the last second. Where are you going now, Magic L? Nope, there you go. Not paying attention. See, I'm rambling. I'm hunting people that aren't paying attention. It's just War Thunder things. That guy's missiles collided with each other? That's my kill, thank you. Just coasting forward, shooting people with missiles that are playing the game themselves, rambling about how much better the game could be. Yep. Welcome to top tier War Thunder, guys. That Mirage is certainly burning a long ass time. I hope I get that kill. There we go. Hey, is this guy still fun? Yes, he is still up in the air and functioning. That is tracking, and that looks good. Hey! The moment I stop rambling, I start actually doing real good. Okay, now there's another guy somewhere over here, or maybe not, he's dead. what about Armored Warfare? How would you compare that, like, stuff it did better? Well, it acknowledged that, hey, we could do something other than this 15 versus 15 one-and-done PvP mode, and it was actually massively successful in that. The problem is that that's all it really got to do, because then the publishers fired Obsidian, and we could not make any more progress in that direction. We basically, the only thing we had on top of that was the Spec Ops modes, which were very interesting, but because the game's run by a skeleton crew, we don't get that content nearly as often, and it's not really all that amazing, in terms of, its effects. Sure, we get 4 missions that are actually really cool. The only problem is, it takes them like 6 months to get them to us, or more. So that's down. They don't have the manpower or funding to really take that anywhere, but they're a nice, advance on the concept. What's majorly keeping Armored Warfare afloat is the Battle Pass, which, hey, War Thunder and World of Tanks immediately fucking copied. Because that was actually functioning. Granted, that's not an original concept, they stole that from Call of Duty and Fortnite, but it functions well in this game mode for keeping player interest high and, keeping people playing the game for more and then potentially spending money. So that's the success that they copied. That's what Armored Warfare did well, but the only problem is Armored Warfare was kneecapped by the publisher. If Obsidian was still in control of the machine, we'd probably have more advancements on the concept, too. The only problem is Obsidian is no longer in control, and we no longer have a developer with smarts or funding in order to actually... What is going on with all those missiles? All those missiles went to space. Those are shooting down fucking satellites, bro. Am I gonna get it? Am I gonna get it? I got it! Hey! Okay, 4 kills. See, I can ramble and play the game. I just gotta stop rambling for a little bit. So, Armored Warfare started to actually advance the concept, at least as the tanks go. Like the ground game goes.
Return to base.
The only problem is they got kneecapped because Obsidian got fucking removed by the publisher because all they wanted was a World of Tanks clone and nothing else, and then Obsidian was actually doing things, advancing the concept, and the publishers were like, no, this isn't in the contract. No, stop making the game more advanced. We don't want you to spend any more money than you have to. Stop that. No, you're not gonna stop, you're fired. That's what happened. It's stupid, but that's what happened. They only wanted a bare bones copy of World of Tanks to suck money out from wargaming, and that's it. Obsidian wanted to do more than that, and they argued, and then they were fired. We don't really know the intricacies of what's going on, but we know that they were fired by the publisher. So you can only infer that Obsidian was wanting to do things that weren't necessarily the norm because they wanted to advance the concept of these games. Wow, do new things. And potentially take this gameplay to higher levels. The one thing that these developers are absolutely fucking abhorrent to do. Wow, they must be removed. So, if Armored Warfare was still it's still actually in the hands of Obsidian, it would probably have advanced the concept so much that War Thunder and World of Tanks would be playing catch up. Absolutely, like PvE modes would be further along in all of these games. And then anything else that Obsidian could come up with, they would do. Because that's all these fucking morons do. They copy each other. Even Fortnite has advanced its concept because they're trending. Because they're an industry leader at this point. Why not do that? They're basically they've got more money than God. Now we have fucking the anime characters fighting each other in fucking Fortnite and everything's okay. You have fucking Goku fighting Naruto. And then, characters from Star Wars. And it's like, frankly, it's honestly like one of those really kind of cringeworthy, like turn of the century, like 2000s sort of like AOL, like fucking shallow Flash games with actual funding. That's what Fortnite has actually become right now. It's a game designed to just catch children, and then it just does whatever the fuck it wants, and that's evolved into this fucking nightmarish combination of things purely because of how much fucking money it has. So, Fortnite over there, they could do whatever the hell they want, and it's good that they're actually advancing their concept for people who want the concept advanced. But now it seems like what's moving on now is the extraction shooter gameplay, because everyone wants that Tarkov money. That seems to be the new thing that people are tilting towards, because that's effectively still the Battle Royale concept for, player unknowns and Fortnite and all these other ones, like, you know, all these other games that are trending on the, you know, just the Battle Royale shit, the next, like, modification that seems to be tilting on these people is Tarkov. Extraction shooter gameplay. Ooh, gambling more. Gambling more with your gear and equipment, and, you know, rather than just your fun as well. You're not just gambling to come out on top over 100 people. No, you're gambling with the equipment you walk in with, on top of gambling with your success. But so that's where the industry appears to be going anyway. So where the fuck are we? We've barely made a dent. I'll stop rambling, but, well, I rambled out everything I wanted to say anyway. So, you know that the excuses for better game modes are horseshit, and also, you wouldn't actually have to do anything new that the game isn't already doing in order to have a better game mode. I just laid it the fuck out for you. I thought the Tarkov concept has already run out of steam as a concept. Actually, no, well, it's not stopping people from copying them, but Tarkov itself is running out of steam because the developers are getting complacent and they're just being lazy as fuck. Like, it took them a billion years to get the new map that Tarkov, like Streets of Tarkov is the new map, and apparently it runs like complete trash unless you have a computer that was built for farming bitcoins. Which everybody kind of expected, because performance has become a massive fucking issue in the game, and the developers don't seem to care. So Tarkov is waning in popularity mainly because Tarkov, its developers are being retarded. Not that the game or concept is actually out of steam. But then you have things like Marauders, for example. Space Tarkov. And then you have Call of Duty, which is either already released or about to release its extraction shooter game mode, which means that they've moved on from Blackout, their Battle Royale mode, to Blackout, but it's Tarkov, effectively. So Warzone 2.0 and all that other shit. It was Blackout first, but, you know, Warzone is what people know it as. Warzone's what everybody's been playing, and now they're moving. Warzone is now moving in a direction to be more like Tarkov. This shows you that, maybe the maybe the publishers at these AAA studios are actually saying, I'm actually chosen a direction to move in, and now they're forcing their games to be like that, because they didn't need to be. They just now are. They see dollar signs. Hey, Twitch is fixed. Wow, okay. I'm sorry that Twitch broke for everybody. Well, I guess nobody will hear my rambling about a much better game mode and the problems of War Thunder again. I do this every stream. But, okay, I guess it's lost to time forever. Yeah, maybe it's like Russian politics. The moment anyone has something to say against the establishment and has a good idea, they abruptly, unfortunately, due to personal reasons, fall out a window. Okay, am I gonna get one guy who isn't gonna immediately die in that face? No, okay, there's that guy. That is glitching towards the ground, but that don't mean shit. Okay, no, bingo! Unfortunately, Mig. I hear the rustling of wind, and I am concerned. Well, actually, it was a friendly missile. Ah, mine got there first! Okay, mash the button, make the Sidewinders come out. Mash the button. This is now a QuickTime event. Mash the button. Make the Sidewinders come out. Mash the buttons. Mash the buttons. Fire the Sidewinders. That guy unfortunately got away. That was a flare. Oh no, I'm out of Sidewinders. Okay, well, it looks like we're gonna get a gun pass here. Start firing real fucking early. Hey, I clipped him! That's the thing, because you can't fucking pull. You gotta start firing real goddamn early with that gun. You gotta fire like a billion years away. You're basically sniping people. Because as you can see, I can't pull hard enough to hit that guy like that. If we were playing prop planes, I probably could. Okay, that F-16's locking me. Oh boy, this is a big fucking stupid furball. Oh boy. Okay, that F-16 is gonna be looking at me, but I might be able to... Nope. Actually, he's dead. Alright, fine. We're fighting the Israeli. Actually, no, we're not, because he's already dead. Hooray! Okay, 2 kills. I'm out of missiles. I'm cruising with the air brake on. Let's go home. Twitch was fucked. If Twitch was fucked, why was I able to chat? Well, Drago, apparently you were the one person spared from the apocalypse. Oh well. Okay, the algorithm was fucked, chat was fucked, and people were locked out of their channel management. This did not affect me either. Okay.
Alert.
I guess I got lucky today. It was specific areas that suffered outages. I did not hear anything about this, but apparently I was A-okay. Sorry for everybody else's inconvenience, but apparently that was, Florida man wins again. You see, now everyone's coming in after I've done all the rambling. So, okay, so that means we're gonna have a better stream. We're gonna get a tornado. We're gonna do probably absolutely nothing of value in it, but it's gonna be a free German plane. Like I said earlier, I'm thinking of calling it Oscar because I know it's going to be, it's gonna look nice and be absolutely frustrating to deal with. Get a nice red skin for it. Cute German girl, high maintenance girlfriend.
Alert.
Unfortunately, in this analogy, even though, well, it kind of makes it's kind of the same mission parameters. I suppose the Ray in this shenanigan would be, you know, in this analogy would be the F2, but we'll see that in about 1 billion years. Ray fags lose again. They'll probably have the better plane anyway, my colorful comments aside. But okay, so there's one guy left, and what do you know? It's a late flogger. It's the Vasco da Gama Air Force of all things. Anti-ship missiles are just as good as if you would use Mavericks on ship. I was hoping that they would in fact actually have larger explosive warheads, so that even if they locked onto the center mass of a ship, they would actually explode and probably kill a destroyer. But we'll see. Apparently you could also lock tanks with them. I'm guessing what they did is they just turned off ground clutter for the radar on the Marine Tornado. That's what I'm suspecting. Center mass seems to be between or the smokestack itself. Yep, that's how the Mavericks work, so apparently the anti-ship missiles are terrible. Has anyone attempted to lock tanks with these? Because I saw an image on the dev server of somebody who loaded it in the dev server, and they were able to lock tanks with the radar. Which means that you could conceivably hit a tank with the radar. So are these radar-guided Mavericks? Can you do things you really shouldn't be doing? Haven't tried. Well, we'll see. That's like the only thing you could possibly use this for, otherwise it's completely fucking pointless. And I knew that, but hey, free 11.0 fucking German plane. Okay, so where's the man? Is that the man? Is that him? I don't think that's an AI. We're gonna have to do Vietnam shit, and we're gonna have to acquire. What is? No, that's an AI. Okay, right. No, that waste of missiles. He has. Oh, he J'd out. Okay. Mash! Got it!
Enemy forces eliminated.
Right
nice
at the
work,
buzzer.
comm team.
That counted. I got points for that. So yeah, the flogger knew what was best for him, landed, and J'd the fuck out. Do you think they will add more Japanese jets soon? Well, what's that? Salandit Master? Salandit? Am I saying that right? Because that's what it looks like. It looks like Salad Master to me, without actually looking too hard. But not to insult you, sir. But yeah, will they add more Japanese jets? As soon as they add all the jets that the Japanese also have. So, as soon as we get the F-15A, which is probably going to be like 1 to 2 patches, most likely. the Japanese will get their F-15s. The F-2 is a little bit more advanced than an F-16, so I don't think they're going to get that for a while, even though its primary role is anti-ship, and that has no point in War Thunder currently anyway. Right, so the Japanese, again, because the Japanese don't make their own planes, will get their planes when everyone else gets the planes that the Japanese bought, so the F-15s. They'll get one at the same time that we get ours. They'll probably get an artificially better one, because that's what Gaijin likes to do. They like to give America the most basic, bare-bone bitch model of their plane, and they give everybody else the upgraded domestic models, even though we have also models that compete or exceed those models. Gaijin just didn't give us them yet, which is fucking stupid. Sometimes we don't even get them properly equipped. Like the F-104, A's and C's, they should have the 6 Sidewinder mounts, because, hey, we invented those! We made those! Those were on our planes worst! Does the F-104A and C get 6 Sidewinders? No. Should they? Yes. Does Gaijin care? Also no. But yeah, so they're gonna get an F-15, and they're probably gonna get their F-15Cs before we get the Cs. We'll get the A's, and they'll get Cs. That's stereotypical Gaijin. You'll get your nice F-15C, and you'll get your immaculate camouflages with them. Your immaculate fucking parade camouflages, with, all sorts of pretty colors and fucking sakura trees and just all nice things. I know there's a waifu F4 that we don't have in game, but there's somebody legit in the JSDF actually painted my goddess waifus on their F4s. Amazing, but we don't have that one yet. I don't think there's a waifu for the on the F-15, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was. So you're gonna get amazing Japanese artwork on your artificially better than ours F-15, because they won't give us our F-15Cs yet. That's what you get. Only in the JSDF. Yep, you got the anime Cobra, but that's not the newest fucking thing. No, that's a time-honored tradition. And frankly, if you look at it, it's still just a time-honored tradition. Anime girls on planes is literally just pinup girls on, pinup girls and nose art on aircraft, which, hey, we did that. The art style's just different. What's the difference? There isn't one. Oop, I thought I pressed F. I guess I pressed it twice. I don't need those anyway. It's all wing design, they say. Guess what? Twitch has audio ads now. Audio ads? Do I get more money from them? Do I get money from them? And are they... Actually, they're probably not less convenient. They're still probably interrupting the stream. With a little volume tracker. Oh, you can turn them down. Well, at least there's that. But do I get more money from them? I hope I do, because if you're going to inconvenience my viewers and make money off of me, I'd like some of that money, Mr. Bezos. If you're going to inconvenience literally everyone and also profiteer off my work. Getting a lot of follows today all of a sudden. I guess, I guess nobody's streaming War Thunder but me. Wow. I guess I hopped in at the right time. Like a dopey product. Okay. Okay, Mig get kill. Am I going to nope, okay. Because that's what you gotta get. That's what you gotta watch out for, because you'll see some dudes diving for the kill, diving into the kill ball, but there's no guarantee you'll actually hit the man first. Uh-oh. Oh, that's tracking. Actually, no, it's not tracking me. Extreme overload 9G. Pump them rookie numbers up, F-16. If I was flying the F-5, I could pull like 15 Gs and make my pilot tomato paste. You gotta step that shit up. Nope. Again, not pulling hard enough. Can I get the lock? Missile away. Is he going to flare? Is he going to flare? No, he's not going to flare. Not fucking paying attention. All right. Yep. Whoa! Search me! That was an Area 88 missile. It physically impacted my plane. It didn't explode. Oh no! Plane gore! Oh well, I got my kill. Moving on, because it's just gonna be a bunch of those matches. I wasn't paying it. I was looking at the chat, not actually paying attention to where I wasn't NASCARing properly. That's what I was. I was looking at my chat and checking to see if my stream was actually working. I wasn't over on the side. I wasn't on the wall there. I wasn't playing the NASCAR base swap game that top tier gameplay has degraded into because everyone is a lemming. Though it's not necessarily a surprise since the top tier gameplay is not any more detailed than that. So it's not shocking that everyone lemmings one direction and then flies directly into each other. It's funny, because I've actually, in order to gain an advantage in the incredibly sophisticated game mode, no one flies directly at each other anymore. They make a turn. Ooh. If they had the F-22, they would probably nerf it. Well, they have justice to do basically whatever they want with that plane, because guess what? All that plane's specifications are classified. So, quite like Armored Warfare, they'd be making shit up. They could just do whatever the fuck they wanted with the plane, and they could adjust it however they want to fit with gameplay, and the only thing that it would add is stealth. And what does stealth do? Oh! It makes radar less reliable to useless! Oh, you mean like already? Right now? Wow. Wow, that's really interesting. It really adds a whole lot. Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't change anything at all. So they could actually have stealth planes in the game, and really, nothing would change. At worst, you'd be playing Spot the Dot, which you already do that at lower tier planes. So, that's it. You could put a Nighthawk in the game tomorrow, and probably wouldn't know. Everyone would go, oh, it's stealth! Oh god, it's gonna be so overpowered! Right before they realize that it has no offensive weaponry. But, oh, it's America overpowered! America gets an invisible plane! And then watches the plane doesn't do anything. Killing the plane and finding the plane is astoundingly easy because everyone already knows how to do that. It's follow the dot. Wow. And so the radar doesn't work, and so, you can't automatically kill it with missiles, but the plane can't defend itself anyway, so, you just go over and you shoot the man. What does that change? Nothing. You could have stealth tomorrow if you want to. Air RB at long range. Is that a plane or a speck of dirt? Is that a dot, or is my screen dirty? Yeah, that's it. That's Spot the Dot. You already know how to do that by playing prop planes, and that's all that stealth would do. There's no real amazing boundary stopping them from putting stealth aircraft in the game, aside from they're gonna have to make up stats. Which in a lot of cases they were already doing, so that's not necessarily that big of a deal. So, radar missiles are useless against you. Heaters will still track, no problem. They might have some resistance, as some stealth aircraft do have, like, IR suppression. Like, the nozzles on the F-22 are there. So it's really hard to, apparently, get a front aspect lock on an F-22 because of the thrust vectoring nozzles funneling the IR signature basically just to the back of the plane and not up or down. So there's not much for an IR missile to actually lock onto frontally. Shit like that. But that's not new. Oh no, the stealth aircraft. I have to get a rear aspect lock and I can't use radar missiles. Oh no, I'm playing War Thunder before this patch. Oh no! And then you've got to come up with, you're gonna have really funny examples where they make up shit like the Pac-FA. Didn't flare didn't flare as much. That was the match Gel, or he flared too much to the point where the missile actually just followed him in. Uh-oh. See, I threw chaff up at that, so. Uh-oh. Nope. Oh well. Is that gonna hit one of those guys? I saw the missile. Is it gonna? No. Okay. Right, but we don't actually. There's no boundaries for getting to stealth. You can have planes that don't actually exist. Like I said before, the Tempest that BAE is basically floating around, which is essentially just the FB-22. It's just a Delta Wing F-22 for the most part. That thing. We can have that tomorrow. We could have shit like the PAC-FA, which nobody actually knows anything about and isn't actually stealth. Apparently, the PAC-FA is actually more driven by ECM rather than stealth, because the Russians have no idea how any of that shit works. And, shit like the thing that Magoyan is working on, the supposed F-35 killer that isn't actually real. It's a mock-up. You could have that, make up stats for it, and then also the F-35 to basically be everything that the F-16 is right now, and with really no difference. And actually, it would barely get any stealth at all. It would just make radar go stupid, rather than being undetectable by radar. What changes? Nothing. The only thing is, we're not going to get those for a while, not because they're difficult to develop, but because they're going to layer content up so they get the maximum value out of any of their content that they add in. So if we were to immediately hop up to where we could be right now in terms of War Thunder's, ability to sustain it, so fucking battle rank 20 aircraft probably, we could hop up there, but here's the thing. After they hop up there and have like a daisy chain of single planes per rank, once they add more planes to fill out those ranks, nobody is going to go back to play those. They're irrelevant. Why would you play a worse plane? Unless there's some kind of novelty, but most of the time, there wouldn't be. This is why Navy is moving at a fucking snail's pace, thanks to the snail. Not just a hereditary thing, it's by design, because they want to milk you for as much money as possible before they actually make the game make sense. So when they add content to fill out those tiers, there's no real benefit to them. They're going to make less money than if they were to just give you that as if it's the only content. So we're going to slowly crawl upwards until we're at F-22s and PAC-FAs and J-20s and whatever. They're going to be making up stats for them, and really largely they will add probably nothing, unless War Thunder gets to the point where you physically cannot dodge the missiles, which it probably never will, because you can't have that for gameplay purposes if you care about your gameplay. If it was realistic, the only thing you could possibly do is notch the missile, and then maybe it might actually not work, as it does now. But you can't get to that in War Thunder because that's against Gaijin's doctrine for making it a stupid arcade game too, as well as somewhat realistic, even though it's not really realistic. So, where we are right now is the apex of what War Thunder could possibly be, and stealth really doesn't change anything at all. It just gives us new flashy fucking planes to look at. Ooh. There's only so many tiers you can make using existing vehicles before you reach current newest and greatest. Well, tanks is already basically there, so. Aircraft was lagging behind for some bizarre fucking reason no one will explain. I guess, my guess is whoever had actual directive control over the planes being added to aircraft was a gigantic stick in the mud. And this is why we advanced to tanks to like the 80s, 90s, and now newer than this game. Whereas aircraft stood there like a bunch of idiots and naval was a failed game mode. My guess is that just somebody at Gaijin was thinking they were really smart when they really fucking weren't. And that's why planes have dragged ass so long. And, wait, what if I reacquire that guy? No, it's still going to that guy. It remembers, even though I just cut its... I just cut its data link and told it to go somewhere else, but it's a Sparrow. Can't expect, amazing things from a Sparrow. That is going into the ground. Yep, that's that new radar. Remember, guys, it's fixed. They didn't do that when the patch launched, but it's fixed, guys. That's tracking nothing. I don't know what that was tracking. It was tracking a smoke trail. Okay. There was no flares. There's no chaff. It was just the dude was flying into the missile. Well, good thing I'm not the... That guy broke his flaps off. Nice. But good thing I'm not the only one having stupid missiles. Hooray. Okay, closing the problem. Missile wasn't in the mood. Yeah, no. The pillow said no. IR missile. Hey, I got my kill. IR missile. Wasn't paying attention. Didn't see the guy. Oh well. IRST does its job. More at 11. Mind that the Type 16 is called as such because it entered service in 2016, which is 3 years newer than this game. So yeah, we do have ground vehicles at least that are newer than this game. Aircraft, there's no possible reason why we can't have more aircraft going up higher, but again, because Gaijin wants to milk this for as much as they possibly can, and probably because somebody on the dev team is a stick in the mud who's an idiot, we're advancing incredibly slowly. Not that there's any difficulty in doing it, it's planned. It's planned sluggishness, really. Is the Tornado actually good? No. I'm gonna call it Asuka anyway, because it's funny, but no. The Tornado has been, from all accounts, from every single person that you can find talking about War Thunder, dead on arrival. Why? Because it's not the plane that this game caters to. It's not an abusively effective air-to-air supremacy weapon with some bomb capability. It's mostly a bomber with some air-to-air capability, basically just, ooh, it's got L's. It's got 2 L's. Ooh. Which, as we see by the L's on the F-16, they don't always work. So it's a bad plane, because this is a bad game for it to be in. Same problem that the A-10 has, and then also the Tram has. You know, the A-6. But the thing is, the thing that saves those planes is they get AIM-9Ls, which are incredibly effective missiles, at those tiers where nobody has really any defense against those. Like, the Tram is doing really good right now because it has 4 AIM-9Ls, and nobody can argue with that shit. Everyone has to run away screaming from those things. Has I, but no flares in the beginning. Oh, it doesn't come fully upgraded too. The French seaplane lied to me. I thought they changed that they came with upgrades, but no, you gotta get chaff and flares too. Oh boy. That's character development for Asuka, I suppose. We have to make her actually regard us as a person. First, we have to actually establish that we are people that the plane has to worry about. You know, the people driving the plane. They have to worry about us. They have to be somewhat concerned. It's going to be a long and hard road, but we can actually probably get her to actually not really functioning at all. Because she's still, again, not the plane that this game is catering to. This plane, the one I am driving right now, this is the plane, or the type of plane that this game caters to. However, the F-16, because it has fly-by-wire, isn't actually optimal currently, because every plane that doesn't have fly-by-wire is cheating. Because all of the planes in the game, except me, and the Fulcrum, and the Tornado too, the Tornado's fucked in this boat too, they have their controls and G-loads boosted by 150%. They pull artificially higher than they should. They handle more Gs artificially higher than they should. Gaijin decided to abide by fly-by-wire for some bizarre fucking reason, even though they don't fucking... They haven't respected G limitations or like control surface authority at all since this point. Sorry. A rank 1 premium being a premium has literally zero bearing on a rank 7 gift plane being a premium. You see, that's the thing. I thought it was all... silly me, I thought they were both the same thing. I thought it was either all of them are gifts or all of them are premium. That was my own mistake. So, the premium seaplane gets all of its upgrades because it's a premium, and then the top tier in the same event is a gift plane that you actually have to put some work for in there, Sonny. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Catch! Ah! That was a Sparrow literally off the rails. Great, fantastic. Oh, you can't use Sparrows at closer than 2 kilometers. No, you could use them closer. You just have to be fucking cheeky with it. No, they'll pull hard enough. They will do that if they behave. You will, in fact, actually just release the missile. The rocket motor won't fire. It'll basically just slam right into the dude's cockpit and the head-on pass that close. It'll come off. It will come off the rails, have the kinetic energy, given to it by our plane, and then just arm and explode inside the cockpit of the enemy plane as it makes contact. I wouldn't say gift plane, rather a shortcut plane. That's really all I'm getting it for, because I don't have anything high-tier German, and why not get a fucking, a novelty Tornado, even though it's gonna be worthless. But hey, if Gaijin decides to somehow, one of these days, actually make a good game, I might actually want to fly something like a Tornado. Ooh boy. Okay, we're okay. Everything's fine. Both of those missiles completely failed to track off the rail. See, I can do that, they can't. Unfortunately, my Sparrow also failed.
Alert. 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 Alert.
Hey boss, have you ever seen an anime called 86? 8686, otherwise known as literally a Necronica campaign? Yes, Tanya, I have. Never got around to watching it, but I was just entertained by the concept of being like, hey wait, I could write this. Hey, wait a second. This is just like My Kids in Fun.
The victory is near.
So I didn't actually get around to watching it, however, it just entertains me by just looking at the, the trailer for it, I'm like, hey, wait a second. This is literally a Necronica
Mission
campaign.
complete. Return to base.
Maybe I do have a future in this writing thing. Okay, so I got one haha kill, and then that's about it. But we're gonna be playing a shit ton of matches anyway, so it doesn't matter. My neck is stiff these days. I don't know what it is. I think I need to go see a chiropractor, honestly. Like, there's something... I slept wrong at some point, and there's just some fucking muscle in my back, or like in my neck, that just is never set right. I don't know why. It's an interesting one. I've heard I didn't really hear anything specific, but I saw things, and those things were odd. It's something child soldiers, but synthetic. I can't exactly. I don't know what the grift there or the thing the whole thing there is. That something fighting for humanity while also ignoring humanity selectively for these child soldiers that we need to use to fight this hive mind thing. And if it kills you, you basically it rips your head off, and congratulations, you're now part of the machine. Gruesome, interesting, but kind of off the wall. But yes, for the glory of mankind, as they send people that they decide aren't human, conveniently aren't human, to die horribly against a horrible robot thing, I think. Again, I haven't watched it. Do you play with viewers? Sometimes, but not today. When we're available, like, when it's actually, you know, pertinent, I suppose. Like, we played Risk of Rain, where we broke Risk of Rain 6 ways from fucking Sunday, honestly. It was funny, but everybody had to reinstall their game a couple of times. Wait, 86, wasn't that the one with funny spider tanks, wasn't it? I think so, but that's also Sora no Wata, which... Kaon with robot, mecha robot things. Kaon in the army, which, well, a lot of people like that. That's not a concept that won't sell, kids. I vaguely remember my siblings watching that one. Alright, so unfortunately, everyone's watched the cool Necronica anime but me. But, I don't know, it was a lot of shit going on back then. And there still is, honestly. I haven't been in a watching mood in a long fucking time. I did take a peek at Bochi, though. Once again, staring in the mirror, but it's somewhat even closer to the mirror, because, yeah, my brother was trying to be a musician, so some of this shit is actually somewhat familiar. Unfortunately, yeah, my brother would make a terrible fucking waifu. But then again, some people like that, so you know what? Maybe I wouldn't put it past some of you sick fucks out there. But yeah, the whole band shit thing, yeah, that's actually kind of close to home for me. So, shut-in anime. The fucking, what you call it, Garage Band. Yeah, I remember this.
Boki is as overrated as Kaon.
Thank you for the pile of dimes, Deku. But I liked it. It's okay. It's essentially Kaon and Watamote at the same fucking time. That's really all it is. But it's entertaining. I haven't watched too much of it, though, and that missile is coming straight at me. Yep, I was trying to get away from that and actually launch my missile, but nope, too late. Man's already dead, though, so who fuck cares? But yeah, I took a peek into that one as well as also kind of looking back at, you know, grabbing some other things to look back at. Which, I don't know. I like to reminisce when I'm drunk. And, pick up anime that I didn't actually, well, that was an interesting ride, but, wasn't actually very good. Like, Better Man. That is a fucking just... It's not very good, but I remember it. I thought 2023 was the year of a sober Phonto. Well, this was a while ago, so this was technically last year. But I had a respectable 1 glass drink during New Year's. Kept that shit above the belt. Right, Happy New Year as well. But yeah, so I have to be sober to enjoy all of the bunny girls that are now flooding Twitter, which is just fucking great. That's just great. Yep, Bunny girl everywhere. Good. Fantastic. Gonna be a great art year. Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna be as prolific as the cow print bikinis, but one man can hope.
Com team, engage.
I'm deciding whether I draw a Sororitas bunny or an OC bunny. Either is acceptable, Deku. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions to the world of artwork. Well, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, what do you think? An OC by Deku, he has very many, or, Jolter the Sororitas? Which one gets you guys? I could be fine with either, honestly. Speaking of Bun Bun, when Blue Archive? Yeah, I need to get back into that before, before the rerun of the Bunny Chasers event happens, where we can get a Kane. I need to actually go back and play that, but like I said on my Twitter, if you were paying attention, my New Year's resolution is get the fuck back on track, because, oh boy, haven't been feeling well, and I let a lot of things go by the wayside, which is clear in my work and also in my health as well. Putting on a couple of pounds, and it's actually, I feel bloated now, so I need to get back to working out, too. Also, hey, 2 teammates are dead. Fantastic. But yeah, I need to get back into doing that, because I actually do like Blue Archive, and I'd rather like to actually not abandon a gacha game for once. I do this shit all the time, mainly because they're massive fucking grinds. If you want to get rid of that bloated feeling, just keep drinking water, I suppose, yes, but I could also stand to get out and walk around a bit. I haven't been exercising really at all, honestly. This is coming from actually, kind of being a bit crazy, like doing daily 4-mile walks. That's what I was doing out in Texas while I was busy working myself to death. I was also physically working myself to death. However, also, I was working hard and playing hard there, so there was plenty of alcohol to go around when I needed a fucking break. However, unfortunately, that's not exactly amazingly healthy. And wow, that one actually dipped for chaff. Wow. That usually doesn't work. And now, unfortunately, that man's gonna get the kill. Or maybe not. I've got pulsed up. Yep, he's dead. Okay. Oh no! My dice roll failed! My teammate threw dice at him, and then he died. Hooray! Excuse me! Okay, what are we dealing with here? Aside from, everybody? Got anybody on the sides here I gotta worry about? No, that's probably all the AI. Okay, yeah, they're all in there. So let's see here. This guy out in front... 10 kilometers is enough for a sparrow. Will it fucking track? We'll see. We will... No, it's side-lobing to... that guy. Or a teammate. Nope, that guy. It... man, it's just like, what? Let's watch it go, man. It's got a life of its own. It's free. It's experiencing the world. It's choosing targets of its own accord. I like it when the missiles didn't think as much, really. Nope. Dip for flares both, even though I radar fucking slaved it, but okay. Most indecisive sparrow. I know, it's like watching, it literally is like watching Bochi to rock, but it's a fucking sparrow. It's got fucking performance anxiety, and it's fucking beating around the bush like nobody's goddamn business. Except it's not a cute high school girl. It's a it's $100,000 missile. God damn it, Raytheon! Please build better waifus. Please. Though that is kind of funny to think about here. Missiles, but, missiles with personality. I did that while I was doing the F-15 video, or F-16 video on my meme channel. Like, I thought about that because I made a funny joke, and that immediately dipped for flares. No contest. But right, so I thought about it as, what if you had, like, for example, a situation kind of like 86-86, where you had robots that were designed to essentially suicide, rush the enemy? And what if... Fuck you, it's mine! What if that they kind of knew their role was to die, and they basically, like, the best that they could manage is they dauntlessly walk off and follow their duty? What if some of them have a sense of humor before they go? Like, the AIM-9Ls that get that have the magic Ls. The magic L syndrome.
Complete.
Where they dip for flares for a second and then go, just fucking with you, and immediately impact the target. As, like, the only thing that, the only thing you have to remember them by as the user. Sometimes some of them actually have a sense of humor before they go off and die. Isn't that kind of horrifying, but isn't that a nice thought? Actually, it's a terrible thought, but isn't that a nice thought? Isn't that sorrowful in just the right ways? Alright, Deku, there's a project for you. Halfway point between Bochi and a Sparrow Girl from that live ordnance thing. Live ordnance thing? I'm sorry, what? Swarth, explain. Okay, 18,000. Halfway there. I think I'm gonna have to get another shirt too, because it's getting fucking hot in here too again. Damn. Unfortunately, that's another thing of being kind of out of shape. I kind of sit here sweating. Though it's really fucking hot in my room for some reason lately. I don't know why. The AC's on full blast in the rest of the house. My computer isn't that much of a fucking space heater. I don't know why it's significantly hotter in my room. I could leave the door open, however... Well, that's leaving the door open and inviting in interruptions every 5 fucking seconds. So, can't exactly do that. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm gonna have to get up and take a bathroom break after this round, and then, change shirt. But yeah, hey guys, side-lobing, and, your accurate no, it's fixed, right? No, it's not. I don't think anything that they actually said in that update was actually a buff or positive. They just spun it in the way to make it seem like a buff, but honestly, I see the same performance or worse out of the radar and the Sparrows. I do not see a decisive improvement. They're mostly worse, if anything. So, I don't think that whole it's fixed thing was actually truthful at all. The ones I recall so far are Sidewinder and Paveway.
You're all clear to engage.
But yeah, there's your funny anime girl moment. You launch an air-to-air missile at someone, and it goes, and then you ask, what's wrong, missile? It's like, I might collide with him. That's your job, you stupid broad! You're supposed to slam directly into them. The 4 antics forever, and ever, and ever, and ever. Okay, so I saw the man. Where's the man? There's the man. Got him. Even though, do I want to fire at 25 kilometers? No, actually. The fucked up thing is that you could actually fire at this angle, or at this range, and actually hit the man. The only problem is, there's so much shit that can go horribly wrong in War Thunder that you don't actually want to fire. You don't even want to really lock this guy at this range, because you're giving him an RWR warning, and he's going to start... Yeah, you see, he's already fucking... He's already going defensive now, because he knows I'm right fucking behind him. And this is going to affect radar performance. Now, he appears to be turning back in. So you don't even want to lock the man before you can actually shoot, but you don't want to shoot at anywhere... You don't want to shoot outside 10 kilometers. I will probably get this guy, maybe. No, there it goes. Nope, there it goes again. Thanks, Bochi to Sparrow. Yep, that's dip for flares. That is not a magic L either.
Alert.
Damn! It lost lock for a split second and went, ooh, glitter.
Alert.
You see, I didn't see it doing that before. If anything, the sparrows, like these sparrows seemed completely immune to chaff and flares for a bit. I didn't see them, the radar lose lock or anything else. That guy's not paying attention and he's dead. Good, fantastic. I'm not the only one hyper-focusing on kills and getting killed because of it. However, unfortunately, that's a whole enemy team behind me. You know what? I'm gonna be out right now, because that's not me. I'm not about that. I'm not about the getting hit by the entire enemy fucking team. I'm gone. I'll re-engage in like a bit, man. Let me get a drink. I'll be right back.
Alert. 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 Alert.
Dead. Unfortunately, because I did that, all of the kills are being taken now, because that's how War Thunder works. Ooh, where the fuck did that come from? Above? Probably. Wasn't looking up there. But that's how War Thunder works. You either rush in and get the kills in the rush, or you don't win. Most of the time. Yeah, there's areas where you can finesse things, but under most circumstances, for most matches, really, at the end of the day, it's a rush to get kills, and that's it. If you're winning, it's a rush to get kills before your team takes all of your kills. If you're losing, you didn't rush hard enough to get the kills so that your team has an advantage in terms of numbers. So really, it's down to kill the enemy as fast as possible, because you might not win if you don't do that, and also, you might not get any points if you don't pursue targets as fast as humanly possible. Even in situations where it's kind of irresponsible. If you get away with it, you got your points. The end. But let's see here. Where are we? We're about 20,000. Well, with that match, we're probably about 19, maybe. We got one kill, right? We okay. All right, so I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain seated. We're only about halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there. I'll take it into consideration, he says. Thanks, Deco. Right. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Turn the AC down just a little bit, just to maybe help this room out. Because I swear to God, as soon as I walked out in the hallway out there, it makes me remember, wow, yeah, it's really fucking hot in this room. I swear to God, it's 74 out in the rest of the house. It feels like it's 80 degrees in here. I don't know why. I've only got one computer on, and it's not that much of a space heater. Don't know what's going on there. But, new shirt. See, you know, if I was more professional, I'd have multiple, like, suits, right? I'd have multiple suits that I could interchange, you know, in the middle of a show. Mm-hmm. Keeps, everything nice and proper looking, rather than me being, you know, a sweat rag. But okay, so we're about, yeah, 950, right. We're just short of 20,000. We're just short of halfway there. This is not going to take terrible, you know, amounts of effort. It'd be nice if we got a couple of 3 kills game to make this go a little faster. But not gonna take too much effort. Sorry, coffee's black. Gotta start actually watching the calories on that shit. That's the one thing about black coffee that I actually got used to drinking. There's fucking nothing in it. Sometimes I drink a little bit too much caffeine out of that shit, but yeah, you could just drink an entire jug of of black coffee, and there's like 20 calories in it. Drink as much as you want until the point where it's fucking unhealthy. You won't be gaining weight, you'll be dying of something else, though. Yeah, it's an acquired taste. I don't necessarily fucking like it, but it's coffee. I'm not drinking it for taste. Careful, children, don't slam into each other now. Already locked. But that might be somebody else, because that's how radar works in this fucking game. It radiates outwards in 360 degrees, even though that's not how fucking radar works. I can be locked by other planes spewing out radar that are in front of me and locking something in front of them. So I'm behind them, and the person they're looking at is in front of them. Somehow I still get a radar warning. That's not how the RWRs work. But Gaijin spaghetti code, so who the fuck knows? So they're going over there. They're on the other side over there as they usually go. We're going here. They're going there. We're gonna turn about here, maybe catch some dudes that decided to go against the grain and go towards our side of the map to try and get an easy kill and probably die instantly. Okay, that guy right over there. That man at 30 kilometers who's basically all... The other day I caught an EJ, a premium one, that was just taking off his airbase. Taking off from his airbase over here, that I managed to nail with the Sparrow. It was actually kind of sad. I managed to circle around just like this, and then I managed to catch the guy coming right off the runway with the radar and launch a Sparrow on him and killed him. The dude basically didn't get to play the game. And also, I'd love to be able to lock this guy with my ECM. Thank you, UI. You're such a fucking treat, really. That guy's dead, unfortunately. You see, that's the thing. These head-ons are suicidal, and nobody should be doing these. However, if you're not in these, you're not getting the kills. Most of the time, honestly. That's not the guy shooting at me. But maybe I can spook him. Okay, that is the guy shooting. Okay. Mash, 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 mash. Catch! Oh, hey! Where did that missile come from? What the fuck was that? That was my kill. I was literally right in front of him. See, it's just a contest of stealing kills at the end of the day. Yep, I heard the missile, too late, but that's in the air. That could track him if he doesn't fly directly into the ground. He flew directly into the ground. Okay. You see, it's just a fucking rush to get kills, and you could play this smartly, but for the most part, if you try and play this smartly, you're gonna wind up with less points. in a lot of cases, if you sit there and wait and try to be safe, you just won't get anything. Or you'll get one kill, but I got one kill. I had the potential to get another one, but the dude slammed into the ground. The game isn't detailed enough for those to really matter most of the time. You will get situations where you're the last guy on the team and you've got 5 enemies, and yeah, you could beat them if you managed to outsmart all of them at the same time. Hats off for you for doing that, but that's an incredibly rare occurrence. And also, what were you doing that made the situation that bad in the first place? You must have not been contributing all that much if that was actually that bad. But again, sometimes the teams are so bad that they just die immediately without getting any kills. So you could get 5 kills and still have 6, 7 enemies on the enemy team. So you could actually have those situations, in which case you're just, you can't fix stupid. So you're going to have to deal with that. You might be able to come out on top if you somehow manage to be in the perfect position to do that. However, that is an incredibly small number of games at top tier, and most of the time, as you've seen, people are getting into the spirit of, okay, my team's all dead, and there's more enemies than me. There's more enemies on the enemy team than my dopey ass. Well, I better go back to the airbase and jay out, because I'm not winning anything aside from potentially giving myself a repair bill. So you could finesse this, however, most of the time the gameplay of top tier is so fucking shallow that there's no point in finessing it. You'll get a good result 1 out of like 100 games. And then, yeah, you can trumpet that replay around and make a cool video about it and be a super cool kid, but that's not the vast majority of games that people are playing. And in a lot of cases, that was not a skill-based event. Yeah, sure, you had to actually outsmart people, but the problem is, the enemy team also handed you that kill on some level as well, or handed you those wins. Because they had to play so stupidly that they were outsmarted by a single fucking guy. Or in some cases with missiles, it's just down to dumb luck. You get into 5 head-ons, you don't have 5, well, you don't have 5 radar missiles, but you do get 6 missiles. You get into head-on attacks, and their radar missiles don't track, yours do. That's totally not under your control. And then you get into head-on with the L's. You get 4 magic L's in a row. That is 100% not under your control. Their radar, their heat seekers dipped for flares, yours didn't. That's how you get kills up here. So that shit is gambling. You just rolled dice and somehow, magically, the planets aligned and all of them came up in your favor. That had nothing to do with fucking skill. And that's, unfortunately, how the vast majority of top-tier gameplay in War Thunder goes, at least for jets. The missiles are playing the game for you, and for a large portion of the game, the missiles are RNG. Especially the L's, because the L's are basically just, they either fall for the flares, or they don't. Actually making them do that is not up to you. You can encourage the missile to say, with radar slaving saying this is the target, but once the missile leaves the rail, it's entirely of its own accord to actually track that target, or not. The Sparrows, as you've seen, decide basically their own path in life, like a fucking fussy teenager. Sometimes you'll get smooth, easy, clean kills like that. Other times, well, you've seen what happens. Other times you'll have these retarded missiles that go off and either hit teammates, decide that they're going to try and track something, fail to track it, try and track something else, fail to track that too. I am notching that missile, but hey, I managed to actually notch it. And I actually managed to get that kill. Wow! I was also notching that missile, but oh well. I got 2 kills. Oh well. Suppose I should have gone up higher. Maybe it wouldn't have been weak to those guys, but everybody really goes low, and, going high doesn't really get you a whole lot of advantages sometimes. So you are out of the immediate scope of the enemy's perception because you're up higher. But again, that takes longer, and you're now trailing behind the dudes that just went flat out towards the center of the map or did the NASCAR thing. And those guys are in head-ons. They're getting their kills, and they will probably get their kills faster than you can fire your missiles and have them traverse to the target. That's the thing you have to fight over. The people being suicidal morons are actually going to secure kills faster than you. They're not going to win. They're not going to win the game because they're flying directly into missiles and dying horribly, but they're going to get those kills, and they're going to deny you and make you waste your shots. And so you're going to sit there doing nothing, and then if all of your team members die horribly, you're not going to win for the vast majority of games. And then if they manage to do that repeatedly, you're out of missiles. What do? Fucking nothing. You go back to the airbase. You either rearm and try against, a numerically superior enemy, or the game's already over because your team has killed everyone, so you're not getting any kills. And again, even if you go back out after your entire team's dead, you still might not get any fucking kills either. So again, the game is actually not actually rewarding you for playing smart. You're playing smart, you're waiting, and you're waiting for this perfect situation to jump in, and in a large, majority of games, that perfect situation is never going to appear, and you're going to be beaten out by people accepting the fact that they're playing suboptimally, but they're playing quicker than you. So the dudes doing the suicidal head-ons, they'll get more kills faster than you. You may be able to finesse in some cases and beat those people out because they may get unlucky and die instantly and not get any kills, and then you sitting there playing passively on choosing your moment may be able to go, haha, well, they've all died and I was in the perfect position to pick up the kills that they didn't get. Haha, I'm so skill-based. I had patience. The problem is that won't win you a lot of games because you were too slow to actually act, and on top of that, you might get all the kills stolen from you because the people who were playing suicidally actually did manage to get all the kills. So you get fucking nothing, aside from sitting there wasting time and fuel. So, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, and really, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do or what the result is. I'm still probably pulling positive, 65, I want to say. Above, where are we? 67, no, still higher, right. So we were 68 before, we're slowly dropping because the vast majority of it's gonna slowly drop and settle based on how many games you play. But okay, so yeah, 67% win rate with a 1 to 2, because roughly 1 to 2. Those are somewhat padded by bots, but 1 to 2. My kill ratios are dropping, unfortunately. My victories are not all that much. So I'm still pulling 67% win rate with a 1 to 2 KD, which is actually representational of most top tier matches. Most of the time you will get 2 kills, and that's it. 3 is actually pretty good, but that's usually the most you're ever gonna get out of these games. 4 or 5, you got really fucking lucky. Those are rarer occurrences. I've never seen anybody at top tier get more than 5 kills. Even if it's not me. I have never seen a match where somebody has gotten more than 5 kills. So most of the time, that's average. You're gonna get 2 to 3 kills. And if your kill to death ratio is 2 to 3, you're good. You're actually above average. Most people only get 1 and slam it to the ground. Because it's War Thunder, but that's it. That's how War Thunder really just works. And there's a guy up there. I saw the missile. I think I see the dot. Is that him? Nope, nope, there he is. I got 5 in an F-16 once. I mean, I've gotten 5 too. I made a video about it. You can get an ace at top tier, that's possible, but getting more than an ace, I've never seen anyone do that. And those different players, thanks. Come on, Magic L. Nope, he doesn't know what's going on. He just doesn't know. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn here. I am already at optimal cornering speed, so I shouldn't actually need the air brake. It was just... uh-oh. And defensive, good. I don't care what happens now. Okay, so kids, if you were paying attention, that Mirage launched that missile at me. I F-pulled and went defensive on it. It lost track and hit the enemy F-16. I don't care. That was worth it. I don't fucking care. That was fucking great. I basically forced him to team kill someone. That's it. I don't need anything else. Next game. I don't give a shit. That's what happens with the magical power of notching missiles and the radar just doing what the fuck ever. Or the missiles doing what the fuck ever. That was great. That's all I needed that game. That's moving on. Yeah, sure, I didn't get any kills. That was funny. And at the end of the day, oh well, there's a billion more matches because at least with War Thunder being so shallow, yes, they have kept the matchmaking queues low because that's the major thing that the match times and queue times are as low as they've ever possibly been. Could get at this point. You probably couldn't sustain much lower. So it's actually doing that because that's the one thing it's prioritized, and it's doing it quite well. So that means that, well, the results of the individual matches don't really matter. At worst, I will be failing upward. At least I'm not that guy, though. At least not today, because I haven't had any team kills with my missiles, but... Remember, guys, it's fixed. It's fixed. They said it was fixed. But yeah, the magical power of notching. But you know what the fucked up thing is? That guy was still probably locked onto me, and he thought that the missile could probably try and reacquire. But the problem was, his missile was hard tracking that F-16, even though he was not actually tracking it. So he could have realized what was happening and dumped the lock to save the F-16, but he didn't realize what it was doing. So he was just sitting there, maybe watching it, wondering where the fuck it's gonna go, and then by holding the lock on me, he was holding the lock on the enemy F-16. And so he got a team kill because he thought his radar could, the missile could snap the fuck out of it and maybe actually kill me. But so what he should have done was dump the lock. But a lot of people aren't prepared to do that. So, yeah, that guy got fucked. The dice came up not only no wins, but negative. You rolled a critical failure in Necronica, sir. You accidentally hit one of your teammates with that attack instead of the enemy. Good going. All of your friends hate you now. Okay, some dude's going up. Okay, we're gonna... Now I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. Well, good for you, Commissar. That's about the same that I've got, even though I think that most games don't actually really utilize that, but it's been... 6 years. It's been 6 years, and since I got this PC, and it's still pretty much top of the line. And if it's not top of the line, the game I'm playing usually is an unoptimized piece of shit. Looking at you, Callisto Protocol. That doesn't really run well on anyone's system. That is going into the dirt. May you track. Yes, track. And the guy stole my kill. I didn't even get an assist. His missile hit a fraction of a second before mine did. God damn it. Oh well. Playing 4 instances of Cyberpunk 2077 all at once? Yeah, like 15 frames a second each. Speaking of that, I'll probably hop back into that whenever the fuck that Pacifica DLC comes in. I know I missed the whole Edge Runners thing, but that's the newest thing. That's gonna be the newest way to hop back into that shit. Haha, combat zone. That man is not flaring, barely maneuvering. Is the L going to hit him? It's in range. No, he outran the missile. Okay, have another L.
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
No, magic L. Mm-hmm. Yep. Nope, that one's looking back in your Twitter history and finding something that didn't age well. There's no escape.
Alert.
Again, that's not under my control. The missile will either do that or it won't. And that's effectively top-tier gameplay. You could chaff and maneuver away from the missiles, you could chaff and flare, but the missile may just ignore that and say, nah, you're fucking dead. And there's nothing you can do as the player, and there's nothing that the guy did to actually encourage that. You know, the guy who killed you did actually make that happen. The missile came off the rail intending to kill the man, or it didn't. That still may dip for flares. Nope, it's going in. Magic L's! Ha ha ha!
Alert.
The magical cat from General Dynamics said that I'm a magical girl now, and so my L's actually hit their fucking targets. That's 4 kills. Or actually, that's 3 kills, my bad. Okay, miscounted there, but... Ooh! Didn't see that guy, but alright, fine. 3 kills. Okay! I could have been chaffing and flaring more, but I didn't actually see that guy. That's the other thing that the game fucks with you with. You won't see everyone, but okay, I got my stuff. I got 3 kills. Don't need to play more. That's it. That's average. That's mostly what I'm gonna get. I could have potentially gotten that guy, but oh well. My team's gonna win. Who gives a shit? You see, I could have those. That's an opportunity to do even better than what I did, but that comes around so randomly and rarely that who gives a fuck at top tier? I mean, like, the only reason I care about my points right now is the event. That's it. I could be playing other things to get points, but that's the only reason I care about my kills right now. Like, if I was playing normally and got 2 to 3 kills, game's over, I wouldn't care. That'd be good enough for me. But what I'm doing here is I'm trying to make this bar go higher. That's the game right now, making that bar go up. So I can have a rather ineffectual high-maintenance girlfriend. Can't wait until they put the edge runners in the game so we can see the main character's T-pose while Johnny Silverhead spouts Rick and Morty memes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fantastic. Johnny Silverhand, what it talks about that one time that what is it, Morton Blackhand, the other guy, right? The other guy in Cyberpunk lore, the other guy who hasn't actually made an appearance yet, but we've killed what's his face, whatchamacallit, damn, my Cyberpunk lore is actually failing me now, but whatchamacallit. But he's gonna talk about that time that Blackhand turned himself into a pickle while Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edge Runners twerks in the background. Yeah, right, that's what we're gonna get. Right, no. Atom Smasher, the dumbest name ever, but memorable, but until that point. Right, yeah, so, yeah, whatchamacallit, Blackhand is the only one of that shenanigan that didn't actually appear, I think. Actually, no, maybe he appeared in a flat, actually, no, he would've. You see, I haven't actually played that far into Cyberpunk, so I wouldn't actually know, but I heard synopsises. Talk about Atom Smasher, who went, it's smashing time, and smashed all over the Edge Runners, yep. To an effect that narratively makes sense for Cyberpunk, because the Cyberpunk universe is a terrible place, kids. You don't actually want to live there, and most people don't really get to do very much, because they instantly fucking die. But I suppose it's, again, the whole point was you get some things if you try. Chase the sun, kid, and, why did Lucy win again? I mean, it's because, David wanted her to win, but Lucy herself wasn't really that amazing of a character, and... I wanted Rebecca to live, really. That seemed like the most insulting thing ever. Why does Lucy win? What did Lucy really do? I mean, I suppose they gave David a chance there, and that enabled the entire story, but past that, yeah, there were better fucking characters. Why the fuck did Lucy win? Why does Lucy get to go up? Aside from David wanting Lucy go up. That's David's entire motivation, Lucy go up. To the moon. But, well, the ending for Cyberpunk, the ending for Edge Runners is probably a sore spot for literally everyone, but it makes sense in a way. It's just that it's not a good sense for most people. Unfortunately, as Billy Joel said, dream on, but don't imagine they'll all come true. You will get some of them though, like that kill. That guy, that dream came true. One of them. You may get some of them. But that's the whole fucking point. Once again, also Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might get what you need. And what David needed was Lucy go up. And that was about it. His character is now over. He just dies to Atom Smasher. Because we can't actually have him beat Atom Smasher, because then that fucks with the continuity of the video game. Can't do that! If Cyberpunk 2070, if the game didn't exist and didn't have, Atom Smasher as a main villain, David probably could have won, narratively anyway. And that's going into the ground, but he's dead anyway. Oh well. Best girl always loses. Yep, unfortunately. Too late. Oh well. That's what I get for looking at the chat and not playing the video game, but hey, I'm a streamer. I need to actually interact with my audience.
Our victory is near.
But Edge Runners was a good anime, and great that actually makes a splash, because, hey, you want to sell a game that's floundering, you make a good fucking anime. Or you want to sell a video, if you want to sell something, make a good anime about it, or rather, containing it. I'm waiting. I honestly was waiting for, Hollywood to maybe actually realize it. Oh, maybe we should do more of that. That was successful. Maybe we should copy that. Maybe copy that. But then again, that's the monkey paw curling again. That's another finger on the monkey's paw curling. They're gonna now make awful anime around video games that don't deserve it. And then we'll just sit there wondering, why the fuck did we get here? How the fuck did we get here? We wished for this, and unfortunately, the wish was contorted by the cruel nature of fate. Or something like that. But good that actually, wins, because it's a good fucking show. The ending was a little bit complex, or rather, difficult, but, well, you did accomplish literally everything, and the OP was warning you that shit's not gonna end well. See, I'm a songfic writer, some people would label me, so I immediately understood that the OP and the imagery in the OP, detailing that shit's not gonna end well, kids! I understood that the OP wasn't just for show, they were cluing you in that something bad was going to happen. And what do you know, it did. But what do I know? I just think really fucking hard, as one person said over and over again, and you know what, she was kind of right. But then again, if you think real hard, sometimes you actually find answers quicker than other people. Good old Joey Stalin over there. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean people aren't out to get you. Sometimes you do win by trying really hard, even though sometimes you misfire, unfortunately. But sometimes you actually catch things ahead of people. But thankfully, some people can still put on a good show there, but we'll see exactly where that goes now, because, well, we still have people desperately trying to do things that aren't fucking working in Hollywood and entertainment in general. It's nice that these things crash and burn, like, for example, the Cowboy Bebop live-action series. I was thinking about that, and just how thankful I am that that shit crashed and burned on those pretentious motherfuckers. Fuck them. You put on a bad show, the audience calls it a bad show, you lose your fucking shirt. No amount of bitching and whining, and I know somebody who knows somebody who has lots of money, should save your ass in that situation. You put on a bad show, you get yanked off stage. That's how it works. We'll see if that logic comes back to actually right the course of entertainment as a whole, or we're gonna be just sitting in a bunker waiting for well, you know what, at the end of the day, we were already doing that beforehand. We were already kind of sitting in a bunker ingesting foreign media, most of it anime from Japan, who don't care about half the shit going on over here. And it looks like, the more things change, the more they stay the same in that regard. Hey, look, somebody's got a tornado. He's dead. Well, that's gonna be us in the future, unfortunately. Oh, hey, look, it's that tornado. Dead. I unfortunately misfired that. That was a little bit too ahead of the turn, and not surprised there. That one didn't magically track. That one will.
The operation is proceeding smoothly. Eliminate the remaining forces.
Okay, so let's get out of here while chaffing and flaring and trying to stay the fuck alive. Oh, right, that was that guy. I thought I already got that kill, right? Okay, right, okay. I thought he already died. I thought I saw the, whatchamacallit, the metal pop up earlier, but no, that was that guy spiraling in the ground. Man was dead.
Alert.
There's that guy, but he's got, that's not good. That's dead. That man's dead, so, man is heading directly towards me. That is an IR launch. Good. Or that missile managed to come back and actually hit me. Actually, no, it was a dead F-16 that launched his missile at me before he died. Whoops, I was chaffing and flaring. I was still on the afterburner, obviously, but I was chaffing and flaring. So, again, magic L's. The missiles will... Again, the magic L's ignore that shit either. You know, when they're not magic, they'll ignore afterburner fucking, the effects of the afterburner anyway. They'll just dip for the flares when they don't actually get a good dice roll. Effectively. So, well, I got hit with a magic L today. $28, okay. We're at 30,000 just about. So we're 2/3 of the... 3/4, right. 3/4 of the way there. And then we get to grind a top-tier jet without flares. Gonna be a great time. I'm gonna make a lot of just analogies, where there are lots of dumb jokes. Lots of dumb jokes along the way, and maybe we'll find something to do with it. But the thing is, the Tornado is the plane I would be flying if War Thunder was a different game. If the matches lasted longer, but were not the big maps and enduring conflicts, that's a half-ass implementation of what I wanted. If we had modes where we had multiple tries, maybe, or rather the games just didn't just devolve into one and done in a couple of seconds, then maybe the Tornado and other planes like it would matter. But unfortunately, the way the game plays, at the end of the day, it is air superiority or nothing. Unless you're playing tanks, which is an entirely different situation. Then you can get away with being a bomb truck to bully tanks, but the problem is that the Tornado is really inefficient as a bomb truck anyway. There are better planes that could actually do the same job as the Tornado. Fuck the Tram, the thing you could buy for $70 though. But that's actually, if they fix the fucking eyeball, actually one of the most effective bomb trucks for killing tanks. So all you have to do is sit there hovering omnisciently over the battlefield and laser guiding paveways directly onto morons' skulls. Don't gotta do nothing else besides that. Free kills, if that's what you wanted anyway. You have to worry about enemy air players, but that's what the L's are for, too. And it gets more L's than the Tornado. The Tornado only gets 2 L's. The Tram gets 4 if you want. Yeah, sure. The Tornado is faster, but it's not going to outrun anything at top tier. So that's another issue that you have to worry about. That you've got performance advantages, but they're not really gonna save you. Also, just consistently fucking notching whatever the fuck is out there, locking onto me for some bizarre fucking reason. Okay, so what do we got here? I can't really tell the difference between the AI enemies and the regular enemies, so do we got anybody doing anything cheeky up here? Anybody up here? Anybody doing anything? Doesn't look like it. No, nobody at high altitude over there. Probably, well, it looks like there's somebody up there. Way up there! Whoever shot that missile and killed that F-16 is way the fuck up there. This guy, however, he's having multiple fucking Phoenixes launching on them, and he's dodging all but one of them. Ha ha ha, Macross missiles. There he is. Hello, sir. That's a little far, but we need to actually get something done here before all the targets just disappear. That is actually, I don't know what's going on there, but that man is attempting to dodge someone else. Okay, he's chaffing and flaring, and the radar is getting kind of confused, but no, okay, that did fell for glare. Oh no. Reacquire, you shit. Reacquire. Come on. Yep. Okay. Head on it is. Nope. Fired missiles real quick, didn't get him. Oh well. Moving on. He's probably dead by the next teammate that comes past him. Is that L gonna work? It is! All right, now we get the fuck out of the combat zone.
Alert.
Actually, I don't want to lock onto this guy because I've got no missiles.
Alert.
Pull! He's already dead, but I don't want to slam into the fucking ground. Hey! Holy fucking shit, I actually managed to get that. Yeah, you can just go fuck yourself. I'm leaving. I got my kill. That F5's burning. That guy, yeah, that guy can get that F-16. He's spoken for. That's your dance partner. Have fun. And he did. Wow. That F5 is burning for a long-ass time, but I probably got that kill.
Attack him. The enemy threat level has dropped off even more.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to step on the brakes here and get into this fight. Hello, sir. Oh no. Ah, damn it, I overshot. But you're dead! See you on the ground, fucker! And then me and that man proceeded to get into a fist fight. And the dudes in the trenches had to pull us apart.
All planes, return to base.
Have you considered playing Twitch's most toxic game, Dead by Daylight? I do have Dead by Daylight. I could be playing that. However, I have no strong urge to currently. However, that whole horror streak that I was on before I hopped onto this shit was actually, something that was, getting viewers. So maybe I should consider going in to play more spooky game. Unfortunately, well, I'm gonna be against the gun anyway because, already started with less viewers, and I'm not a cute anime girl, so I'm not providing quality reactions in that department. Or vehicles for more porn. 31. Did that game end yet? Actually, yes it did. Okay, so we're moving along. T-poses to assert dominance. Every single content creator related to that game makes dozens of videos complaining about it. Well, why would I need to go over there? I've got plenty to complain about here! Why in God's name would I have to go somewhere else to complain? If complaining is all you wanted, I could sit here complaining about this. I've got nothing but time on my hands to complain about every single part of this game and how it's fucking stupid. But today we're doing something that is, well,
Prepare to engage.
gonna be filled with problems, but I've already accepted those problems, so there's gonna be less complaining. The tornado is bad. We know it's bad. I'm getting it because it's a free plane and I can, well, make Asuka jokes. I'm giving Deku an excuse to draw Asuka images. Gotta get a nice red skin. Maybe someone's already made a skin. Like all those Idolmaster skins. Maybe we can have one of Asuka and I can staple on the useless fucking plane. And just acknowledge the fact that it's totally useless and we're playing it for the sheer entertainment value of we might do something. I was excited to get the tornado. I will probably never fly. As am I, Montana. As am I. Because we all know that the plane's bad. Because all of the other tornadoes that are on the trees are bad. Why would this be any different? The only thing it has is novelty air-to-ground radar-guided missiles, which don't actually really work well against ships, apparently, because they do the same thing that Mavericks do, and they lock onto the smokestacks and don't actually kill ships. Why are we surprised? Should we be really surprised? No, because why would Gaijin do anything to actually correct that? It's an event vehicle for a part of the game that we will never see, or won't see for several years. Why should they care if the missiles have no role, and even if you find a way to use them correctly, are inefficient and retarded in that role, don't actually work? Why? It doesn't matter. Just consume content and get excited for new content. See, I'm already off and rambling again. The Tornus missiles tries to go for planes if you get radar lock on the plane. Well, I'm not surprised, but you could sidelobe lock anti-ship missiles. Yeah, guys, it's fixed. Oh boy, is it fixed. Yeah, maybe that's what we could do. We could hit people with anti-ship missiles. We'll look at that. We'll try and do that, because that makes no fucking sense at all, but we'll try and do that. Maybe that'll become a new competitive sport. Air-to-air anti-ship missile kills. It tries its best. It tries its best, however, unfortunately, the Tornado is let down by its character flaws and being a fussy girlfriend with really high maintenance requirements. And even at the best of the days, is still a incredibly difficult bitch to deal with. What a shame. Literally the Oscar plane. And where the fuck did that missile go? Wow, I almost dodged that. And hey, look, the effects on my plane, well, actually they were there, but the wing was gone, but the contrails were still there. That missile missed at the last second because they added that little fucking interference with the ground. That's more loud now because we needed more dynamic gameplay, but oh well! How's the F-16? Acceptable for what it is, but you know the Fulcrum and the F-16 are crippled because they have fly-by-wire restrictions. This means that the Flugger and the F-14 are objectively better aircraft. We just get better missiles, or rather the F-16 gets better missiles because it has better radar that they nerfed. They said it's not a nerf. They didn't say anything about a nerf, but I noticed a fucking difference. I played 200 matches in it before the patch, and then all of a sudden the radar isn't working after, isn't working as well before, as it was before the patch, so it was a nerf. The MiG has the 27 ER, which is a very fast missile, but it's radar guided, so you gotta get the radar to behave. But the F-16 is just kind of balanced in its mediocrity, but the F-14 is objectively the better plane. This is just brain dead. This is, I'm flying forward real fast, and I'm launching my missiles at people as fast as I possibly can. I am getting the kills, or I am not getting the kills. Oh well, next match is seconds away. That's it. If the game has gotta be absolutely shallow in the way that it is, this is acceptable, as I keep saying. Because I'm literally watching my missiles play the game for me, and then maybe I get a gun kill once every, 15 games. Not because I can't hit people with the gun, it's because the plane physically can't pull enough to actually hit most people. So you're not really using the gun all that well unless you absolutely desperately need to, and in which cases you've either already won the game and you're just trying to do it for style points and more points, or you're in such a desperate situation that the only thing you have to defend yourself is the gun, and you will probably be dead shortly. But is the F-16 ADF good? Yeah, for what it is, but the F-14 is better. This is just more comfortable in the I'm letting the missiles play the game for me. We have better heaters than the F-14, but the F-14 has more radar missiles, and if the radar behaves, you're getting more kills with those. The 9Ls are nice, but their flare rejection is literally a dice roll mechanic. There is no way to encourage the missile not to track flares. They come off the rails going to kill the man, or they don't. It is really a chance-based mechanic at the end of the day, and, well, at least you can lock onto people frontally to fire them. They're a lot better than the hotels, and because they can do that. The hotels on the F-14 are just awful. They're trying really hard, but they're not good. They're really, really underwhelming. But the Sparrows are where you're getting most of your kills anyway. And of course, since you're not fly-by-wire, you can pull harder in dogfights and maybe actually get a gun kill once in a while. This, you're all missiles. You're all missiles, and that's basically it. 9Ls kind of have a mind of their own. Basically, yeah, that's just it. And the Sparrows, as we can see, are sentient and hate humanity. Even though they said they improved the performance of the Sparrows by limiting the range of the side lobe lock, which is how they go stupid and decide they want to kill something else, I don't see a difference, and in fact, it feels worse. But I think, honestly, that was probably because the radar missiles were getting a little bit too many fucking kills, and the only guy not benefiting from the radar performance is the MiG-29. Because he has a shit radar, and his missiles weren't working terribly well. Everybody else was benefiting from, the free-for-all radar missile kills. That was probably not the best guy to lock onto, but I'm gonna hope my... Actually, no, that's side-lobed and pre-detonated, because fuck me, right? That guy's actually dead. Actually, well, no, he's turning away, so oh well. No, not gonna happen fast enough. Okay. You, sir, you will get my other Sparrow, and we will just try and cruise out of here as fast as humanly fucking possible. And we're just gonna start fucking ripple firing L's, because dice roll mechanics, that is going in. Okay, next guy. Okay. Yeah, see, this is it. This is what you're doing. Optimally, this is what you're doing. And he's dead. That's 3 kills. I'm leaving now. That's it. Welcome to F-16. That's what you do well. That's it. You fly directly down the mouth of the enemy formation. You fire all of your missiles off, and the missiles get the kills for you. You fly out, or you don't. That is what the F-16 does. It's entertaining when it works, but is it really all that, amazing in terms of gameplay? No, because the missiles are playing the game for you. I might get a 4th kill here. Nope. Nope, didn't get the magic L. I was trying to maneuver, but I didn't get the gun on fast enough. But okay, there are my L's. Now I'm going to, for my own entertainment, try to get gun kills. Nope, couldn't get the nose down. I was trying to see if I would actually had to dodge that missile, but nope. Okay, the problem now is clearly evident. Plenty of guys there. I hope my teammates can proceed to zap those fuckers, because we're gonna have some fucking problems if they don't. We are gonna have some major fucking issue. That, Okay, I'm gonna... No, said the F-16. Nope. I'm not gonna make that turn. People are just exploding all around me. I'm trying my best to stay alive, and it looks like I'm successful. I don't know what happened to the other MiG. I think somebody got him. Can I get this guy if he doesn't get immediately splattered? Okay, I don't see anybody else, so it looks like I'm in for a gun kill. There's the man. He was actually already disabled. So, assist. So 3 kills and an assist. Not bad for just spamming missiles. Okay. That's it. That right there was your average best game in an F-16. You flew directly into the enemies, none of their missiles hit you, and all of your missiles impacted the target.
Operation complete. Job
Or
well
most
done.
of them, aside from that first Sparrow. The missiles played the game for you. That's why you have an F-16. It's not about maneuver, or it's not about aircraft performance, or anything. You are an F-104 starfighter with really good missiles. That's it. That's why you have an F-16. Is it entertaining in this capacity? Yes, because top-tier gameplay is so shallow, why care? It either gets a success or a fail result real quick, and then you just go find another game. So is it good in this niche? Yes, it's actually kind of entertaining that way, but could it be better? Yes, but War Thunder would have to be a better game, which it could be, but no one wants to try. So yes, you live and die by Raytheon. Raytheon is how you live and die, and also whoever makes the radar in the nose. I'm not quite sure. I think it would still be Hughes by this point, but I have to double check, because I don't think General Dynamics made the radar themselves, but Hughes was a really large supplier of aircraft radars before they got bought out by BAE, I think? I am not sure. I have to double check exactly who makes the radar in the nose of this fucking thing. Solid state, medium range up to 150 kilometer, pulse Doppler, radar array, designed by Westinghouse. Ah, okay. Now Northrop Grumman. Okay, alright. Alright, so Hughes got bought out by somebody else, but Westinghouse got bought out by Grumman, who Grumman got bought out by somebody else, I think. So, some, combination of radar or aircraft manufacturers winds up with, most of the planes we have today. They were all initially, single companies that were bought out or merged and with other companies and now are mostly, a handful of large conglomerates. It's ugly as heck even if you join Cloud Camo. Well, I understand what the camo is. It's the German flag, but it's not really all that amazing looking in itself. It's okay. I'll probably by accident get it, just by playing it. I don't really want it, but you can get it. I, however, as I said, will just get some sort of goofy fucking Ava Unit 2 Asuka Idolmaster fucking camo for it if I can. If somebody actually makes that, I will slap that on in an instant. Because it's just, that's about as much, as serious as I'm gonna take the plane. I don't know where that missile's going. And that one failed too, but so did he. So did he. Everyone's missiles are retarded. Hello, Mr. Harrier. I know you've got like a billion flares, but my missile might ignore that. That's going towards the sun. It desires that one's going to space. It desires the sun. I should have seen that one coming, but oh well, I thought it was just a bright cloud and not the sun. And nope, magic elf. Flare, no. Once again, I got the 10 pull. I got all the waifus. Yep, I got all the waifus I wanted. Ooh, damn. Really close, but oh well. Now we're chasing people around, and now we're in Gun Kill Alley again, where we're just... Again, I'm forced to use my gun because there's no other remaining enemies, and I probably will not get the gun kill anyway. Maybe this Harrier will be able to actually flare off all of these missiles, because he's got enough flares to do it. So maybe he'll just kind of ignore all the missiles, and then I can kind of sneak in and get a gun kill. Maybe. If so, if not, we're already done. So, oh well. Yep, he's, boy howdy, he's lighting up like a Christmas tree down there. It's a fucking ball dropping in the fucking Times Square down there. And he flew into the ground. Whoa! Okay, a little close there, buddy. Little close. Little close. I know you can't really turn to get out of the way because we all have horrible, crippling restrictions. Mom says we can't pull more than 10 Gs. Even though the airframe is capable of pulling so many Gs it will literally kill the pilot. But we can't do that, even though there is a switch in the plane where you can actually turn that shit off at your own fucking peril. Huh? No? Oh, wait, no, okay. That man sawed his tail off. I was looking up at my gun counter, but you see, where's... I don't know what the fucking trajectory of the fucking gun is on this plane. I really don't. It's almost like it was designed to be used with a fucking radar-guided gun sight to get around that problem. But I don't know what's going on with the bullets in this plane. I always have this problem with Vulcan-equipped planes, but this one in particular is one of those ones where, where's the fucking bullets going? I don't know. And because the plane is so adverse to actually getting into gun situations, it's gonna take me fucking forever to actually figure out exactly how the fuck to aim this gun. Again, like I said, the only plane that didn't do this to me before was the thud of all fucking things. And I think the A7 was also kind of okay, but I've always had this fucking problem where the Vulcan is just mystifyingly difficult to aim. I don't know where the bullets are going. I don't know when they're going to get where. I don't have this problem this much with other guns. This is another thing that the Fulcrum kind of has over you. You have the 30 mil that makes people explode the moment you fucking hit them. Granted, they don't take much to die with the Vulcan, but you'll get more haha I hit you once and you're dead moments with the 30 mil than you would with the Vulcan. The Su-25 is really good because the gun literally just blows people in half. And also, hey, look at that. I'm moments away from getting my goal, and the game gives me an enduring conflict map. Wow. Way to pad this shit out, guys. But okay. 2.5 hours of stream. Yeah, it's about as much as I thought it was going to take. Like 2-3 hours to get to this goal, and we're there. We only got a handful of other games to play. So maybe like 3 good games. Man, that is a very interesting camouflage you've got there. Very distinct. Literally just has 3 decals superimposed over the entire plane. I mean, it works. Me, I've got the lightning bolts on the wings as, call it a cape. This is from my TU2 days. Unfortunately, I can't make them bigger. Oops, sorry, sir. A little crowded. My bad.
Attention to the designated grid square.
So this is the decals that I used to have on my TU2. So this plane, in all of its complete vapid nature, actually earned this because at least it's kind of fun to just fly directly into the enemy, launch all of your missiles, and see what you get. It is literally like gambling. That's really all the plane is good for. It's funny when it works, though, because quite like the Phoenixes on the F-14, you're not playing the game. Your missiles are playing the game for you. And it's funny when they play the game for you and win. But, okay, let's see if we can find us some dudes. The enemy airbase is way over there. And conveniently, hey, look, guys. Wow! The only visible ground targets are literally right in front of the enemy base at the center of the map! Wow, it's almost like that's the exact fucking problem that the other map design, like the smaller maps have. The fact is that I have to fly directly into the enemy airbase in order to get near any of these ground targets, making it suicidal to go for them. Wow, it's almost like that's actually one of the major problems of the other maps. That's really not changed at all by having a bigger map. Again, these are half-assed and they're terrible. They are not what Enduring Conflict was good at, and at the end of the day, really, you just have the same problems, but it takes longer, which is why most people don't like them. We got these over here now, but same diff. You're flying directly into the enemy airbase. And the bombers over there are literally right above the enemy airbase. And I could actually lock those with a Sparrow, most likely. The only problem is they'll probably side lobe on each other in that formation and miss for some dumb reason, even though I'm literally locking one guy. Oh, great. Also, those guys literally right over there. So, in the same area here, right next to the enemy airbase, where the dudes are coming from. And also, over here behind the enemy airbase. Guys, I don't think you understand what you need to be doing on a larger map. I think one of the major problems with the game design is that most of the fighting takes place directly in front of either side's airbase, making air engagements inevitable, and also meaning that ground attack players will be jumped the moment they try and do anything. So why play something that's specialized for ground attack? Just be air superiority, because you'll run into enemy planes before you actually get to do anything. Again, major problem that War Thunder just ignores. But hey, look, some guys over here. You know, finally, in the big stupid ball of things. Unfortunately, why would I waste my missiles on those guys when the enemy is over there? And I'm gonna have to actually go over there because, yeah, we're dying. So there's nobody over here. there's less of a chance that I'll get jumped over here, but the point is I still need to actually kill the enemy to order to win the game, or I'm just picking at ground targets while my team dies horribly.
Alert. 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 Alert.
Aha! That man. Way over there. Granted, this is a little better because I have a radar. I think that is a dot. That actually is an enemy right there. That's a dot. That is. Can I lock the dot? I see the man. Is that friendly? No, that is not. I'm looking in this direction. That is an enemy. Nice lag though. Ooh, Jesus fucking Christ, that was a big hitch. I'm being locked by someone. It's probably that other guy that I was seeing, but I'm trying to lock this dot, and this dot is just can't do shit, man. That's fired at me.
Alert. Alert. Alert.
Ouch. Okay, now I got something coming in front of me. Oh, down there. About this time, we call this engaged defensively. Over now, I've got two random guys that came out of nowhere. Hi, guys. Okay, so I'm at such a low fucking speed, I've got kind of an advantage here if they, well, take forever to turn around. Where's that other schmuck? Behind me. Okay, Magic L. Okay, we got a chance. Okay, now we gotta get out of his gun. And thankfully our teammates managed to come in and save our ass. Thank you. Okay, so that's actually a successful engagement. Wow, amazing. That kind of sort of looked like real air combat for a sec there, guys. Wow, amazing. I got radar locked, I went defensive, and actually managed to avoid all of the missiles. And then the two morons that jumped me got one slammed by my missile or engaged by a teammate. That's kind of what happens on normal maps, but wow, that actually looked like normal air combat for a sec there. That F4J is probably going to attempt to lock us. Require, it's in, it's good, he's dead. Okay, so that's two actually kind of nice kills there. I'm being locked by something behind me. It is a MiG. See if we can reverse on the MiG. Come on. Okay, he wasn't pulling up hard enough. We got the reverse on the MiG. Gotta get the nose up. Get her up. Get her up there. Come on. Get up and go. Okay, this is gonna be touchy. Okay, I need to get more speed under these wings, and unfortunately, the rest of the enemy team has now arrived. That's a problem. I'm notching that guy defensively, I think. Mash the missiles. Mash the missiles. Magic missile. Magic missile. That's actually gonna get 2 kills. Mash. Mash the missiles. Mash the missiles. It's fucking bonus round now, motherfucker. That missile, I didn't get the other kill, unfortunately. That one missed. But I got 4. Alright, that's fine. I wasn't gonna win, but that is literally just RNG, motherfucker. I'm in a bad situation. I'm not gonna walk out of this. Just spam all the missiles. That's 4 kills and about 4,000 points. If the other matches didn't get us the points, that will. So we're done. We are done. I don't think we're 5,000 away. I think we're like 4. So I think it was 37. So that, we're good. That's our win there, which is okay. We actually had a pretty okay engagement. And then we had an engagement interrupted by a bunch of other people, almost honestly like we were playing a smaller map. So what was the difference there aside from it took longer? We had that one very nice engagement where I actually had to use real fighter tactics to get the fuck away from people, and it worked. And then we had another situation where, hey, I had someone engage me, and I got into a fight, and then 3 other fucking guys appeared behind me while I was actually in that fight. That shit just happens. That's just normal fucking gameplay. Why did I need a bigger map to get that result? That is literally the same thing that happens on the smaller maps, and I did not get any bonuses for playing on that larger map. It just took longer for those situations to happen. But they were the same fucking situations, and they happened, and they resulted in the same fucking outcomes. So, what was the bigger map for, guys? If everybody just does the same shit over and over again, what's making it take longer do? Nothing. But so, that's like 5,000 points, and yeah, we're done. So, what we'll do, I guess, is we'll take a small break over here and play something retarded. Let's go back and play something suspiciously under-tiered. Or I could also play the Yak. So now we just gotta wait for that map to end. And also, longer map, meaning longer time to get our rewards, because we've already won the event. Now we get to sit here and wait. We got all the points we wanted, but since that's an enduring conflict map, it's gonna take 1 billion years to complete, meaning that the game is holding out on our rewards. Yet again, why are these maps why? Why have these? At least if it was proper enduring conflict, I'd leave with my results, and then I'd have my results.
Comm team, engage.
Oh, hey! Wait, what the fuck? Dude, I'm 9-7. What are you doing here? Wow, that's... Okay, 3? Actually, he's alone. What? I must have gotten an absolutely horrific up tier to see that guy.
Prepare to engage.
Unless they shockingly down-tiered the plane, which that is a thing they could do. Honestly, I don't think it really actually deserves to be higher than 9-7 based on all the other planes in the game. It's not better than the Su-25 or the A-10 aside from speed. It's basically the same plane, but worse in a lot of other deficiencies. It can't turn, and it still only has 2 missiles, which, well, the premium A-10 also has 2 missiles, and I only have 2 missiles. So really, honestly, why is that higher aside from, it's a 4th generation fighter with nothing really advantageous aside from raw speed, but it's not really all that fast either. It's rather underwhelming compared to all the other planes as well. Additionally, because apparently the weight of the aircraft is wrong, and so are the engines. Last I heard, but those were the tree tornadoes. But so now we play a funny match in the Su-25, not the tornado. That's soon, very soon. But we'll play a match here, and then by the time this match is over, we'll have our own tornado that we can repeatedly suffer in, really. Man. See, where the fuck are we? I think we're at 10.0 at least. But the tornado idea, the IDS is 11.3, right? Like the other tornadoes, right? Unless they fucking down-tiered it, which would make sense, but... Maybe F-105, yeah, what the fuck? That 10.0 at least, like, okay, 9.7, 10.0, or if he's the early, that F-4C's 10.0. The F-105 is 9.7. Why is that guy down here? Unless he's not 11. Okay, 10.0, the A6Es. Yeah, this is a 10.0 game. Is the Marine Tornado... Did that get down-tiered? Is that straight up lower than the other tornadoes? Did I miss something here? What am I doing? All right, I still think I'm flying another fucking plane. German Tornado is 10.7. Yeah, they down-tiered that. Oof. Did I get him? Nope. Oh well. Looking at the chat, didn't notice the man firing at me until it was far too late. Oh well. That's probably killed enough time, though. German Tornado's 10.7. Yeah, no, that's... The other tornadoes are 10.3 or 11.3. That got down-tiered. Unless they all got down-tiered, so hang... Hold the fuck on. Hold the phone. Now we've got something to, write home about, because if we've got 9 Ls and a very fast, or a relatively fast plane at that situation, we might actually be able to do something. Do we have it yet, though? Hooray! Okay, well, there it is. So hold the fucking phone here. aviation, right, okay. Well, hold on. 11-3. 11-3. 11-3. Why is the Marine Tornado 10-7? It's all the same plane. Aside from bombs. Right? That's it. 9 Ls. 2 9 Ls. Two 9 Ls. And, Germany, obviously. Right, so, 2 9 Ls. Why is the Marine Tornado lower? It's the same plane. I think they shortchanged us, because, well, actually, they did us a favor because it's the Event Tornado, and they actually have to have some fucking reason to fly it. But hey, welcome to the German side of things. Yeah, what the fuck? What? I mean, great, but what? This is honestly a copy-paste of a plane. Wow, oh, there's gotta be a fucking catch here. Oh, I have to actually pay a lot to actually put it into service. Oof, but I've got the money anyway. Okay, so, what's going on here? A realistic battle, obviously. I mean, this looks nice, but the whatchamacallit, the extra camo, we can't even see it. Never mind. I guess you only get it if you're one of those, those spiffy, content creators that gets rentals. But, oh, Jesus Christ, we have to unlock literally everything. But, okay, so, oh, aside from 9 Ls. So, yeah, what the fuck? It's the same thing! Aside from the anti-ship missiles, we don't have, like... Oh, we've got flare pods, too. Fantastic. Wait, those don't... Yeah, they don't come stock. Great. Great, fantastic. But now here we go. Also, I'd like the fuel tanks, but then again, I don't think the fuel tanks are going to be... We'll see. But, okay, well, at least we get the 9 Ls standard, but... Why is this 10-7? This is literally the same plane as all the others. I don't think she's got major differences in terms of her weight or her engines. From what I've seen, Chief, you might need the drop tanks. I'm not surprised because all of the all the new planes guzzle fuel, but we'll see because we kind of need to play this like a fighter for a little bit. Because we're forced to, but yes, chaff and flares, good, okay, fantastic. Because small family company, please understand. Yes, okay, right. Maybe test the flight beforehand? Nah, fuck it. Alright, so, this thing is now, Asuka, because it's a high-maintenance girlfriend that isn't good at anything. But apparently, she's got preferential treatment because she gets to be 10-7, and the other tornadoes get to be 11-3. Why fuck you? Or rather, hey, you get a benefit for playing the event. You get a better tornado than everyone else. Geronimo suffers. Yeah, no. Yeah, 58 minutes. I don't think she guzzles fuel that fast, but we'll see. Okay, so it's a tornado. I mean, hey! Wow, okay, you could actually play this in, well, yeah, you could actually play this in Sim really, actually fairly well. You've got Blue Force Tracker down there actually guiding you around. She's got nice accoutrements for what she is. However, she's awful at raw air-to-air combat, most likely. Yeah, that's not... Oh, there she goes. Boy howdy, look at that fuel drain. Ooh, Lord, that is draining. Okay, so what I've heard is, yeah, she's got bad rudder authority, especially at high speed. That makes the guns really hard to aim. You've only got 2 missiles, and I don't have any chaff and flares. However, we're 10-7 for some bizarre fucking reason. I don't think there's a real reason other than the tornado at the event tornado gets preferential treatment for you to have a reason to fly the event tornado and thus grind for it. That's probably the only reason it's 10-7. How to burn an hour's worth of fuel in 6 minutes. Burner! Burner! She's not even... Honestly, she doesn't really feel all that fast. I mean, we're approaching Mach, but she doesn't really feel all that fast. Okay, so... There's the G-load. So, actually, we're actually competitively placed, so maybe this does have some redeeming qualities, because Asuka gets to play in the kiddie pool. That's seemingly the only redeeming quality about this plane, is that it's ranked lower than all of the other Tornadoes that can't really do anything at top tier. Fuck, I could fight F-105s that have no flares, with 9Ls, and a plane that will catch up to them. And F-104s that also probably do not have flares. I can lock onto them, and also I can radar slave with the... Jesus fucking Christ, what, okay, I'm not quite sure if this is kosher, but this is gonna be a really inefficient F-16. Or an incredibly inefficient F-16 at this job. However, unfortunately, because clouds are an amazing game mechanic, I like to fire a missile. Thank you. That guy does not know what's coming. He is dead. I think they did something really cheeky at the last fucking second by down-tiering this. So, I think I'm seeing the grift here. But once again, Geronimo suffers. Am I right, guys? Jeremiah is in constant pain. Right? I think this is actually where the Tornado should be, but it's gotten the battle rank ahead of everybody else. So I wouldn't be surprised if all the Tornadoes are going to get down ranked to 10-7, but this gets it first, because we've got to give you a reason to fly this. So, if all we're doing is radar slaving 9Ls and shooting them at people who have no flares, actually this is kind of nice. Also, we're already halfway through our flares, through our fuel, God help us. Well, I might have to eat my words here. Asuka might be a pretty okay waifu, at least until we actually have to fight something that, you know, like an A-10 or a tram that fires Ls at us. Like that F-4C, we can catch up to him, and he don't got flares. He doesn't have flares to stop the L, so if I get the lock, he's toast. But that Su-25 might get him before I do. Wait, nope. No, you stupid fuck. Unfortunately, my radar's doing the same thing. No, I want him, that man. And you're fucking dead. Good night, Irene. This might actually have worked its way into something actually pretty nice, actually. And now I'm going to run away from literally everyone because I can actually do that. Also, I have to bind a key for the thrust reverser because I do actually have that. Maybe shift? Because we do, well, actually, but we have to, well, actually, if I'm, I think I'd want to have the thrust reverser and the air brake out at the same time. So yes, maybe shift. Because it does actually have a thrust reverser. So, guys, I may still call her Asuka, but for kind of different reasons. She's kind of high maintenance still, but she actually has some advantages down here at 10-7 because they pulled a fast one at the last second. Wow. Holy fucking shit, Gaijin does it again. Of course, I only have 2 Ls, but I got my kills, and now I'm fucking leaving. I could probably stand to get gun kills if I had chaff and flares, but I still have to grind for that. So, effectively speaking, now I have everything, or rather part of the thing that makes the F-16 so good and just radar slaving missiles that may or may not kill the guy, against people who don't get flares. Okay, Asuka, you may have gotten this somewhere actually pretty good. Maybe I'll stop calling you a bitch now. I still want that bright red Idolmaster camo. Of course, Asuka's not an idol, but you know she is. You know what kind of skin I'm talking about. You have some love. You have to love Vietnam-era planes versus semi-modern shit. I know, War Thunder is a realistic game, don't you know? Yeah, so, I'm a Tornado versus Vietnam-era planes without chaff and flares. You can add drop tanks without research. That too, however, for this engagement, I didn't need them because I had to run away like a mook. So, yeah, if you're on burner all the time, you're gonna need that because I'm 15, I only got 15 minutes of fuel left. But yeah, you could throw those on. You'll be okay. If you actually had some, some ability to actually stick and move with these guys, which I don't right now because I'm not gonna put a plane with no flares into that kind of situation. We had to run away screaming. We got our 2 kills and we ran away screaming. And so we're back at the airbase now. Okay, so hang on here. Okay, no, options, controls. Thrust reversal. And so now we get thrust reversal, which means suddenly our engine power is going backwards. And we can slow down real fucking quick. Ooh, boy howdy, look at this fucking thing break. I'm not gonna be able to land, but...
Enemy forces eliminated. Nice work, Comm
Unfortunately,
Team.
didn't slow down fast enough for that gear. Gotta watch that shit out. But I think I also have a drag chute as well. But ooh, boy, we've got a thrust reverser, too. And we're fucking ranked 10-7 for some bizarre reason. Okay. At first I thought we were going to be stuck with a bitchy high-maintenance girlfriend with no really redeeming qualities, but no, actually giving her a chance to... giving her a chance to state her case and putting a bit of time into her showcases that, yeah, she gets preferential treatment because her mom and dad have lots of money. My dad is Gaijin, and in Asuka's case, it might as well be literally that because we didn't actually know anything about Asuka's dad. Her mom, obviously, that's a big fucking thing about her character development, but we don't actually know diddly dick about Asuka's dad. So, yeah, Asuka's dad is Gaijin, and she gets to play against Vietnam-era planes with no flares. Because, the Marduk Institute is broke like that, sir. It's not it's just Gendo Akari doing whatever he wants. It's not actually really based on anything. However, unfortunately, I didn't make the... I should have made that before because you can't make custom loadouts while you're in the game. We'll be okay, though, because we don't actually want to be in combat any more than we have to anyway. We really, really don't want to be out there for extended periods of time anyway, because we want to hit our missiles, and then we want to leave. Hey, look! Boy howdy, it's real fucking German in here! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and... I don't think that's the event Phantom, but it might be. Boy howdy, that's a lot of tornadoes up here. This plane is so useless. That might be a skill issue. Unless we get down tier, unless we're not getting down tiered to fight Vietnam-era planes with 9Ls against people who have no flares. This is just, this just kind of suddenly became somewhat like the Su-25, but it's not as aggressively placed. It's still aggressively placed in a competitive, or actually, a beneficial environment, not competitive. This is not fucking competitive. I shouldn't be fighting Vietnam-era planes with no flares. What are you, nuts? This is beneficially placed. But you could kind of work this. Now I kind of changed my mind now on this tornado, lol. Yeah, I kind of did too. Wow, she's actually, because Gaijin did a fast one on us, and now she's actually placed in a place that, functionally from a gameplay standpoint, is very good for her. She's a Mach 2 capable plane with all aspect missiles, fighting Vietnam-era planes that won't actually get the Mach 1 and won't really get above Mach 1 in a competitive amount of time, and also don't have flares. Who also can't go head-on with us, aside from guns, because they don't have all-aspect missiles, and we do! Who the fuck thought this was a good idea? Alright. We gotta make the event something to grind for, right, kids? We gotta make sure you're getting something at the end, or no one will play the event, right? Ah, there it is. That's the grift. You get a tornado that's objectively better than all of the other tornadoes because it gets to fight people who can't fight back. Ah, there's the grift. Okay, so apparently, if we accept Asuka here as our waifu, we're marrying into money is what the fuck we're doing. Feels good. There's the broke as fuck gaijin I know. If they're not gonna be good developers, they're not gonna be, straight and above the bar with this whole shit. At least they can be broken and entertaining and mulch players with their broken systems. Right? Remember, the only thing actually good about, the thing about War Thunder is that the only thing of value is the fact that it actually, it makes things that are overpowered extremely fun, and anything that's not overpowered is boring as fuck. Right? Hey, kid. Bye. And now we're going home because I don't actually have any ability. That's an F4J. That's a fair fight. That guy actually had flares too, if he wasn't paying attention. Ooh! Ooh! Well, don't push her too hard, kids, because that'll happen, but I'm fine. We're a flugger. We don't need... She'll be okay. She does that every afternoon. She just kind of has a fucking manic breakdown. It's okay. She'll be fine, and I don't have flares. Oh no. Well, I could keep flying. I hope to God that the AIM-9E that guy fired at me won't get anywhere near me, and it looks like we're... Yep, no, it detonated over there. We're leaving. Okay, time to go home now. She had us... Asuka just got into a really bitchy mood at the mall now and kind of ruined everything. We're going home now. She got into a screaming match with me for no apparent reason, and now everyone's feelings are hurt. Time to go home.
The enemy's getting closer
And
to victory.
we're gonna be fine because... Oh boy. Unless we break the other wing off. Right? Because I don't have any I don't have rudder now. Or rather, I don't have the aileron on the other wing. So I'm relying on the other wing. She's gonna be slow in that direction, of course. But she'll probably be able to make an emergency landing with really no problem at all. I mean, well, that's not above Mach, but she's not exactly super cruising, but she's doing okay. So this is actually pretty okay. Obviously, you're gonna have some problems with it because... Yeah, you might not want to turn full blast at Mach. That might be a bad idea. She got into a fight with another girl at the food court. Yep, something like that. Okay, so actually we don't. Actually, no, we do not have a drag chute. Okay, but that's what the thrust reverser is for. So we can actually have the thrust actually up, and that actually contributes to slowing us down. However, we want to slow down a little faster than that. That'd be real fucking swell if we could just slow down. Slow down. I'd like to slow down, please. And then, oh boy. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of rough. Yeah, there's kind of a happy zone with this. Oh, well, all right, we're fine. We're good. Everything's fine. What was I using the cannon for anyway? Okay, she's got some interesting landing characteristics. So it looks like the thrust reverser has kind of a sweet spot, not at full blast, because obviously it's going to make you want to go forward then. I gotta learn that. This is the first plane I actually have with a thrust reverser, so etiquette with that is gonna be a bit of a learning process. We'll figure that out, though. I'm not sure if that eliminates all forward thrust entirely. Obviously it would, because it's right in front of the engines. So, would having that shit on full blast actually make us slow down faster? It didn't seem like it. It might be just better to belly land the fucking thing, even though she probably doesn't like that. Okay, back up we go. So, this is obviously a little bit clunky. Clearly. She's gonna have some problems, but she's actually really aggressively placed. Whereas she's fighting shit that actually can't defend itself if you get a down tier. So you can just zip in, fire an L, and you're done. I might be able to actually do bomb runs in this because I actually have what I need, and I'm fast enough to actually get into the situations that I need to get into, and then get the fuck out. Like, I've got bombs. All I have to do is, oh, there's some guy coming in right in front of me. I fire an L at him. He doesn't have any flares. He's fucking dead. And then just fly right out of there because I'm actually going over Mach, and then I can actually bomb something then. Huh! We'll see about that, but, Question about the event tornado. Does it allow you to lock onto other things other than boats with missiles? Apparently you can lock onto planes and tanks with it. I do not have the missiles yet. I will see. I do not have the funny anti-ship missiles. I will test when I do. There's the dot. Yes, hello. I'm also faster than that F5 over there. Yep. He's coming. Yeah, no, he's coming right at me. I've got 2 L's, which may or may not hit him. Also, that's not him. Where's the man, Radar? Radar, where's the man? Where did he go? He was right here. I saw the dot. Where did he go? Also, just a test here. Also, wow, okay, I can't actually tighten the search. I don't have a narrow cone. Yep! Look at that. No ground clutter. They just turned off ground clutter. The plane just doesn't have ground clutter problems. Noted. But unfortunately, she will give me a transient. Watch that. They mean... Okay, we're gonna treat her like the F-100 now, where... Watch that fucking extreme G warning. Watch that shit. You will actually die because of that. But where's the other man? Where is the man? Oh, there he is. So yeah, she straight up doesn't have ground clutter. So yeah, you could probably stand a chance at locking tanks on ground level, or anything else at ground level, because ground clutter? What? What clutter? There is none. Usually you'd get the radar and, the radar would be like flashing bright fucking green and blinding you at this point, but no, they just fucking switched off ground clutter. Okay. Okay, there's the man. I see him. I see him over there. I might be able to get in there and just kind of barely get that lock off. Can the 9L get him without the radar lock? I sees the man. Can I get the lock? I sees him. He is still there. I'm gonna try and sweep her around. Ah, that wasn't him. That was a dark tree. My bad. I am gonna get shot at by the Rolands. Oh, hello. Yes, hello. Boy, howdy, that was close. Okay, so the 9Ls decided you weren't gonna track that guy. Oh well. I'm gonna die now. Okay, those... thanks, 9Ls. Oop. Okay, the Rolands are being very sluggish today. Okay. I am in a suicidal situation. I'm probably not walking out of here, but I might actually get a kill or two. Ooh, boy, that wing damage. They shoot a missile at me, I'm dead. Oh, yep, that's the Yorks. Yep, nope, there we go. Yep, there. Yep, oh well. I knew I was gonna die, but oh well. I didn't get in there. Okay, note to self. F5Es are kind of cold. Note it. All learning process. I thought I could get a kill there, but apparently, yeah, we're fighting things that are so disadvantageous, we actually have to kind of plan around it because they're not as hot as the planes at top tier. Yeah, Asuka has problems targeting women not as attractive as her. Wow. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put those tanks on there. It's not customization, we want modifications. Okay, so create. We want L. Drop tank. Drop tank. L. And then we'll have the flares when we actually have those on the outer pylons, and then we can have whatever the fuck we want underneath these. We can actually have 2 anti-ship missiles here for fun. We'll see exactly what the fuck goes on there, but we'll try it. Those aren't actually that far away, so we probably will actually, yeah. We'll be researching those as soon as we actually have the chaff and flares. So, yeah, suddenly out of the blue, this is actually a pretty advantageous plane to have until when you have chaff and flares, because she's down-tiered nonsensically. Like I said, you gotta have a reason to grind for the event, and if we tell you this tornado is artificially better than the other ones because it gets better matchmaking, you got a reason to get the event, kids. Haha, yes, I will play against Vietnam-era planes that have barely any defenses to get near me. The only things that could actually shoot back at me effectively are trams and A-10s, but I can actually outmaneuver both of those, and Su-25s that also I could outmaneuver. I don't actually have to fight any of those planes if I don't want to. Everyone else I could just willy-nilly force a head-on into and probably stand a pretty good chance at knocking people out. Now this is a 10.0 game, at least. 5 Cs. Actually, no, 9 7s. They're being dragged up. Okay. So, yeah, it says 10-7, but looks like you're going to be fighting a lot of 9-7 planes that are getting full up tiers, which, well, sucks to be you, kids. Unfortunately, yeah, Jesus, those tanks have 30 minutes of fuel in them. Good lord. Yeah, so now we solved the tank problems. We've got plenty of fucking fuel. We'll be out here all damn day long. But yeah, so because this is 10-7 for no apparent reason at all, this is actually a pretty good tornado to play. But I think this is actually a temporary got-ya, because I think everyone hates the tornadoes, they suck, they're probably all going down to 10-7. This just gets here first because it gets to be something on a billboard. This gets the down tier before everything because it's gotta be a poster child for the event. Once the event is over, most likely all the tornadoes will get their down tiers. Because everybody hates the tornadoes, they really shouldn't be where they are. Or rather, they should be where they are. Unfortunately, they have no redeeming qualities because of War Thunder's design. Now the tornado has redeeming qualities because we're fighting things that can't fight back. But we're up now, so this is less advantageous, but that actually... Isn't that... That's the Assault 20... That's the ground attack flogger, I think. Gotta be. That's the one with no missiles and it's all go. We're up at a kind of reasonable tier, but still better than the other tornadoes who have to fight casually, all, you know... Oh no. Oh no. Woo! Oh, ow. Okay, now we're actually up at top tier. Why are there Su-25s at top tier? I guess somebody was platooning. That fucked with me. That's a Phoenix. That fucking proximity fused. We're lucky to be alive. I've got no way to actually defend against that aside from, going defensive. But that might not work. Ooh boy. Okay, so we still do get top tier games. But you have a chance to get games that are really fucking good. Nope, couldn't get the lock. Okay, so now we got a bit of an issue here, and also the radar is tracking everyone that I don't want to track. And... Oh... Well, oh well.
Our victory is near.
Okay, make that turn. I'm gonna die here, but I'm just trying to get as many fucking points as I possibly can before that happens. Actually, that looks like it's good. That's the Magic L. That's the Magic L! I know how those work. They just kill people. Thrust reversal. I should not be slow. Actually, I should probably get rid of those if I'm going to be dogfighting. It's probably a good idea. Should probably get all that useless weight off the fucking side of the wings. It's probably going to negatively impact my dogfighting performance. It's almost like they do that as etiquette. Oh! Also, happy New Year to you, Dancing Fool. We actually have a pretty interesting plane. Unfortunately, because I don't have the chaff and flares unlocked, we still have to basically play like a suicidal moron, because there's really no way to actually not play like that. But hey, I got one kill because Magic L! Sometimes it'll just ignore all the flares and get the kill. Okay. Okay, so actually, I think that's about the same as the F-16's reward ratio. She's definitely not a premium. Also, I do have these crew. Actually, well, it's for the crew, air quotes. I should probably think about. Yeah, I don't got enough money for that. She's not G-locking as bad as the other planes, probably because she's not as fast. But these are just for the crew that isn't in the plane. The pilot's maxed out. I just don't have $1 million to buy the qualifications for. We'll see if we actually have that long of a career with her. But she looks okay now, because that's the big stick. 10-7. You can fight shit with no flares, with all aspect missiles. That's great from a you standpoint. Sucks to be them, though, but that's what you're getting here. You're getting a tornado that's really bad at top tier, but placed against planes that have no means of defending themselves against you. Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of easy kills. That's how AIM-9Ls should work. They should work, but it's basically gambling at that point. It's sometimes they will go for the flares, sometimes they won't. You have no control over that, so every time you launch the missile, I'm rolling dice. I pulled a 10. I put in a 10 pull in like Fate Grand Order or some other gacha waifu game, and I got the 5-star SSR. In this case, the 5-star SSR is the missile impacting the target. Money shot. But that's it. From a gameplay standpoint, you've got gambling missiles. They're pretty good, because you can lock all aspect, and they're even better than the other tornadoes and the F-16, because I am now fighting shit that don't got flares! So that means they've got no reason to miss the fucking target. So secretly, what they've given you is a German Frogfoot. It's not as aggressively placed as the actual Frogfoot, but secretly this is what they've slid to you. Yeah, I like the F-16 too. Unfortunately, it's just the missiles are playing the game for you, but that's worth it at top tier. This, yeah, she's gonna have some problems. She's gonna have some anarchisms with the tornado here at this tier, but yeah, there's some benefits to actually getting on Asuka's good side. How about that? She might flash you one of those sweet, sweet down tiers. What a toxic relationship, but hey, you've got benefits. Okay, so the problem with the radar is that while I can extend the radar, I can't narrow the search, so like, picking people out at long range is kind of impossible. Maybe because they thought of that, because then you could actually lock people at long range and use the anti-ship missiles like BVR missiles. That they probably thought of that. But the thing is, the radar literally cannot be cluttered. So that's actually really good. As you've seen, the radar does have some deficiencies though. Excuse me, is there a missile coming near me? I think there is. Yeah, something actually shot at me. The unfortunate thing is, I don't have chaff and flares, so the only thing I can do is potentially outrun the missiles. Go fast. Fast! Fast! I hear it. I don't see it. I know it's out there, though. We might be able to see the spec, but no, I'm not running those missiles. Okay. It's out there. You could hear it. But I think at some point, we're going to see a puff. Somewhere out there. Okay. Okay, so actually, yeah, that's actually something you can do. You can, in fact, run away from the slower planes with all-aspect missiles because you are just that fast. You are just that fast, and they're not providing enough boost to their missiles in order to track you like that. Come on. Nope. Oh, well. So, A-10s and trams, you could actually just straight up run away from them. That's, it's gonna be better when we have the chaff and flares, but now we know you can just outrun the 9Ls being fired from other planes, because they're not fast enough. So this is a lot of odd shit. It's working out in your favor in really odd ways. Unfortunately, there goes all my missiles. I don't want to get into a front-on engagement with a bunch of A-10s, though. That's all the fuel, so now we're going to get even faster. I don't want to get into a front-on engagement with a shitload of A-10s. That would be very bad for me. However, unfortunately, that's all the targets in there, so we're going to have to actually do something clever here in order to get some gun kills. Got plenty of fuel for it. let's actually put that thrust reverser to work here. Maybe we'll actually get something done with it. Probably actually, maybe get this AV-8 that's up here, and not actually go for the A-10s. However, this is going to be kind of an issue. We don't have that many teammates around here. We seem to be running low on the teammates. It's very bad. That guy fired up at me. Up, 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 up. No, that's gonna hit me. Nope. You can't run vertically, though, in some cases, unfortunately. Until I have chaff and flares, I can't do anything about that. Okay, so basically what we're going to be doing is we're trying to rush in and get as many kills as possible. So kind of just like the F-16, but there's really... you can't really finesse this when other people have front aspect missiles and you don't have flares, which is what we're going to be treating other people to once we actually have flares and once we get down tiers, which you can get. So... that's the pain and misfortune you are visiting on other people, but eventually you will get the flares rather quickly, and then you don't have to deal with that shit as much. So you just fail upwards until you get chaff and flares, and then you're golden. So what we will be doing is just flying forward until we get our front aspect meme kills, and that's it. We'll just try and do as much as we possibly can, but she's obviously really suboptimal playing in this, especially when you run into other people who have chaff and flares and all-aspect missiles. However, that's not going to be everyone, as we saw. With that first game, at least. Let's see if we can get more of them. Boy, howdy, I'd love to shoot at F-104s and F-105s that don't have flares. Oh, a Jaguar with the fucking vertical pylons. Yeah, he does get the... actually, does he have 4 missiles? Actually, no, he's only got 2. Huh. Was he using them for fucking style points? Sir, where are your other missiles? So as we can imagine, this plane, again, starting off, it's gonna suck because you don't have chaff and flares, but you could get that down tier, and that's a great down tier because fucking nobody can fight you. So you will get a really, really good fucking game. So that's the kind of soft advantage you get in this tornado, other than the other tornado. Aside from the other tornadoes. Who will get fucked because they're at 11-3 and you're 10-7 because Gaijin said so. But I think that's probably temporary. We're just getting it so there's something to sell the tornado with, or the event tornado with, and then probably after the event's over, most likely the other tornadoes will just get down tier to 10-7 because there's no reason for them to be up there and this to be down here. The other tornadoes clearly need help, and everyone knows that. The only problem is you can't really do anything aside from put them in situations where they really shouldn't be. Let's not do that. Let's engage defensively. And that appears to have worked. Can we reverse on him? Yeah, let's just get rid of those. We're in the fight. I think we're in the fight. Let's re-engage here, because I don't really want to dive in there, because I'm not an F-16. If I had chaff and flares, I would be able to do something there, or rather, I'd be a little bit more adventurous, but not now. We'll get those eventually, but we kind of have to do a little teeny tiny bit of caution here, and hopefully that guy did not see that missile get launched. He did. Uh-oh, that's going for the Jag. Jag! What? Okay, we're good. Jag almost got splashed by that, but good. He got him. Let's see if we can shoot this over the jet, or rather... Okay, hit him. Uh-oh. Confuse him! Okay, that might have worked. I might have actually given that guy... given that missile something to look at that wasn't me. If I had chaff and flares, I would have saved the missile there, but I had to do something. Had to do something there. Missiles will get confused by other missiles and rockets, funny enough, that will actually confuse a missile and cause it to miss. Okay, so let's see if we can get this F5 here, who is actually still alive. Okay, we're actually going to have a chance to get a shot here. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, I should have seen that one coming. No, I am not out-pulling him no matter how much I pull. That is still an AIM-9E, though. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, he's actually could hit me. He just has no idea how to aim. He could actually hit me. He's pulling enough lead. Yep, there it is. Oh, no. Oof. Yep, there it goes. Even though I do have another stabilizer. I just lost all mine. Okay, so you can't dogfight with F5Es. Noted. Probably pretty sensible. So it looks like she's fire the L's and go home sort of thing. Just don't engage with that, because I can't turn like that. I figured as much. Everyone hates the plane because you can't really do very much in it. But okay, we can't do that either. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you're not really winning turning battles with people who are really good at turning. What a surprise. Had to see it, though. See it firsthand, so I know not to do that shit anymore. And it looks like, yeah, just kind of fire the L's at them and go home. And then engage people who are really just fucked in order to actually hit, with the guns. Just engage. Oh. Oh. A G91, the bad G91. Why the fuck would I want to buy that? All right. So stock, she's kind of painful, and you are actually entirely reliant on the 29Ls. That's it. You are stock nearly entirely reliant on gambling missiles. That's all you got. You got a gun, but you might not be able to get into a situation where you could use that gun, depending on how you get tiered. Because if you get a bunch of, if you get a 10-7 game where you got a bunch of 9-7 planes that get fucking up tiered and can't fight against you, then maybe you can think about using the gun, like right now. Okay. You might be able to use a gun against some of these guys. Those guys have flares, but not all of them will. And the A5s only have 8 flares. And today they're on our team, so we're fighting Harriers and a bunch of other things at this tier. So you will get some of the time, actually get an advantageous game. It's just that you're a whole lot better if you have chaff and flares, which is obviously the first thing you want to research. So you're going to be in unfortunate situations that are suicidal for a handful of games, and then she'll actually even out. And then, since you have chaff and flares, you'll be able to just avoid missiles, and then fly home. So really, what you're doing is you're flying things like top tier at a lower tier. And because most of these planes aren't as good as the top tier ones, or aren't as competitive, you will be able to outrun people. So this is one of those situations where you're almost kind of a starfighter, though the starfighter is faster than you. So it's one of those, you actually have a speed advantage over a lot of the people you will fight. If you have chaff and flares, even better. Anytime they fire a missile at you, you just go, chaff and flares, and then you keep flying away from them. And eventually, they will give up, and then you could either re-engage, or just fly home. So this is kind of like playing top tier at low tier, or rather at a lower tier. This is playing 11-3 at 9-7, which, again, does work because you are a lot faster than a lot of the planes you're going to be fighting, and some of them don't have flares. You have an all-aspect missile, they do not. Or rather, most of them don't. Only very few people do, and as we saw, in a straight line, if they fire at you and you are already leaving them behind, the A-10s and trams do not give their missiles enough acceleration to catch you if you're already cruising at top speed away from the target. They don't fire. Well, they can't catch you. So let's see. I see that guy. I'm not sure what was going on with that guy, but I got my kill. But you can actually outrun missiles in this if the the launch vehicles are slow enough. Like the A5s, those guys will probably catch us with those the Magics. They'll probably catch us. The A10s, they have a chance to actually just burn out before they get to us. Psh, okay. Catch, fucker! Hey, good catch! Nope. Nope, nope. We're just leaving. Nope, we are just leaving. Whoa, that's that's a lot of shells flying through the air in our general direction. We do not want to be there. We are leaving. Goodbye. I got my 2 kills. We're going home. That F-4... See, that guy I can get into a gunfight with. That guy I can stand to get a gun kill on. It'd be nice if I just had some missiles, but I've already used my missiles. I've already gotten my 2 free kills. And now I have to try a little bit more. Okay, let's slow down a little bit, because we'll kind of probably overshoot. I don't want to take fucking forever to get near it, though. He reversed on us. However, he's going much faster, and I have a thrust reverser. I might be able to leverage that against him, but the Harrier came over to shoot at me. I didn't have flares, so I couldn't defend against that. Damn. Again, you're still gonna have to worry about being third-partied by people, and Dawn is gonna hide people more than usual. Okay. So it's kind of like the F-16. There's a bunch of shit that will get in the way of you getting gun kills. So you're gonna have to make sure 100% positive that you are the only fuckers there for you to slow down and actually get into a fight, or actually, again, have the chaff and flares out. So, yeah, she's got all the problems of a top-tier plane at lower tier, which is still present, but not as much because you're fighting against people who suck. Well, have less performance than you, or worse planes than you, that have disadvantages that they can never get over because they don't actually get things like all-aspect missiles. Or in some cases, they don't get flares, ever. So they will never be able to actually get over those disadvantages. So you will always have those advantages against those planes, and you will fight them more often than the other tornadoes. And, additionally, because you're ranked lower, you'll fight them more than the other top-tier aircraft right now, because they're all up at 11.3 and 11.7, and will never actually fight 9.7 aircraft. So you get to fight them, and they don't, even though you have the same problems as them. So there's an art to using this if you want to, but that actually is a top-tier game. Hello. Hi, Miggers. Well, I got one. So this is going to swing violently. I guess we are playing Asuka still. Not in the ways that I expected, but some of the ways I expected, yes. She's not quite useless, but she has problems that you're gonna have to get over. And then also, she's gonna swing very violently in terms of matchmaking. Sometimes you'll get a 9-7 game and you're laughably effective. Other times you'll get thrown up to top tier because you're 10-7, meaning that 1.0 higher than you is, what a surprise, 11-7, where all the Fulcrums and F-16s are. So you'll get really advantageous 9-7 games, and then really actually bad games at top tier at 11-7. Okay. So it's to give you advantageous games and also keep your matchmaking queues low, because that's where all the action's happening at top tier. There's a shit ton of 9-7 and abouts planes, and right now, since everyone's playing top tier, there's a shit ton of 11-7 planes. You're right between both of those groups. So I can somewhat see the usefulness in doing this because it means you're always going to have matches. You're just going to be playing against the top tier and things that you shouldn't be playing against. So, okay. So that's the deal there. You do get 9-7 games, but you also get 11-7 games. You gotta kind of be... there's an art to playing this. It's, again, not very good, but... well, there are some advantageous elements about it if you wish to play it. She still shouldn't be 10-7, but like I said, that's probably just so it's a poster. They can put that on the sales pitch. Most likely what's going to happen is all the tornadoes are going to get down tiered to 10-7. Ooh, another tornado. I bet he doesn't have flares. Actually, that missile is not pulling nearly as hard enough to actually get him. And he did not have flares. He did not chaff and flare, mainly because that missile was going nowhere near him. Whoops. Sometimes, when you're flying the F-16, the missiles will pull that hard. Not that time. Get rid of those. Like that guy, that guy, okay, he's flying into the ground. It's locking a missile. Not that guy over there, a missile. Now it doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. The guy's looking at me, but he ain't fucking radar or anything, so it doesn't look like he's already dead. Okay, so the radar, apparently doesn't really have all that great, countermeasures to it. Because it's getting stuck on people I don't want to shoot and chaff and flares. That guy actually has chaff and flares. And the radar's going so stupid that I can't actually get the shot. That's where radar slaving actually fucking bit me in the ass there. However, that's a tornado, and I'm a tornado, which means I can turn with him. However, unfortunately, we're still in that situation where I can get third-partied at any fucking moment now. Nope. Oh, she has combat flaps. How novel. Unfortunately, I'm making big, stupid maneuvers in front of where the enemy team is, so, at any fucking moment... Okay, good, they're all fucking distracted. Yeah, that's not gonna help me. That would not help me in this situation. Okay, they're all busy. Unfortunately, he's turning just about as well as I am. And looks like that Fulcrum's gonna get the kill. Yep, he got the kill. Okay, so you get one turn maybe on these guys. Oh, hey, look, another tornado. Hey, look, a consolation prize. Let's try our luck. Missile away. Actually, he had... Wow, he had... It almost magic-held. He has flares, but it almost went through the flares. Alright, well, this looks like it's us and this guy. So, dogfighting performance. Kinda bad. That situation, I'm only still alive because there was no one over here to engage me. Most of the time, I would have been shot immediately out of the air doing what I'm doing. And I don't have chaff and flares, so I couldn't really do anything about that. But again, I have to be here in order to get the kills, so something's got to give here. Which way did he go? He went over there. And we're gaining on him, too. Slowly, and he's not flying directly towards his airbase, so this is gonna, we're gonna have at least one pass on him. Will I get the hit? Probably not. But we're gonna be there to try. He's probably gonna game the map boundary on me, which, what do you know, War Thunder? Ah, yes, well, I will chase you to the edge of the... Actually, he snapped a wing off, looks like. Huh. Okay. So he done broke a wing. I don't think he really has a choice but to run away there, but, we're getting him. I'm gonna burn all my fucking fuel, because I'm either getting the points or I'm not. That's the only thing that actually gives two flying fucks about. We're gonna go to the ends of the earth. I'm trailing on him because he's dragging ass into the wind slightly. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. If I still had a missile, I could probably hit him now and he wouldn't be able to actually get away from it. I'm gonna get you. gotcha! That was fucking comedic on my part, but I gotcha! You're dead! You think I have do you think I have any fucking idea how to aim these guns? Fuck, I can't even master the fucking Vulcan on the F-16. We're guessing.
Returning to the base.
The man is slowly burning. He is dead, but he is taking forever to die. Probably because he's trying to just, well, trying to get a lock on me, potentially, but let's see here.
Keep it up and victory will be ours.
Nope. Oh well. He's dead. He's delaying the entire match doing that, but he's dead. Bye. Yeah, he's,
The enemy threat level has dropped off even more.
wasting everybody's time, but alright, fine. Any second now. There we go.
Well done.
Okay then, we're good. That's probably my chaff and flares now. So yeah, she's not very good in some cases, as everyone has seen, or everybody knew, but there's ways to work this, or you will actually... You can make this kind of work, but this is still playing a goofy event vehicle. In a way, she's not as eccentric as you'd want her to be, but she's got some advantageous ways of playing, or rather things that are granted to you. Oh, you cocksucker. Did the other match get me some points? You son of a bitch. No. Gonna go to the bathroom, folks. I'll be right back. But, well, we're at least gonna get the chaff and flares, and hopefully we'll get to the missiles then. Okay. All right, back into it. We've got like 300 points to chaff and flares, and then we can move on to the missiles. Though we'll probably get more high-scoring games because with the chaff and flares, I can stand to put the plane in a bit more danger. Hopefully, some other 9-7 games will also be very good. Here's hoping. Okay. Off and away we go. So she seems like, with the fuel tanks, though, decreasing the fuel in the tanks would actually probably decrease the... Hang on here. If I take 45 minutes of fuel? Oh, okay. Alright, so they fixed that. The F-16, early on, it would actually decrease the fuel in the tanks rather than in the plane. So, if we've got the tanks, we don't need that much fuel. So we're still getting, in all the situations that I was in, we still have like 20 minutes of fuel left by the time we're done. either coming back to the airbase or we're dead anyway. So we could shave a little bit of fuel off of that and maybe help the maneuverability a teensy tiny bit. But she has probably the most fuel out of all of the other planes, so she needs the drop tanks the least. She still needs them, but she's right on the line of almost you don't need them.
Excellent.
Also, additionally, they're way bigger tanks than all of the other planes, so they've also got more fuel in them as well. So maybe you could shave a little bit of fuel off that to get some performance there. It's all in when you drop the tanks, though. Okay, tornado, 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 tornado. Tornado, 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 tornado. And yeah, we're up at top tier, but we're not at 11-7. Thank God for that. Well, we're still fighting F-14s. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, F-14s and F-5s. Yeah, a couple F-14, yeah, mostly, okay, so it's mostly like 10-3. That's where we are right now. Mostly 10-3. I got him. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no, there's my death. I have no way of defending against that. There's my death. I got my kill, but there's my death. Because I don't have the flare. Now I've got the flares, but I can't do anything. Until you have the flares, you can't really dodge missiles like that, because that's what top-tier gameplay has become. The missiles don't miss. But I got the kill, so I got my points, and so I have my chaff and flares right now. So, well, after that game ends anyway. And so now I'll be able to actually defend myself. You know, whenever that match completes, but we'll play another one just in case we'll get a good one. It'll help us along to the missiles, which we might be able to use as ghetto BVR missiles. Or ghetto sparrows, we'll see. Because I'm thinking, if we get a radar lock on something like an F-4C that has no way of defending ourselves, we might actually stand a chance to hit him with the goofy fucking Phoenix thing that's strapped underneath the plane. It's kind of like a super Nord, more or less, what we're firing at people. The Nord works because of its proximity fuses. It's really hard to avoid once you're actually committed to a head-on and you suddenly throw it out at people. You can't really get away from it. This actually has radar to it, so you might be able to actually get that to work in a head-on attack. And... Okay. Pride of the German Air Force here. Once we also unlock bombs, we might be able to actually do something and maybe get a little... Because we've got time. We're fast enough to get to the bomb targets and actually get away from them. At least down here. We might be able to actually get in, drop some bombs, and leave. Because we've... when we're actually fighting, you know, things at 9-7, we actually have advantages over them, and thus we can actually utilize that. But once we fly here, okay, so the cockpit is actually somewhat similar to the Harrier's cockpit. It's got readouts for, that's airspeed at the top left, and that's, is that, okay, that's aircraft pitch. Or sort of, kind of acceleration, I guess, in terms of, obviously the center of it is also pitch, but I guess that's pitch rate? Kind of, maybe. Not exactly sure what to call that one, but okay, that's how the HUD works. If we ever play this in, like, VR, which we couldn't actually probably stand a pretty good chance at utilizing this because, hey, we can fly over the battle and see, oh, wait, there are tanks down there. I can shoot those. But, good visibility back. We got the stupid fucking cockpit bow in front of us. That's gonna cause some issues. But that's with every plane, more or less. But good visibility front, you know, like, side to side. So that's actually kind of nice. She might actually be kind of pleasant to play in VR. And since she's 10-7, you can play a top-tier game, and you won't actually have to work as hard to play this over the Fulcrum and the F-16. Which you're going to have to actually grind a bit for. This will be less expensive in terms of spawn points, so you'll actually be able to start in this or get to this sooner. If you're playing Sim, for whatever reason. Oh, hey, look, F-105s. Hooray! People who have no defense against me! Get rid of those. That tornado's probably going to get that launch on the guy first. Yep, there goes the missile. He's already dead. He's already dead. I don't even have to waste a shot. Man is dead. Why? Because we should not be fighting thuds. We should not be fighting thuds. Why the fuck are we fighting thuds? That's a chat burst. I don't want to be anywhere near those guys, so I'm going to keep my speed up and maybe try and murk this Su-25. So if I can just kind of... Just maybe. I know he's got an assload of flares, but yep, okay. I tried. I made an attempt. And now we're leaving very swiftly. Because, yeah, I don't have any means of defending myself in a fight. That's an R-60. I think that's... Yes, that is fired at me. However, I'm going way too fucking fast for an R-60 to catch me. Good. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're gonna try and take a swipe at this MiG, and then hit or miss, we go home. Because we can't survive back there, fuck that. So, yeah, we're right over the airbase. We're just gonna fucking take a swipe at this MiG-21 and then land. Catch, fucker! Oh! I mean, good pull. But that's it, we're done. They can do some high G maneuvers that may actually get you out of that shit, but most of them won't do that. That motherfucker's lucky, but oh well. It looks like, yeah, most of our team is dead. So, well, I guess that's all the time we actually would have gotten, and it was all down to gambling missiles. Well, might be able to get a, sneak in a kill or two if we get back up. Oh boy, there's someone near our airbase. It's that F-104. Ooh, it's gonna get nailed by that Roland. Okay, he didn't, because the Rolands are being very suspiciously, Nope, there he goes. The York got him. Now, do I slow down faster by... Yes, I do. Okay. So, put the air brake out, put the thrust reverser out, and then all of a sudden, go full burner, and we're slowing down faster. All right, good. We're good, just so I know that now. That's what I would expect a thrust reverser to do, but it didn't look like it was doing it the first time. Okay, so do I... Ah, okay. Wow, that's got some response to it. Good. So, braking is more effective than holding the thrust reverser the entire time. But okay, alright. Learning the plane's idiosyncrasies a little bit more. Being locked relentlessly by that York or Roland over there. So, once you're on the runway at an acceptable speed, then you brake, but the thrust reverser will, at full blast, slow you down. Got it. It didn't look like it was doing that properly before, but now, okay, very clearly, the speed rate was decreasing faster than it was with no thrust at all. So, Okay, so... 4 to... well, actually, we've got the numerical advantage. So it's 4 enemies remaining versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 us. So we've got a 2-plane advantage. Let's see if we can actually knock that down before all of our teammates, unfortunately due to personal reasons, pass away. But in this match, yeah, actually playing the Tornado has got some serious advantages. It's just that I don't have my chaff and flare, so it's not as many advantages as you want. But in this situation, because we're fighting 9-7 aircraft, you do actually have a reason to fly the Tornado. She's not all bad. She gets you to SEAL clubbing real quick, because my dad's Gaijin. And again, free top-tier German plane, if you wanted it. I didn't have any top-tier premiums for Germany, and so why the fuck not? So this does have some advantages, even though, yeah, it's suboptimal. I'm not exactly... I don't get 9-7 games all the time, and it's kind of painful when you don't. However, you could still fly the thing. It just requires, you know, a bit of finesse. But the thing is, I know, with War Thunder, it doesn't reward finesse. You want consistent, really good fucking games and fun, but War Thunder doesn't give you that by playing fair, so you have to go for things that play unfair. Okay, so everybody's dipping and diving down here. I hope I get a, you know, I can get a kill in here. That Kafir looks like he's going. He might have that A-10. I really do not like the A-10. Fire a missile at him, and then keep fucking going, because I do not want him to... I don't want to fight him. I don't want him to realize that I have shot at him. I want him to die now. Thank you! Magic L's! Come on, get that missile off the rail. Come on, go, 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 go! Yes! Ha-ha! Okay, we're going home. Thanks, Asuka. It's all down to the SEAL clubbing missiles, but thankfully, nobody was paying attention. The A-10 flared at the last second, but I got the Magic L, and that guy wasn't flaring at all. Too late to avoid. And now we go home. However, since we probably do, yes, we do have a ballistics computer, we can probably take a swipe at some of these pillboxes along the way, and actually pretend like ground attack is a thing that actually matters. Oh, he J'd out, but...
Mission complete.
I didn't
Return
get
to
it in
base.
time. Oh well. They all those shells landed on that pillbox at the exact same time, but oh well. I don't think I got I don't think I got the points for that. Also, so where's my Ace Combat soundtrack? Because I'm hearing it in the menu, and now that I've just realized, I'm not hearing it in the game, guys. Where's my music, you fucks? Hooray, chaff and flare. So now we actually have defensive capabilities. Hooray! And now we can actually research the funny anti-ship missiles. So, yeah, guys, where's my Ace Combat sound pack here? Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, I don't even hear it in the menu, though. What the fuck? So, that's in-game. That's the menu, but I don't hear it out here. Odd. I was only hearing it, not in the hangar, but the loading screens, not in the game. That's odd. So, that was muted, and this was playing, but it's not actually playing. Strange. But okay, so now we've got... God damn it, I gotta put the flare pods on the fucking loadout. We don't just have chaff and flares, I need to put the flare pods on the plane. However, they don't come on the plane in any loadouts, so you have to make the loadout yourself. Whoops! See, I have to get the flares in the thing, and we're gonna have to play another game without flares. Oh well. Whoops. Sorry, that's what happens when my brain is on too much coffee. Whoops. Oh well. Oh great, so now it's also at top tier by the looks of things. Or rather, the primo tier of, like, 10-7, which is, hey, where we are. So, unfortunately, yeah, I made a whoops there, but, well, that whoops is gonna be, this is the last time we make that whoops. Sir, what are you doing? I know Asuka's a bitch, but please treat her a little bit more fair like that. She'll give you not more 9-7 battles. Sometimes the pillow will say yes, guys. She's a flighty bitch that has mood swings, but that means that sometimes the mood swings swing yes. They swing positive sometimes. I know it's a toxic relationship, but you can actually maybe get something out of it. Maybe you'll get some personal growth. Maybe you'll be the one to fix. You won't be the one to fix her, but you can try anyway. Even to the end, Anno wouldn't let Asuka be fixed. Even in the end, in the rebuilds, they still didn't actually fix Asuka. Asuka still didn't win. Are you ever doing all landship squad you talked about? Yes, I would. However, unfortunately, everybody else is too fucking busy to be asked. So all the people I actually play with were, preoccupied with work and doing other things. So I'd love to actually do it, but none of the people I had actually played with were fucking here. That's unfortunately just the thing now. All of my friends are busy. What a shame. My job is sitting here playing video games and cracking a couple of jokes once in a while. Everybody else actually has to go out there and actually be away and work, doing other things. Well, looks like we're going to be over the battle here. So, I'll get that ballistic computer on, because that's probably about the only thing we're going to get out of this. I don't suspect our systems will be able to pick up anybody, since really the radar doesn't seem to work at all unless it's in the most narrow cone you can get, and we can't do that, nor do we have a pulse Doppler radar at all. So we've only got radar search for air-to-air, and it'll work against ground targets probably, because it's got no fucking clutter, but she can't be used in an air-to-air capacity, or, well, you could probably huck the anti-ship missiles at planes, and we will try, but yeah, as you can see, we're kind of crippled with the radar performance. We're not going to be able to detect anything on our own. Or rather, not going to be able to detect it until it's right in front of our face anyway. These guys are doing something. I'm just flying over here, just they're terrain masking and trying to be super cool, but I'm just over here, just flying. We're gonna go strafe some things over there, and then we're gonna see how the air battle progresses over there. As it looks as though we are alone for once. We're playing the big map, so everyone's getting lost, and now we're so desperate for points that we're not charging directly into the air combat, because I know we're not very good. And I don't have chaff and flare, so I'd actually like to delay that. So while everybody's over there getting lost... Uh-oh. They have Yorks. Oh, they're Shellkas. I got them, though. Fuck you. Right, they're Shellkas. I didn't have any standoff weapons for that. I forgot. Enduring Conflict actually has competent AA units. Uh-oh. Yep, and they are targeting me vertically. That guy will fucking slam me. I needs to get the fuck out of the way there, though I might be able to actually nail him from up here. Oh boy. Nope. Nope! Oh, hey look, air targets. Well, I'll get my chaff and flare anyway. Yep, that's the thing about AA in these matches. They're actually really good. The only problem is, this effect on gameplay is mostly wasted, because who the fuck does what I just did? Really, what you want is you want Mavericks to take those out, or some kind of standoff weapon to get rid of the AA. I forgot that that was actually there. I forgot that they actually have competent AA over those battlefields. I was just trying to free farm points, and whoops, I didn't actually know that there were Shellkas there. However, the anti-ship missiles will probably be able to fill in the role of Mavericks, because what's ground clutter? But now that we actually are back out here, I have to actually put the flares on the loadout. So it looks like we'll be able to carry all of these plus 2 anti-ship missiles. That'll actually probably be an okay loadout for doing things. Okay, so actually we want to edit. Just, Is there a means? No, those are the only things we get. We don't actually get any chaff or countermeasures on the plane. They have to be added with the pods, and that's it. Oh well, but now we're actually pretty okay in an air-to-air roll. And now that's what those are. Okay, I thought these were fuel tanks, but no, those are chaff and flare dispensers. Okay. Got some extra fucking, visual clutter for the wings. Lots of eye candy. I always thought those were fuel tanks, but no, those are chaff and flare dispensers. Okay. You'd think they'd put some on the plane, but I suppose they do have them on the plane in the later marks of this plane. The ones we don't got. Also, since we're playing on during conflict, we might as well have the full fuel load. So A10, F5, yeah, okay, we're down lower. We're about, we're somewhere around 10.0. Somewhere about 10.0. Boy howdy, does she act? Jesus fucking Christ almighty. I mean, I know it's Afghanistan, but boy howdy, those add some weight to the airframe. Man, she is incredibly sluggish up here.
Bravo!
56 flares. You get these massive fucking flare pod and just, dispensers, and all you get is 56. Are you sure those aren't magic ECM, pods as well? Do they do anything else? I hope they would, because they look like they've got a radar cone on that. What is that? I'd like that to be ECM. That'd be nice.
Attention to the designated grid zone! Attention to the designated grid square!
Okay, I guess what we're going to be doing is flying top cover for other aircraft, because I cannot find... I won't be able to find anybody on my own. The radar can be swiveled around, but it's not... It isn't got enough strength in the air-to-air department to actually track people. Probably by design. That's probably somewhat realistic for the aircraft, and also Gaijin's design for not making it an effective air-to-air weapon, even though it's quite powerful in order to pick out ships. And as we see, does not get ground cluttered at all. So probably it, in real life, could be swiveled around to actually target track air units. However, Gaijin has decided, no, you can't do that. Boy howdy, we are slow to get up to Mach. Then again, it is Afghanistan, so that's not surprising. But this is rather stately and calm in comparison to the F-16. But again, the F-16 probably doesn't have, isn't as heavy as this aircraft in general, and doesn't have wing ordnance weighing down the fucking plane like this thing does. It doesn't have external chaff pods, and it doesn't have these massive fucking fuel tanks either. Ballistic computer on just in case we want to take another swipe at the AA, but now we know, don't fucking tempt the Shelkins. Bad. See, I started to get into the, I started to actually try and game Enduring Conflict, but beforehand they weren't coming on, when they first released, they weren't coming on as often as I would have wanted them to, so I never really specialized in them. However, I did notice that, hey, the AA is actually pretty fucking competent. So I'd like, oh, well, I guess I better bring Mavericks and actually try and actually game this to see if we can actually do anything. The problem was the only plane I was reliably getting these matches in was the A7, and I wasn't getting them often enough. Okay, so that is tracking planes of some description, I think. Them's those guys, and that's actually picking them up pretty well. The only problem is I can't... There's no left-right because I can't narrow the cone, so this is all we got. Also, it isn't picking up those guys either. Or it is, I think. It's picking up the friendly down there. It doesn't have IFF. He's murked. He's out, and... Oh! That almost hit the friendly tornado, though. That was real goddamn close. That almost fucking murked that friendly tornado. That was a bad launch on my part, but the missile contained itself. It behaved. Thank you. I got one kill at least, and now we're getting the fuck out of here. We're going back to those ground targets. Fuck you guys. I ain't about this shit, and I don't need to be. I'm not going to get very much out of this, but, well, I'll at least get my points to get to, my funny, anti-ship missiles that I can use as ghetto sparrows. This shit, I don't need to do this. You guys want to win this fight, you go nuts. Me, I don't give no shits. I know I'm playing inefficiently on a map that isn't really all that well. I'm not going to win the game doing this, and I don't care. I'm in it for my points. That's it. I know I'm sandbagging the team doing this. I don't care, because I'm only interested in my own fucking points. So we're going to go over there, we're going to strafe some ground targets, and probably also dip the AA, maybe. And then we're going to go home, and then we're going to see exactly what's still going on out there. It looks like the tornadoes are actually holding their own, and we're actually managing to get a couple of kills here. We took a lot of fucking casualties initially. But because we have the speed advantage and we're not being relentlessly hunted down by planes here that are incredibly, effective and actually can fight us, we actually have a comfortable advantage to actually maybe partake in some of this enduring conflict gameplay. I liked it.
This is Eagle Eye to Com 1. Don't hold back this time.
None of those hit that guy. Well, one of them did, but not very well. Also, I only have flares and not chaff. Yep, now they're all locking me! Yeah, we are running away from those bullets. Actually, we're gonna have to run away a little harder because those are getting really close. Oh boy. Yeah, don't do that. And that's gonna be ineffective against those guys, so okay, we're gonna dip, and then maybe the Su-17 will come back in, or maybe they'll reacquire somebody else. Because we got the first pass. I don't think we're gonna get the second, though. We'll try, because I have nothing left but to try. I might actually get some points. Ooh. Flaps blocked by... Oh, I can't use flaps because the wings aren't fully extended. I can try if I get the fuck in here. Come on. Come on, where's the magic? There we go. Come on, kill the man. Nothing? Damn. Alright, well, that's that. I don't have any standoff weapons, so I can't really nail those guys other than, trying to shoot them with guns. And obviously that didn't work because my ballistic computer isn't that great at that range. Mavericks are really good for this if they actually track, but I can't do anything against that right now. So, well, we're going back to base. Nothing left to be done. If I actually make it back to base here, I'm going to have to step off the gas. So I can't actually get at those guys because the AA is actually really effective, and I don't have chaff and flares. Not that the AI needs chaff to actually, Yeah, not that they actually see chaff, they just keep firing at me willy-nilly. They don't play fair. But you see, you're even kind of stunted even when you get out here and you have a moment to actually go after targets. Because the AA is actually competent. The only problem is, yeah, if I don't have Mavericks or some form of standoff weapon, I can't do anything about that. However, if I have my anti-ship missiles, I maybe actually will be able to knock out 2 of the anti-air units, because it doesn't seem to be any more than 2 in those areas. And then, you know, knock them out with an anti-ship missile, which is not what I'm supposed to be doing, but actually then proceed to prey on all of the ground targets. I maybe actually will be able to do that. However, that is an incredibly small niche and not going to win us a game. It'll be fun for me because I'll be getting all these points, but I won't be winning the game, and my teammates will be over there whining and crying and dying and wondering why their tornado on their team isn't actually contributing. Because I'm not contributing. You would think that the ground targets going after the objective and, you know, reducing the ticket count on the enemy team by destroying those targets would be an effective way of ending the game, but most of the time it isn't. Because you need so much time and ordnance to do that typically you won't do it before one team loses all of their planes. So why am I not contributing? Because I don't feel like it, really. I'm not actually playing competitively. I'm trying to grind this plane and get as much as I can out of it. And also because I don't care. Because I know this plane is suboptimal, and if I wanted to compete, I'd be flying something actually meta, or flying literally anything else that's actually good. Okay, we have returned to the airbase, and unfortunately, at this point, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to rearm, go back up with there with missiles, and actually contribute. Because we've only got 2 teammates left, I think they'd like it if we helped. One teammate, as one has crashed and burned on the runway. Well, guys, that's it. I hope you enjoyed our ground attack extravaganza, because that's it. That is it. That's all we're getting. Okay, so let's pop the brake and put the thrust reverser on and slow this bitch down. This actually has some advantages of actually being on full burner all the damn day long, because you have the thrust reverser to actually put that into, make that, you know, forward thrust, backwards thrust. All we gotta do is flare and just bring this bitch down, slower and slower, and then down to the runway, not too hard. Ooh, oh boy, ooh, bit of a bounce. And then brake. However, that's still not a fantastic braking speed, but we're gonna stop in time. I'd like a shoot, but a shoot would be overkill for this. Why would you put a shoot on this? You have a thrust reverser, and if you're flying it right, you should be able to land just fine. However, real life is not War Thunder, and War Thunder, you know, War Thunder wants you to rapidly land. Rapidly approach the airbase, and then immediately slow down and stop on a dime. Because that's more efficient for War Thunder gameplay, not necessarily real life. But okay, it looks like we're going up there, and we're gonna try and help this F5, though, yeah, it's 4 against 2. We'll see! Greetings, Commander. How's the Sidewinder waifu sim today? It is functioning. We've got the tornado, and it's 10-7, when all of the other tornadoes are 11-3. For no apparent reason other than it makes the gift tornado you get for playing the event more attractive. She's still a finicky, high-maintenance bitch, though, that you kind of actually have to be careful with. Though she's actually less of a problem than I thought. But because it's 10-7, you get to fight F-4Cs and F-105s and F-104s with no flares. And shit like that, with no flares. And you have two A9Ls. And you're actually way faster than shit like A-10s and A-6s and Harriers and the like. So, you do have advantages in a really bizarre fucking way. She's just still not optimal, but there's a way of playing her. So I'm not disappointed, but she's still earning the nickname Asuka. Again, if I find a red camouflage and or someone makes a fucking idol skin for this that is just Asuka, I will put it on and it will never come off. So she's less of a problem than I thought, but most of the problem comes from actually having to upgrade her. But she's got advantages, it's just that they're not freakishly good ones. Danger zone intensifies. Well, in this case, it's Ace Combat 4. Fucking blue sky. But are we... I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this, because fuck knows where the enemy is. Oh, no. Well, I guess I'm staying here. I'm gonna loiter over my airbase, because they know where exactly where I am, and I can't see them. So I guess I'm just gonna loiter here over the airbase now. I've got chaff and flare, so at least I can defend myself. But, whoop, I ain't going out there. Goodbye. I'm gonna sit here near the Yorks and the Rollins that may actually kill a fucker who tries to come in and snipe me. Once again, Blind Hunt doing the thing it wasn't supposed to do. That people are still using it for, that Gaijin doesn't seem to want to correct. This has been doing this for ages, but Gaijin doesn't really want to seemingly want to fix this. Blind Hunt is an incredibly ghetto way of getting an AWACS unit to tell you where the plane is. It's funny, you know, we should have AWACS actually on either team, and actually knocking that out should actually be an objective for both teams, because if you knock out the AWACS, the enemy can't fucking see you no more. But advanced gameplay concepts in No! Oh. Oop. Sometimes she doesn't... Sometimes she don't go where you want her to. Yep, there they are. What a surprise. They came to fight me, the one dude they can see across the map. And that, yeah, that's me. That's my kill, thank you. Right, that's me. I want my points for that. Me and the mouthy bitch, that's my Rio. Yeah, it's our kill. They found us, they tracked us, and they flew directly into the anti-air net. That's us. We would like our payday, please. Okay, and now it's my friend. I'm gonna be covering him now. So that's 3-2 now. That's actually a much better situation for us. But what's the time-honored tradition of camping the runway? Because why not? Why go out there and be jumped by some guy I can't fucking see when they can see us because haha order. So now they're gonna track him and try and come over the airbase, but maybe they learned from that other jackass that unfortunately well, got slammed by the air defense net. Maybe they'll learn now that that's probably not a great idea. Flip this up a little bit, maybe you can see people over the clouds if they come in, but I don't think so. Amazing loitering gameplay. I don't see them doing anything like shooting at any of the ground targets or getting any kills, so I'm suspecting that they're waiting. Or making their way slowly to us. At least we can sit here loitering and admire our amazing looking plane here. The Tornado is a very nice aesthetic looking aircraft. The only problem is she's not the plane you want to be playing this game in. That's unfortunately it. This one does get nice accoutrements though. It gets us ever so closer to seal clubbing. More often than usual. Again, because Asuka's dad is Gaijin. And as fun as this is to potentially win this is also taking about 1 billion years, and I know I'm not gonna get, I'm not gonna magically get my missiles after this one, even if we do pull this off. Okay, so the blind hunt is now over. Where's the enemy? We have no fucking idea. Hopefully the enemy team gets so bored that they try and rush our air defense net. Buddy boy, what are you doing down there? You better be taking off and not J&R on me. Then again, he can kind of just sit there. Amazing, riveting gameplay. Yes, it is rude to base camp, but sometimes the game doesn't really give you any other chance. Oh, hey, look, now we can see somebody. Where is it? Oh, nope. Nope. They bogey doped again using Avenger. Okay. Well, guys, I guess we'll just sit here all day. Okay. Nope. Where is he? I don't see him. Where is he? There he is. That's not tracking, but at least I've got my flares out, so I'll be fine. I'd like to pull down today, Asuka. He's gonna get strafed on the runway because the Rolands do Roland things, in that they don't shoot straight up. Okay, nobody else aside from this guy. Unfortunately, there goes my teammate. That's a little bit too far, though. Come on, pick up speed, you fucking crate. The Rolands are late to the party. Okay, so we're gonna get one good head-on pass here, and then maybe we can get into a dogfight here because we do have the advantage. We're nearby our airbase. Come on, Magic L, Magic L, Magic L, Magic L. Go! Go, 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 go! Hey, all right. Well, I guess I'm landing again. Oh. Well, I've got my flares. That's not a radar missile either. Oh, well, that was. I didn't see the other missile. Oh, well. And once again, the Rolands had a perfectly large amount of time to hit that guy, and they did fuck all. Thanks, Rolands. I was looking at the dot, not the physical missile coming right towards me. Whoops. Oh, well. Was that really worth the extra time I put into it, though? Not really.
Operation failed.
That's the major problem with this game mode. It's not really worth it to drag that shit out, because what was I doing? I was waiting over my airfield for the inevitable, because I couldn't go out there. I would just make it worse. And one of my teammates got strafed on the runway because he tried to camp the runway a little bit too hard. Was that really worth the extra time I put into it? No. Am I going to be compensated by actually dragging that shit out? No. And that's why the Enduring Conflict maps suck. They're not good. If we had respawns or something like that to actually make this a little bit better, what maybe possibly could be, but nope, not now. Okay, so now that we've wasted a tremendous amount of fucking time for really almost no reward whatsoever, let's see if we can get into a normal game that isn't Enduring Conflict, that isn't wasting my fucking time. Well, I tried. I, technically speaking, got 3 kills. 2 guys with actual missiles, and then that other guy who flew directly into the Roland net and got nailed. Technically speaking, 3 kills. I didn't get credit for one of them, so it doesn't matter. But I tried, but I should have just J'd the fuck out on my runway, and I could go off and get more points in another game. That's the problem with those maps. Your time spent on them does not equate into more rewards. That's the biggest fucking problem with this game. You could have long duration game modes, but Gaijin doesn't want to actually reward people for actually doing long duration things. Or they do, but suspiciously not in Flames. Because you've got helicopter PvE that takes fucking forever, and you've got naval enduring conflict, which is a PvE VP mode, but also takes fucking forever. And you can get more rewards out of that because it takes longer and you can do more things in that game. Air? Nah, fuck you. Okay, well, I can see the AI. That huge brick of targets over there. What about the dudes on the ground? Can I pick them up? No. Oh well. Also, I should probably have chaff and flares rather than just flares. I forgot to set that. But we're at, actually, yeah, we're at 10-7, where we dragged up a bunch of 9-7s. So that Su-25 back there, that's a good sign, and the A-5s and everything else, so we're actually going to be fighting potentially things that don't have radar missiles that are good. We still probably will see the, you know, shit like the F-4Js, though. I do want to get to the missile so I can potentially do haha, you know, ghetto Tomcat things with the anti-ship missiles, even though you really shouldn't be doing that. We might be able to get away with it, though, so we'll see if we can. It'd be funny if we could. Radar lock somebody at head on and fire fire a missile at them. Or fire an anti-ship missile at them, but yeah, F-4C. If we lock this guy, what's he gonna do? Nothing. You have no flares. You have no chance. Goodbye. Free kill. Free kill. That's what you get with this plane. You get to do that. You get a free kill. Nope, didn't pull hard enough. And now we're gonna fly away from all of the A-10s. Yep, no, there's even more A-10s. I thought I could probably take a swipe at that guy, but no. Okay, we're just gonna go. We're gonna start popping chaff and flares, just flares, and get the fuck out of here. Yep. Wow. I was chaffing, and now, well, I got hit by a Magic L. That's the video game. Oof. Magic L's! Yeah, sure, I was on the burner, but that doesn't seem to stop the L's in a lot of cases, but nope! Nope, I got hit with the Magic L, which means no bueno. Oh well, I got a free kill, and that's it. I got a shot on an F-4C who could do literally nothing against the missile oncoming. And that's it. All right, good game. See you next game. Okay. We still haven't moved because we did none of the other matches that we were playing. They've all ended. We're not getting any points from that. So we didn't actually get any matches we wouldn't get any matches aside from that enduring conflict match because that took so fucking long to actually. Hey, look, a map with ships. Wrong pipe. Ooh. Had to cough, but ooh. Ooh. Ugh. But hey, look, a map with ships. We don't have our missiles, and they don't actually work, but hey, look, a map with ships. The one map that we can see with ships. Port Moresby, for Sim, actually has a lot of ships, and they're all using the naval, you know, the player Navy ship models. That there's actually a lot of ships we can shoot. Do we get those maps? No. I'd like to go up, however, the plane is... Sir, are you okay? How did you manage that? How did he manage that? That is... He had to try to get the nose gear failure like that. How the fuck did you do that? Well, I'll have... Actually, no, I won't be doing that weapon selection because I'll just be doing fire, air, and a ground missile. Which is spacebar. I think. Well, Well, that's a fuel tank, but hey, I've still got one. I'll be okay. Oh, wait, I'm gonna have to mount... yep, I'm gonna have to mount that to another key now. Whoops. Okay, I'll do control space to drop tanks, and then, yeah, I'll make sure the missiles are just space, as they are with bombs. I just remembered that now if we've got the tornado, we're gonna have to actually not have fuel tanks and fire air-to-ground missile and drop bomb on the same fucking key. Whoops. I see no enemy planes. I should be seeing something, but nope. What about all the way up there? Anybody up there? No. Nope, I can't pull that hard. But I could probably turn that hard. Thrust reversal. Or he's probably already dead. Let's get rid of that. And that missile is his death. Yep. Okay. I don't know where the rest of the enemy team is, but we sure killed that guy real fucking good, didn't we, boys? Are they all like A-10s and slow as shit planes? Wrong guy. Come on. Where's that going? Oh, it was blocking that guy. Okay, I hit him. That is still tracking. Please lock. Well, nope. Actually, it's reacquired. It almost reacquired that guy. Okay, the radar absolutely loves chaff and flares. Noted. It absolutely loves chaff and flares. That's actually a pretty distinct feature away from, you know, the F-16 and the other radars. They don't lock on the chaff and flares that much. This thing does. Noted. She absolutely loves countermeasures. She absolutely loves to get stuck on every single fucking pebble and rock on the road. I will probably get 2 assists for those A-10s that I poked. That feels cool, however, he's not dead. Teammates are slamming into the ground as well. He probably, yep, he will launch on me, but I've got flares now, which hopefully that fucking E goes for. It did, thank God. Because it's a fucking E, it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be really all that resistant to flares. Kafir's got the kill, good, fantastic. Let's see if we can go gun kill these A-10s now. Okay, 2 enemies remaining. The top one is dead, but he hasn't hit the ground yet. Okay, so we've got the advantage on the A-10 here. We might be able to get the gun kill if we place the shots. So excuse me, Frogfoot. I'm either gonna get this or I'm gonna fuck up massively. Or that man's gonna slam into a mountain. One or the other. Nope, he's cleared it. I got him. That's both his wings. Goodbye. Actually, I took off all his sidewinders with that. Psh, psh. That wasn't a clean kill, but you gotta. Clip both his wings off. Anybody else tracking me? No? Okay, then. Well, there's whatever the fuck that was, but that was apparently that fucking Kafir. flaps down. If you're fucking with us. Sir, that's the taxiway. Sir, that is the taxiway. That is not proper landing etiquette. He managed it. Actually, that's not even the taxiway. He's not even on the runway. Sir, what are you doing? Also, the Kafir flipped. The Kafir killed himself. I wasn't actually looking. The Kafir flipped on the runway. How do you do that? Guy's belly landing. Am I the only one who can land properly in this fucking Air Force? Holy shit, Oscar, we're surrounded by morons. Land and take off properly. Apparently I am the only person on my team who could manage that. Wow. Apparently, Asuka's sticking with us because we're the only fuckers that's not actually incompetent. And we're sticking with Asuka because marrying into money. We get a tornado that's aggressively balanced, or rather aggressively tiered to be competitive. So we're both kind of getting something out of this crooked fucking deal, it seems. Okay. Why take so much fuel, though? Dirty Tree, you probably haven't seen top-tier planes, and their amazing, astounding fuel consumption on burn. The Tornado's not as bad, so maybe we don't need that much fuel, but oh fuck, does this thing burn fuel really fast. This is probably just on the line of you probably don't need maximum fuel, but all of the other planes will burn their fuel in a blink of a fucking eye. That's top-tier planes. Take lots of fuel. You're gonna need it if you're gonna be on burn. Also, I have locked a ship. My goodness gracious. It's actually tracking a ship. My god, it actually works. Where is he? GOM-1. GOM-1 in a fucking F-105. Sure. Okay, let me just pull it around. Turn the beat around. Pull, buddy. You didn't pull! You didn't pull! Ah, well, you know, see you on the ground, buddy.
Operation complete. Return to base.
Nice. And today, Pixie wins over Avalon, and I reset the twisted game. Actually, I don't. I have the F-16 and usually never use all my fuel. That's why I was wondering why you take max. Well, you're not using the burner all that much then, which, okay, you might be able to work with, but I just play the F-16 vapidly and just be on burner all the time. Because, honestly, you have to slow down so much to actually get the speed envelope advantage that you're gonna get nailed by somebody. Unless you're the only fucking guy on the enemy. You're fighting the only guy left. Then you might be able to actually work the advantage and slow down enough to actually get the cornering speed advantage that you can get in the F-16, but I feel like, honestly, every time I try to play like that, I just get into situations where I would have been better off with having high energy. Yeah, sure, I can't outturn things, but basically being able to leave a situation that's not advantageous to me is more of a bonus than trying to finesse it by flying properly like a sane person. That's just War Thunder things. So yeah, you could fly like a sane person and keep the F-16 at around 400 knots. Or you could fly it like War Thunder and basically just be in and out incredibly quickly, hitting people with your all-aspect missiles. And if you don't hit them, you just fly the fuck away. And hey, look, another down tier. Fantastic. All right, Oscar, we're having fun here. Yeah, the F-16 can never fully maneuver. It's just too fast, and a clusterfuck that is top tier air RB just doesn't work. Well, not only that, it's not that it's too fast, it's also because of the fly-by-wire restrictions. You physically cannot pull as much as everybody else can. Meaning, they're gonna turn better than you, no matter what. So, you might as well just keep high energy and boom and zoom with missiles. Because you'll never outturn them unless you get to a really low fucking speed, and then you can potentially try and rate fight them properly like you would in an actual F-16. The problem is, because War Thunder's War Thunder, you're gonna get hit by a missile fired from some other dude the moment you try and do that, unless the guy is literally the last guy on the enemy team. So for the vast majority of gameplay, you're just a rocket ship, you're an F-104, and you just stay on burner all day long. This plane doesn't really need that, or it doesn't really need maximum fuel, but it's still advantageous to stay at maximum, thrust, because you still don't have a maneuverability advantage over most planes. You basically just fucking shoulder check them with the AIM-9Ls and you leave. Like, I get to fight things like F-4Cs, who have no flares, and that F-104 back there, or F-105 back there, with no flares. So I just fire an AIM-9L that they probably will not be able to evade at them, and then leave. Hey, I'm new to War Thunder. What tech tree should I grind on air? You should probably leave while you have a chance, sir. But honestly, you're not going to go very much wrong with the Americans or the Russians. You're going to get the most planes for your buck there, but, well, look at guides online to see exactly what planes you want. So more of an interceptor. Pretty much. That's the gameplay that War Thunder actually decides with. If you can't astoundingly outmaneuver literally everyone. These AV-8s have flares, so we're gonna have to be kind of worrisome about that, but not everybody that we're gonna fight actually has flares. So we really are the the under-tier plane in the fucking kiddie pool here. Some people have ways to defend us, but a lot of people that we're fighting down here don't. Looks like we're getting a fucking parade of AV-8s, though, so this is going to be kind of difficult. Hopefully, that tracks properly. A meteor? Sir, excuse me? Wham! I probably will get that other AV-8 if the missile gets in there. I didn't. Some other dude did. Okay. I've got the flares now. I can actually defend myself. Nice fucking splatter kill, A-10. Good lord. Oh! Oh! I was doing good. I managed to actually put the dot on that guy, and then I got hit by a tram. The other dude who's suspiciously well equipped for this tier. I was flaring, though, the entire time. The missiles just tracked. Well, oh well. Hey, I got 2 kills. I got my anti-ship missiles now. That was a good shot, too. Okay. MaxMed, take your fucking pick. It's all stupid, honestly. I haven't really played the middle tier, so I can't really tell you what middle tier meta actually works out to, but you're never going to go wrong with, well, I'd say the least advantageous nation to play right now would be France, so avoid France at all costs. They're not really getting anything good currently. Some people probably hate me for saying that, but they're also, they hate me because I'm right. The entire French nation is in mourning at this objectively correct statement. They're not actually as good as anyone else. Try grind Sweden, a decent choice because the Swedes are, well, their flavor of the month usually, most of the time. As the Viggen and the Draken, and I am a Swede too, but I am scared it will take too long. It will take too long to grind the USA because it has a metric shit ton of planes. I mean, objectively, yes. However, the Swedes, you won't go wrong with the Swedes because most of their planes are artificially, well, placed in really good situations. They're just generally really good. China is also a really good option, even if you are selling your soul to the Chinaman in order to play, because the Chinese have all of the best planes on their trees, because they get to get the greatest hits of everyone else's planes, because here's the secret, China doesn't really have a fucking aircraft industry. Or at least didn't have one for the vast majority of its existence. Now it does, but that's kind of late. But so, playing Swedes or China, you won't have that much of a problem. The USA, well, yeah, there's a lot of planes, obviously, but won't really take all that long. And you get a couple of nice little hints, like, say, the A-20 and the Dauntless, which are kind of nice at low tiers. Yeah, they have the J-7E and F-16. The J-7E isn't technically really great right now, but they have an F-16, so you don't really lose out on anything. You have a top-tier plane. And they will get a flanker, or their flanker copy, soon anyway. So the J-7E may not be fantastic, but it's going to go into a flanker copy whenever the flanker gets here, which may actually be the next patch. I think because of the event seaplane for the French Navy is going to be the next major patch, even though that's completely fucking worthless, and why the fuck would we want that? But that's probably what that's hinting towards, because why the fuck would we need a float plane? What is that going to do for France? Why would we... The only use that float planes actually have are in naval battles to backcap. So that's probably what the next patch is going to be. Will the F-15 and the flanker be in that patch? I don't know, but probably there's a good possibility it'll be there, or in the patch right fucking after that, the major headlining vehicles will be the F-15s and the flankers. Highly likely. In which case, everybody who gets packed gets a flanker, and everybody who is NATO probably has an F-15 if they operated it. So that's what's going to happen. Unfortunately, I have to sit here and actually play another game before I actually get my anti-ship missiles. So I got to waste a little bit more time now. Well, IRL, most jets don't really use afterburner except to get in and out of dogfights and taking off. Yes, but that's realistic air combat situations, and War Thunder is not a fucking realistic air combat situation. That's why, like, you play things like the Harrier like a fucking crazy person, and the Harrier actually has way more fucking thrust than it's supposed to anyway. It's just spaghetti-coated, because that's the only way they could get it to work. So, I made this assumption when the Harrier and the Yak-38 came out. The Harrier you could play like a fucking madman. Speaking of which, there's one right now. It's not as good as it used to be. But you play the Harrier like a fucking crazy person. The Yak-38 was faster, but you had to play it like a sane person because you couldn't outmaneuver anybody and you don't get flares. The GR-1 also doesn't get flares, but you get what I mean. You had to play the Yak-38 when it came out like a sane person, but you really didn't want to play the Yak-38 when it came out because the Harrier GR-1 was an absolute fucking nightmare. I had both, so I was playing that one more, even though I wanted the Yak-38 to be good for personal reasons. This is not DCS. Yep, it's not DCS! This is not a realistic game. It wants you to believe that it is, but it's not. In a lot of cases, you will be rewarded for doing the crazy, irresponsible things that you would never do in a realistic air combat situation. If it gets the kill, you're good. For example, taking minimum fuel with literally every fucking plane to get the advantage of maneuverability. You would not do that in a realistic combat scenario. You are risking a multi-million-dollar aircraft for a situational advantage that you may or may not be able to use. You would never do that in a real plane. Here, it's meta, because the fights are over in 2.5 minutes, and, yeah, you just go back to, you teleport back to the airbase. You don't even have to land after the fight's over, because it's a stupid video game. So, realistic air combat tactics and idiosyncrasies work to a point, but typically, because it's a stupid video game, they're actually more of an encumbrance. That's exactly why I don't see the F-15 coming for a while. These new planes just don't really work the way Air RB is right now, unless Gaijin wants us to suffer. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is they're going to force the fly-by-wire restrictions all the way up to the point where everyone's flying fly-by-wire, and that's it. So we will get to a point, if we continue advancing, where everybody in the battle ranking bracket is crippled by fly-by-wire, and so everybody's equal again. That'll take a while, though, but that's probably what they're doing. Having the fly-by-wire restrictions when every other plane in the game is pulling more Gs than it's supposed to was a really weird-ass dumb decision, but they did it anyway. That's another thing as well. Every aircraft in the game is pulling 150% more Gs than it's supposed to. The F-16, the Fulcrum, and the Tornado are limited, though, because we fucking said so. So that means that I have to abide by restrictions that other people just don't. And this window is wider than it is in real life. Granted, fly-by-wire restrictions do actually harm aircraft in these situations. However, the problem area typically is not as big as you would see in War Thunder. And that guy is not paying attention. That's a free fucking kill. All right, we're out of here. Bye, guys. That guy is also not flaring. I will get my 2 free kills and I will leave. Thank you. It's a little bit far, but I think we've got it. I think we've got it. Where's that missile? Where is it? Where's the missile? Ah. I was expecting it to hit during the crescendo of the song. That would have been nice, but nope. Okay. Okay, we might be able to... Nope. Couldn't see which way he was going, and I didn't get it. I didn't get the kill because of that. I really shouldn't be doing this, but I've got flares and nobody else is near us. Come on, pull, you fucking bucket. Yeah, that, don't do that. Yeah, critically slowing down there really doesn't... I am not one circle fighting with an F-5C in this situation. No, I should use my speed and I should leave. That is an AIM-9E, thank God. Put the nose down and fucking leave. Because that's what I've got. I can't pull with him, I can't turn with him, but I've got way more thrust. I'm actually playing kind of a Phantom in this situation, or rather how the Phantom should play, but really doesn't play against really anything. So, bye! I'm under-tiered, therefore I get to leave. He's gaining on us slightly, but that's because I made a turn. And we're leaving it. Just put the nose down and we're gone. That MiG is trying to catch him. This man is going to make a run on the Rolands, and he's probably going to get slapped. But he's a console player, and he's flying an F-5C. Probably literally just bought the plane and has no idea what he's doing. Yep. Thanks, Rolands! Probably still thinks he can get away with that, but most of the time you can't. Unless you're flying, unless you do the thing where you come in directly vertical and they don't have a chance to track you. Oh wait, again, thrust reverser. Going fast is now slow. Going fast is now slowing down. Right, this is the first plane I've ever actually had that has a thrust reverser, so that's gonna be, we're learning here. See, as you saw, as long as I don't put the plane in obnoxious levels of danger and fly it like a sane person, I do actually have some advantages. But, you know, obviously you're probably gonna wind up doing a lot more in like an F-5C because you were more reactive than this thing. It's kind of, the landing sequence for this is actually kind of nice when you get it down. You got a lot of moving parts to look at. Ooh, guess I'm ogling Oscar. He's got thrust reversers and air brakes and flaps and flapperons, leading edge slats. It's like a fucking mecha anime up here with all this shit. Sir, I'm on the runway. Please do not actually discharge your weapons on the runway. That is unsafe. That is against regs. And what do you know? Another Su-25 belly landing. Am I the only fucker in this Air Force that can land properly? I think that guy's kind of crooked. Did he break his gears on? Did he belly land too? I don't know. I can't see. Yeah, no, he broke his gears too. Yep, okay. We're still the only people that can land properly. Is the F-5C not that super OP US premium grinder that has a super turn and level 10 dudes play with it? Yeah, because it's actually it's not amazingly overpowered, it's just generally very good at anything you try to do in it. The missiles aren't great, but it's better that you have the missiles and then, you know, rather than don't. She's a gunfighter and not a missile fighter, but it's nice to actually have missiles of some capacity. She's got flares, she can turn. She's got everything you need to be good at War Thunder if you really try to specialize in that plane. You can do anything you want to do in War Thunder in that plane. Are you going to be immediately successful? Probably not, but you can learn to play the plane and actually do fairly well in literally every situation you put yourself in, if you're smart about it. That's why it's popular. But of course, this means that morons who have no idea what they're doing will buy haha $60 premium plane and come up to top tier, and this is World of Tanks all over again. With people buying KV-5s, lows, and Type 59s and being shitters on my team. But at least that guy was on the enemy team and not mine. So yes, unfortunately, it's if you're gonna buy a premium plane, it's probably one of the better top tier premium planes to buy if you want something competent. Unfortunately, that means that everyone knows that, and everyone will crowd to that plane at all skill levels. Most people will not be able to properly use the plane. The thing about the F5C is it has no glaring weaknesses other than it's a tad bit slow. Like me, I was able to outrun him because, haha, I'm better than him. You will fight a lot of people in the F5C who can do that to you, who you can just leave you behind, and there's nothing you can do about it. However, if they get into a turn fight with you, most of the time, you will absolutely slap them. Ooh. That guy's gonna fire all his L's at me. That guy is now trained on me. He's gonna start firing every single L he has at me. I am now leaving because hopefully that's a premium A-10 that only has 2. I am leaving now. Okay, the Harrier and the A-10 fired missiles at each other. They collided in midair. Nice! Now we're doing anime fights. Who needs to play Fortnite where you can play Goku and Naruto at the same time? Now, we got anime fights out here already. But, let's just get rid of those, and hopefully those don't slam into my wings as I turn back around. What's locking me? I don't like that. I don't want him to be... no, I'm coming back down on top of it. Fortunately, it looks like I'm not gonna have a choice. Ah, you motherfucker. The moment I tried to do that, he started chaffing and flaring. God damn it. Okay, up. We're leaving now because I have no advantages whatsoever here. I am gone now. Goodbye. Okay, are those the only 2 guys left? Yes, there are. Okay, so that's it. That's the game. So we get rid of those guys, and we're good. The problem is we actually have to get into a good firing angle on these motherfuckers. Okay, so kind of like the F-16, she kind of likes to turn it around like 400 knots. However, as we saw, if you go to thrust reversal and you drop the air brake, you will slow down really fucking quickly to the point where you become a brick. So there is a lower envelope for turning ability. Yes, I am shooting at you. Hopefully, I will get you, or my teammates will. Come on. Okay, it just lost track entirely. Ah, got ya! She's got some hang time in those fucking turns. You can actually... the closure rate is slower than it appears. Oh, he used his fire extinguisher, but he's dead. Alright, fine, we're done. Alright, I'll take an assist as long as the man is dead. That's probably the hardest target for me to engage, because he's got a low speed advantage, and he's got a billion chaff and flares. But man's dead. Game's over.
Operation complete.
That was my kill, you cocksucker, but oh well, he's dead. I think I've got my funny anti-ship missiles that we can now use as radar-guided missiles now. Let's see what we can do with these fucking things. I should have them. That should have been enough of those 2 games that we were playing. We should have had enough now. But as you can see, if we get down tiers, the worst things that we have to deal with is the other suspiciously under-tiered planes, like the A-10s and the trams. Okay! Alright then. Okay, so we've got that, and we get the G-suit, even though that's really not really helping us at all. We don't really have any G-lock issues, funny enough, because we're not really turning all that quick. But okay, so, presets here. Alright, so, as we're doing the Christmas tree attack here. Okay, so, anti-ship missile. Anti-ship missile. Alright then, so now we have 2 Cormorants, which is funny enough, because those are big missiles, holy shit. But those are also, that's the name of a really, really well-known commerce raider that was actually a little bit of a fucking bastard of a ship. So, funny that those are named after that and they're anti-ship missiles at that. I wonder if somebody was giggling to themselves when they actually wrote this down. Okay, so let's see here. It's controls. We want to make sure that, okay, we want control, because as I'm doing this, we want, where is drop bomb? No, we want to make sure that, air to ground missile is space, right? But drop tank, we want that to be control space. Or actually, well, kill that and control space, because that means that we don't drop the bombs or fire the missiles when we don't want to. And, well, we don't drop the tanks when we're trying to fire the missiles. So, okay, so now we've got two fucking redonkulously huge missiles under this bitch. Let's see what we can do with this. Because she can radar lock things that aren't ships. Apparently, it's awful for ships anyway. Just letting you know, the missiles are slow. We will see. Because we might be able to get into a head-on pass with them, and then it doesn't matter. The closure rate is going to be so fucking high. We might get into situations like we've gotten with Sparrows, where they come off the rails and crash directly into the enemy plane. We might be able to game that, but we'll see what we can manage here. But we can use this against ground targets of all types, not just ships, because apparently they're terrible at killing ships, and potentially air targets. Oh, look at down tier. Holy shit, a fucking roadie hunter. Mike, you should not be here. You just... That thing needs help. Okay, so... Radar lock required. Okay, right, okay. Still need the radar lock. But then, honestly, as long as we get the radar lock, we might be able to get it to come off the rails without queuing it. Which is going to be funny, because then it's actually behaving more like radar missiles. So yeah, now we've got Phoenixes. Air quotes. So let's see what we can do with this, but as we've seen, I think they've thought of this. Because you saw how the radar loves chaff and flares? I think that's probably why. Because they realize, oh, people could use this to do this because of our radar coding. We can't really disallow the missile to not be shot at these planes. It will go to wherever the radar locks. And our radar coding and mechanics aren't sophisticated enough to tell it not to do that. So we kind of have to throw something, throw a wrench in there, and the wrench was countermeasures are really effective against the radar. But we might actually, but here's the thing, we get to fight people that don't have chaff and flares. So that means that we may be able to fire the fucker at an F-4C oncoming, and the guy will maybe not be able to maneuver against it. We got to do that really far away, though, because obviously the missile is probably not going to turn very well and probably has a lockout. So it'll probably come off the rails and have 7 seconds of it doesn't do anything. But oh boy, this is probably one of the most visually busy planes in the game, at least at top tier. You've got shit all over the fucking pylons all the time. You've got the thrust reverser, the air brakes, the flaps. She's nice to look at. There's a lot of nice thing. There's a lot of interesting things going on along the surface. Again, with me giving her the nickname Asuka, take that as you will. She's got good looks. It's probably one of the few things she actually has. Okay, so let's see what we can do here, because we kind of want to launch these first at people. Because we might be able to use these as Sparrows, and it would be really funny if we could reliably do that. Okay, F5. We want to get somebody who's not going to chaff and flare. Because unlike the Magic L's, these missiles will not do... They won't do that. F5, A6, come on. Come on, give me an F105 or an F4. Come on, somebody without flares. Or an F4, I should say, but... There she goes. She's real fucking slow, and the radar's already dipped the target. So yeah, that's probably why. That's the balancing act there. She will dip for chaff and flare, so you have to use them against people who don't have chaff and flares, or don't realize you're firing at them. So yeah, that's probably why she loves countermeasures so much with the radar. As you would have suspected, honestly. But yeah, the missiles, they're kind of slow. But you have to fire against something that actually won't do that.
Locked on.
That might get in. Hey, all right. You gotta be kind of cheeky with that, but you can get him. There's the F-4C. That guy. I want to kill that guy. That guy. I want to shoot a radar missile, actually, an anti-ship missile at that man. Come on, duck out of there. Don't get killed. You son of a bitch.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're not sorry. You're not sorry at all. Okay, he's chaffing and flaring, of course. No. Lock the man. There's a missile coming for him anyway. As you can see, she loves that. That's the only way that's seemingly the only way she's balanced in this department, because they don't want her doing what I'm trying to do with her. Okay, let's get real fucking close. Let's get real close and hope this guy is not paying attention whatsoever. Yeah, she's got a lockout timer like a motherfucker. Yep, there she goes. Yeah, she won't work against something that has chaff and flares. Because they can just too easily do what they just did. And the radar will jump for the chaff and flares because it's not pulse Doppler, and they've designed it that way. They clearly intentionally did that to stop me from doing exactly what I just did, or what I was just trying to do. So what you have to do is you have to fire against somebody that you can actually fight against somebody who really doesn't have any way to stop that. So
Enemy forces
you
eliminated.
can do that.
Nice work,
you just
team.
have to target somebody who doesn't have chaff or flares. Though the F-105s do have chaff and flares, but I don't think they really utilize it all that much. The F-4Cs, though, you've got to pick your targets very well with this, because if they have chaff and flares, the missile's gonna go shit. Otherwise, you can use it as a standoff weapon, as it's probably supposed to be used for. The only problem is, yeah, Gaijin, about that Navy combat that you don't actually have for this plane. Yeah, Okay, so you can use this. We just have to get into a really good situation to get this kill. We will get at least one kill with these stupid, goofy things. And they, as you saw, they do have quite the large lockout. So there's like 5 seconds where they come off the rails and they're not doing anything. So you could finesse these in, but you have to select the right target. You gotta be in a good position to actually fire these. Essentially, the guy who gets killed by this deserves to get killed by this, but again, you kind of have to finesse it a little bit. You gotta choose the targets, and you gotta choose the situation so the missile is gonna impact the target. Also, you gotta slow down so you don't overshoot the target. Okay, SBSKs, Mirage 3s. Okay, so we're still at about 9.7s. Lightnings. So we're still at 10-7 at R2. We're good. Okay. So we're gonna have to still be... We're gonna have to really try, but we can do this. We gotta select the right target, and we gotta get into the right situation where he's not really maneuvering, and the missile has enough time to get out of its lockout timer and actually pursue him. It can do it, but they've put everything in my way to stop that. Aside from having us fight things that don't have chaff and flares. The fucked up thing is also the things that don't have chaff and flares can't turn really well either, so... You could probably use these again as ground attack weapons, like you're intended, but you're gonna get 2 targets with them. Oh, wow. What an amazing use of my time. You're really not gonna get very much out of these missiles, aside from the fact that you could use them as a standoff weapon. Like, I could probably track the AI. They won't chaff and flare it. Do I want to, though? Not really. But there's not you're not going to get any points for just using these against 2 ground targets. Unless you get an enduring confrontation map, which you can knock out the 2 enemy AA. Then you might be able to do something, because then you can turn around and use guns. Do you really need the drop tanks? Yes, that's nice, because I don't burn any fuel at all. So I can just sit here doing whatever the fuck I want up here. Doesn't care how long I'm up here. I'm not burning fuel technically yet. I can sit here, I can put myself in whatever fucking position I want. I'm at full speed, so I'm always going to be able to dive into an advantageous situation if I see one. F8U, they have, that guy has countermeasures. But we're in the tier. We're gonna have to look for an advantageous target. But you can sit there burning as much fuel on the burner as long as you fucking want. And this, you gotta take the less traveled path with this, because you don't want to be flying directly into hell with this thing. So you're gonna be doing like I am and kind of hanging back if you want to use this plane optimally, because if you fly directly into shit, you're gonna fight things like trams and A-10s that negate your advantages and may actually put you in a bad spot. They could spit out flares as long as they want. But now we're doing this to hunt here. We're looking for, come on. Okay, the Corsair is about the only target I would try this against. He has chaff and flares, but less than everyone else. But it looks like it's all A-10s. Wow, fuck, guys. Really? Jesus Christ. It's all A-10s. But now that we know this is T2. All right, let's try the T2. Let's try the T2. That might actually work. We're gonna have to get really fucking close to Baka Shinji over here, but we might be able to actually do something about it. Okay, he's going up, too. Okay, so we're going to be able to engage him at co-altitude. I don't know what that is. That's an F1. You see, that's what I wanted, but I'm not in a position to hit him. Damn. I got this guy oncoming, too. No, we're going to fire an L at this guy. He's moving way too fast. That's the F-105 down there. I want to go get him. Hopefully the T2 just kind of leaves, and unfortunately the F-105's got literally everyone in the 100-acre wood shooting at him right now, because he's an F-105. Okay, the T2 has dipped, or rather, no, he's coming back around. Son of a bitch. I really don't want to be stuck in an engagement with him, but I think he's burning so much fuel, or rather burning so much speed that we can get away from him. Come on, launch. Come on. Come on. Launch the fucking missile! Come... hello? I'm pressing the button! Oh, it's because I have... God damn it, there it is. Too late, though. But actually, maybe not. Oh, it has no lockout timer. It's just really slow. I fucking mashed the secondary button. Or rather, the secondary weapon systems. So unfortunately, because I was mashing keys like an idiot and not thinking, I'm not gonna get that kill. That was the problem. It wouldn't come off the rail. It probably would have sit in, but apparently there's no lockout timer. It's just really fucking slow. Yeah, good luck there. I'm leaving you behind, Shinji. Work on your Vulcan marksmanship, Baka. Okay, we're getting out of here. That was unfortunate. However, we might be able to turn around and hit that guy. We might, if I have enough room to re-engage. He's gonna be kind of busy with those two guys over there. I do at least have one L. But I had the weapon selector on, and that's what fucked me. Damn. I probably would have gotten him, unfortunately. Whoops. They're probably gonna kill that T2. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, so now the A6. I think that is... There's only two... Well, actually, one guy left. It's just the A6. There he is. He is flying towards his airbase, but hey, I've got such a large standoff weapon that I could probably actually stand it. Well, actually, he's on his airbase. Or rather, damn near right in front of it. I might be able to sneak it in, though. I might be able to maintain the radar... Okay, that wasn't him, but okay. I might be able to maintain the radar lock and actually hit him at this range. Okay, we're gonna fire at about 10 kilometers and we're gonna see, because I'm gonna need to slow down real fucking quick in order to maintain this lock. Come on, you son of a bitch. Make that turn. Come on, make that turn. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. That's good enough. However, now I gotta deal with the Rollins. Boy, that missile is slow. Oh, God. Oh, I lost the target. Outside gimbal range. Uh-oh. Oof! Yep, nope. It's too slow. I needed to fire way earlier than that and slow the fuck down. That don't work. Okay, so now we know what my problem was, and the problem was I'm an idiot. I needed to fire from way farther away, and yeah, that missile's slow. We can get this to work, though. I swear to God we can. Is this optimal? No. Unfortunately, no. This is not a metagame compliant strat. It's something you could throw out at the enemy, but it's not meta compliant. However, as you saw with that T2, a lot of cases we do have the capability to just put the nose down, you know, throw the burner out, and we're gone against other people that we don't want to fight. Fuck them. We can't do that against everybody, but as we can see, the large majority of people we're fighting are fucking trams and A-10s, which we could just leave behind. And the F-5s we can also outrun just as easily as that T2. So, unfortunately, what I had is I had the weapon selector on, and I don't need to do that in this plane. So I don't need to do that at all. So I just need to... That's F-16 when I have multiple missiles. This, I only have one type of missile, and an air-to-ground missile. Those are not the same thing. I have two separate keys for them. I don't actually have to do that. So that's why I fucked that up. Oh, great, top tier. Fantastic. Well, let's see what we get here. Maybe we'll launch it from really, really far away. Really, really far away. So I can't check the stats of the missile now, but we'll see. Can I? Okay, Cormorants. They're really slow, but let's see, maximum speed, launch range 32 kilometers. Okay. Okay, so 32 kilometers. I don't think it's going to actually have that range, effectively. But so we could launch this at like 15 and 20 and kind of maybe do it. But the thing is, we have to actually maintain lock on the target too. We can't be too close. We actually have to watch the missile go in. And then, obviously, we have to slow down as soon as we lock. So this makes this thing a little bit of a... Again, not meta, but there's a way to finesse and actually do this. And we will do it. But frankly, if you wanted to be super cool, F4E, well, it's an E, but we might be able to get away with that. That guy actually does have countermeasures, and he's instantly dead. God damn it! Tornadoes, no, because they have countermeasures. Also, I still do not have chaff and flares on my plane, like an idiot. I have flares, and that's it. Okay, that guy absolutely loves his chaff and flares, so we will not be able to do anything about that, and it looks like he still got mad. He still got hit by that fucking MiG-29. It was probably a 27 yard. A buck!
The enemy's getting closer to victory.
Buck of all fucking things! It's tracking. We are outrunning the missile. Boy, howdy if we get away with this. Come on. Come on. No! No! Don't kill the buck! I want the buck! The missile is in the air! It can do it! Let it do it, you fucks! Oh, it flew into the ground because it was distracted by bouncing. Damn, that would have done it too, you fucks! Damn it. You forced him down too low, you shits. God damn it. That would have worked. It was tracking, it was fine, the only problem is it was too low to the fucking ground, and the radar did that fucking stupid thing where it bounces off target. And I heard the missile too late. It was an F-16. Oof. Man's dead anyway, it looks like. Oh well. Okay, next game. Almost. Why the fuck was there a Buccaneer there? But you saw, we get there, it's just that it's really fucking slow. Like, good God, that is slow as fuck. So, yeah, anybody who gets hit by this kinda deserves it. But we might be able to actually get into a situation where we can fire it out head on something like an F-4C and get away with it. However, it's so big and large, he might actually stand a pretty good chance at actually shooting down the missile. You could do that if you hit it with enough, like, if you hit it once or twice, which, you know, with cannon rounds, it will blow up. Same with bombs. So he might be able to shoot down the missile that we fire at him, which would be funny to see, but I'd like to kill the man, too. So this is, as we can see, totally not fucking meta, but it's funny if you can actually pull it off. There's really no way for you to do this outside of the absolute perfect target, or someone who's so retarded they don't have any chaff and flares to throw at you. Okay. We're not gonna get any Phantoms, well, any lower tier Phantoms, though. What a shame. But this thing is so inefficient at its role, why not try and actually hit something with this? At least once. Granted, if we actually had ships, and those ships mattered, to shoot at, we should be shooting at them. However, there are no ships, aside from one map, and also apparently the missiles will just track the smokestack like Mavericks do, and not actually kill the ship, even if you directly hit it. Maybe if you fired straight the fuck down so it actually impacted the deck. But even then, you still probably wouldn't kill it. But Gaijin don't care about that because we don't actually have ships we can fight in this plane. So why would it matter? It's literally just a novelty. We can shoot at tanks, though, if we actually lock the fuckers first. But largely what you're doing here is you're using this as a really suboptimal, but if you get a 9-7 game, somewhat advantageous fighter. That's really bad at being a fighter, but with that kind of a performance disparity, you don't really need that many of your equipment. You don't need as much to fight those guys if you come up against fucking F-105s and F-4Cs that don't have countermeasures. You don't really need very much in order to beat those guys. So, if you get a down tier, you're in for a good time if you're playing it optimal. Up tier, you can still do stuff, but you're as fucked as the other tornadoes. Hopefully, this drives down the battle rank of the plane war. This thing at 10.0, boy howdy, that'd be something. Fighting F-100s. In this thing. Okay, but wait a minute. What if, search me, sir, what if I lock onto him and he doesn't actually have chaff and flares yet? What if that man does not actually have any ability to stop that missile? I don't know what's locking me, however, it can go fuck itself. I don't think anybody of any kind of... I don't think anybody's actually locking me with anything that can kill me. That guy is running very far away, though, and most likely will not actually... The missile's motor... Actually, the missile's got a 30-kilometer fucking range, and it has to be powered basically all the way to the target. So there's still a pretty good chance that I could hit that guy if whatever the fuck's locking me doesn't actually see me, or doesn't actually hit me. The only problem is he's dead. Damn. Damn. It was going, but now he's dead. Dude! Well, that's what I get for ignoring my RWR. Actually, that was a later launch. That guy was right over there. Damn. I'll do it, though. I swear to God I'm gonna do it. And then we can go back to playing it somewhat optimally, and that's basically just having 2 Ls, and that's it. Maybe a couple of bombs, but 2 Ls. That was an R60 launch, and I wasn't paying attention. Because I'm trying to get this kill, which you can, but you have to get the guy who's coming. It's only front aspect. You have to. This is a head-on weapon you could throw out as a meme. And then you might be able to avoid somebody who's throwing chaff and flare out. Maybe. It's incredibly small. You want to hit somebody in a head-on who doesn't actually have chaff and flares, but that's a small subset of the targets you're going to be fighting. So that's not necessarily optimal. You might be able to sneak this out against somebody who's coming head-on to you, but he could just try and like break out spitting chaff and flares over everywhere, and the radar is going to immediately hop on those flares, as you saw, because Gaijin have coded it that way. It's very, very susceptible to chaff and flare, or rather just chaff, as you saw, because they want you to not do this. Of course, they want you to target things that you can't actually target. Like, you shouldn't be able to target, because it's supposed to be for anti-shipping. Why are you using it against anything other than anti-ships? Why are you using it for anything other than ships, right? Well, in a realistic situation, that would make sense. The only problem is, this is not a realistic situation, and Gaijin have utterly failed to give us any kind of variety in terms of engagements. So this missile shouldn't be here, honestly, but it's a novelty. The only thing we get is novelty in air-to-air engagements, which we fight planes we shouldn't be fighting. We'll get that fucking kill, though, I swear to God. We will get that fucking kill. I might be able to actually track a tornado, though, because a lot of those guys may not actually... I didn't think of that before. They may not actually have chaff and flares. And so, if we lock a tornado front-load, we might be able to actually hit him, because it cannot actually chaff and flare out of the way of the missile. The missile still may hit him, may miss him, purely due to aerodynamics being so fucking slow, and we might just be able to sneak one in and kill one. However, unfortunately, now we're fighting just the Americans. Hopefully we get some down tiers here. There's an F-104 on our team, but those are the higher tier ones. What we're probably going to be fighting is shit like F-4Es, which do have countermeasures. Also, amazing high-quality radar. Can't see shit. Okay. Got that guy. Let's test. That's an AI. Clouds. F5, F5, F5. Come on. We got anything other than that, Corsair? F5, no. F5, F5. Come on! Try head on! That shaft and flare. Can we reacquire? No, that's gonna be nowhere near fast enough. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just leave, thanks. That guy actually is dead. It locked onto a chaff burst, thanks. Using that for radar slaving is actually a terrible idea. Go, missile, go! Go! Go, 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 go! No, it's not pulling hard enough, damn. Okay, you've really got to nanny that in. But damn, I didn't get him. Well, I'm out, so that's it. As you can see, this is definitely not a metagame compliant strat. It definitely don't actually work anywhere near... It's going to the sea. It's trying to find its intended targets. They're not there, but it's really trying. Look at it go. Make a wish. Can War Thunder be a better game? However, now that I said that, that's impossible. It won't happen. Thing is, you can't say it out loud. That's how that works. However, the game's basically over anyway, so I might as well go back in there and try and get some kills. This guy could get zapped by literally any of us. I might get in there and get that kill. Actually, it looks like I'm gonna get the shot. Well, I poked him. He ain't fucking dead, though. Come on, turd! Turd! Again, like a mecha anime open, like a mecha anime transformation sequence, really. Not just an opening, a transformation sequence with all the fucking moving parts on this thing. It's kind of nice in that sort of simple way. The problem is, it's not that great of a plane. Fucking, I'm out. These guys are out here with their effective metagame compliant planes, and I've just wasted nearly basically over a month doing what? Grinding for Voltron here. That's what I've got. And he's in the dirt. Oh well. Oh well, next game, and we'll try and get another sequence of kills. Just maybe put some
Mission
chaff
complete.
on.
Return to base.
Well, chaff in the mixture there. These things, I think they're ECM pods, but I don't think Gaijin's actually coded that. Because why would they? That's a little too advanced for us. Okay, so before I forget yet again, wait, what? Why? That's a bug. I could select that, but it says I can't. To use it, you must select it as a weapon. Huh? That's a bug. That is a bug. Interesting. Very interesting, amazing coding there, Gaijin. Please understand. Small family company. Oh, hey, Big Spain. The funny thing is, this used to actually, well, the other Spain map that wasn't this, but was just as big, used to actually have ships we could shoot at. Now, not so much. There aren't even any ships that spawn on this map. Not even the new fucking carriers, which mystify me to no end. We have space for the carriers over here. Why aren't they on the map? Granted, I'm not a carrier aircraft, but why aren't the carriers on either side of the map here? J-35 XS. He's got 3 Juliets. And I think chaff. I think he's got chaff and flares now, but it's still not worth $70. Yep. Only competent people in this Air Force.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Attention to the map.
Hey guys, let's go inverted with one of the heaviest fucking planes in this game, honestly. Or it certainly feels like it in the fighter department because of all the extra shit we've got on. I'm sure that won't do anything wrong. I'm sure that won't have any adverse effects, right? Slams into the ground. What the fuck is the Tornado IDS? Boy, you people are asleep. best plane ever. Okay.
Incoming message from Allied Forces Operations Command.
Now, since this is enduring conflict, we can actually attempt to use the missiles in such a way that I can, in fact, hit the AA units in a convoy and stand a chance at actually knocking out a convoy. So I'm gonna turn the ballistic meter on. Actually, maybe try and do that, because this is probably what you're gonna be using the missiles for most of the time if you actually use them. Most people will just not have them on the plane. They'll either have bombs or nothing.
Prepare to engage.
So let's try and maneuver ourselves. Actually, that's on our side of the map, so that might actually be advantageous for us to attack, even though they're attacking from their direction, but our units are on their side, and their units are on our side. How the fuck? That is some masterful flanking you've got there, sir. Not sure what the fuck happened there, but wow, you guys pulled off some really amazing tactical shit to get that, get into that area. It also doesn't look like there's any AA near those guys either.
This is Eagle Eye to Com 1. Don't hold back this time. Shoot 'em all.
So, as we can see, the missile has about 1 billion fucking years of burn time for its motor. So we can fire it basically at whatever fucking range we want. That doesn't mean it's actually going to hit the target, though, unfortunately. I'd like to buy a rank 2 premium plane. Can you tell me which one to buy? Sir, what are you buying rank 2 premium plane? Sir, what you should do is obviously spend money on the $70 premium planes that aren't worth it. Don't spend money on War Thunder. I do it because it's part of my job here, but don't spend money on War Thunder. And if you're gonna spend money on War Thunder, do it wisely. Shoot big. Okay, that guy's knocked out.
Attention to the map.
We could definitely hit some of the AI with our guns. Also, it looks like all of our men are dead over there. What a shame. That is rather unfortunate. They have all passed away. I can still probably hit this guy and say I did some ground attack. Whoop-de-fucking do. I hit him, but he's not dead because I'm using cannons against a fucking tank, which kind of works, sort of. But yeah, I did ground attack, kinda, for like 2 seconds. I didn't even get a kill. Okay, so where's the enemy team? They've lost 5 people already. It's all F5s, though. They're gonna be kinda hard to hit with an anti-ship missile. Also, I get one of those guys that's doing a maneuver that's standing still in midair.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
I do not trust my radar to be able to actually pick up threats anywhere near, optimally, I suppose? Because, yeah, not pulse Doppler, and, can't narrow search. So, yeah, you're not doing much with that. The radar is a function of the goofy anti-ship missiles and not much else. Which, the anti-ship missiles themselves do not have a role because, well, what ships? What? That's got a track. That's actually broadcasting radar waves as it leaves my plane. And we have lost due to chaff and flares because he's obviously thinking he's not being shot at by a tornado. And as you can see, the radar absolutely fucking loves chaff and flares. To the point where it won't track anything else. I don't know what the fuck that was. That'll probably hit. He's already dead, though. I assist him. Hooray. I have now taking the aircraft to an altitude where I am, in fact, a boat. Ah, you see, there's the boats up here at high altitude. Ah, I was the boat the entire time. Well played, Gaijin. It was a metaphorical boat. I'd love to be able to turn around, though, but she's quite slow on the turning bit. Especially at low speed. The man is now dead, though. As you can see, though, you're going to instantly lose the track on the target who has any sort of chaff and flares whatsoever. That man's limping along, but he's dead. I probably could have actually gotten the shot. He could probably still chaff a flare away from me. I probably could have gone after him, but that would have been a kill steal. That's not what I want. I want my own goddamn kill. I want to hit the man with my own missile. I want to target him. I want to force him into a head-on and hit him square in the eye with my own missiles. That shouldn't be doing exactly what I'm doing. We don't need a cripple target. I might as well shoot at AI if that was my objective. And unfortunately, there's an F-5 over there. I don't know where he went, but he's over there, and the radar's like, I don't see anything, man. I don't think he crashed. I just saw him over there. Where did he go? Ratchet turn it, because why not? Alright, well, it looks like we're going back to base, because I'm going to be out of fuel if anything else happens, so, well, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to lock onto this tank. Or attempt to. And we lock onto the tank. I think we can at incredibly close range. Yep. Okay, so you can't even use it to lock onto ground targets. So they fixed that. You can't do that. So yeah, it literally is only aircraft and ships that you don't fight. Okay, Gaijin. So okay, I guess we're gonna fire it at the AI, because I know it'll work there, and we're going home. That's a friendly. Nope, there's still one guy left alive out there, but we're going home because they're all over their airbase. I'd love to track these guys, and the radar should be able to pick them up, but they're flying sideways, so they're probably notching them. Actually, they're on the other side of this mountain. They look like I can see them, or maybe they're underground. Yeah, why am I seeing them like they're actually being spotted when I'm seeing through the terrain? What the fuck's going on there? I am looking straight through the terrain, and those guys, the game's telling me, no, you can see those guys. No, I can't. Yeah, that missile is actually broadcasting RWR warnings as it's coming off the rails. And it's still doing it. That's not someone tracking me. That's literally my missile. Broadcasting radar waves behind it. So yeah, we're gonna look at the guy and we're gonna watch that missile go. Because really this is about the only way you can actually do this, as I'm seeing. It's so fucking spastic that it's incredibly... It's highly unlikely to nearly impossible to actually get someone, and I still lost the track. God damn it. Maybe it reacquired? It's still going. It possibly could have reacquired. I'm gonna have to slow down now. So we're gonna have to make sure we actually have the guy on target. Boy, that missile is slow. Also, it's going real far out there for no apparent reason whatsoever. It looks like it's still tracking. I think. However, the dude's flying behind... he's flying behind multiple mountains now. Nope. Because it went under the horizon. It went under the horizon and could not see the man, and thus the man, well, nothing there. Also, I'm right in front of the enemy airbase while I was doing that. I'm probably going to get myself killed by doing that. I don't see any enemy planes, though, aside from these jokers. But we're out of fuel, so we need to get the fuck out of here. We need to go. But so, as you can see there, it is so impractically long that... Fuck, I'm not even sure how you're going to use that assaulting a target, even if you're actually shooting at a boat. Like, you're gonna have to fire that from a billion years away. Granted, the boat will not move around, so it will not be able to avoid radar waves. So, granted, you're gonna have less problems actually engaging the boat, and the only thing the boat can do is try and sea-whiz the missile. Well, I've been over to the enemy base, guys, and I don't see the enemy planes. They ain't here. So basically what we have to do is we have to fire the missile at a target that is committed to us frontally at such a high speed that he will not make any sudden movements. And the missile does not have anywhere to track, we're basically shooting a Nord at him. The only problem is the Nords are faster. The Nords are actually quick enough that they can actually surprise people if you shoot at them right. And yeah, I'm not getting any... Can I even see those guys? Is the radar actually even picking them up, you know, completely lacking any sort of ground clutter whatsoever? It's a big no. Oh boy. Okay, we're not gonna fuck with the AA. We're just gonna leave now. Thank you, goodbye. Okay, so she has no standoff weaponry in that capacity. Okay, she doesn't have, but you can't use the missile to target tanks. That must have been a dev server bug that they fixed, and now you don't actually have any standoff weapons. Also, there goes that fucking fuel. Boy howdy, we better slow the fuck down, because we've only got 5 minutes of fuel. You see, welcome to top tier. Granted, I was fucking around rather than actually fighting, but now I only got 5 minutes of fuel left. We need to get back to that airbase. We're only about halfway down the map. That airbase looks to be 40 kilometers away, because that guy is actually taking off now. It's kind of a problem for 5 minutes of fuel, but she seems to be okay off burn. We could potentially hit the man with a radar missile, with the anti-ship missile from very far away if we pick him up, but if he's anything that has chaff and flares, we're not going to get him, because chaff, the missile, and the radar will just drop the lock, which is unfortunate as fuck. But again, balance thing. They did that intentionally. So it seems like it's such an immensely humongous fucking challenge to get the missile to the target that you will likely not do this, and that's probably by design. So you could use her as a radar missile against AI targets. Then you'll probably hit them, but it's still probably so slow that you probably really won't do very much. So, unfortunately, it looks as though you have bombs, or you don't do anything. You have bombs, or the wings are fucking clean, aside from the drop tanks and the chaff. in pods. Because they're chaff and flares. At least until we actually have ships in the game, and then we might be able to actually engage them. However, unfortunately, because we don't see any ships up here, aside from a single fucking map, and the missiles track like Mavericks in that they don't actually track anywhere near the hull of the boat, you won't actually be able to use them even on, like, the one map that we see with ships, and then on top of that, the AI targets in sim battles, they won't track them properly. So once again, all we have here is a substandard fighter with some weird-ass novelty things that don't actually help. A little too fast. There we go. So below 300 knots, got it. Again, a lot of moving parts and a lot of action here for landing this thing. It's fun to look at, even if it's a terrible plane, or rather a substandard plane, that you really only get advantages in if you're playing a much lower tier. So she's actually terrible at ground attack because she doesn't have any effective standoff weapons. That AA will mulch you alive if you actually get anywhere near it. Or rather, you get one pass on it, you might be able to kill one AA, but the other AA over there is going to lock you up, and you're going to have a fucking problem. You might be able to loft a bomb at that target, but at that point, Jesus fucking Christ, look at all the shit you have to jump through. Did they fix the airfield AA? They have. It does shoot people down now, unless they come from a vertical angle, in which case the Rollins then have problems. But the AA does actually work now. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to lock onto that F-5 over there with our missiles, and we'll see exactly if we can actually hit the man. Because he's camping his airbase. Let's see if we can actually get the missile to behave long enough to hit the man. Probably not, though.
Roger that.
It's probably not fast enough or maneuverable enough to actually hit a target that's even casually turning at long distances. It's probably going to be able to just avoid the missile. It'd be funny if he didn't, but it's probably what's going to happen. But we'll get up there and actually take a crack at him because we know he's out there. We know where he is. He's over his airbase, or rather, over the center of the map. He's here. Okay, he's coming right at us. But the problem is, can the radar see him? No. Okay, he's apparently attempting to follow this tornado. He's coming at us about 25 clicks. So he's right behind that tornado, if we can find him. Make sure the air-to-ground missiles are actually out if we're going to make the shot. The tornado actually gets AIM-9Ls stock. You don't actually have to grind for them. The only problem is you only get 2. So you don't actually have to grind for AIM-9Ls, which is about the only fucking good thing about the plane. She's also 10-7, and so you'll probably fight things often that don't have countermeasures. So, yeah, it's actually a pretty good part of this tornado. Not the other ones, this tornado. And only this tornado. Thanks, non-pulse Doppler radar. Okay, he turned around. Okay, so he's turned around and he's probably going home. Still can't find him on the scope, unfortunately, but we are way too far away to actually take a shot anyway. But this is where the immense amount of fuel in the tanks actually helps. Because we are going to be going full burner all the way across the map in order to actually get anywhere near him. So we're gonna need to, keep our foot on the gas pedal here. The 11-3 tornado gets clapped at top tier, and yes, this one is 10-7. Why? Go fuck yourself. It's not any different than the other tornadoes. It doesn't get guided bombs. It gets anti-ship missiles that don't do anything. Or rather, we're trying to find a use for, but they aren't really useful at all. And that's it. So you get to be 10-7 because Gaijin said so, and they have to actually make the event seem worthwhile. So this tornado is 10-7 because they said so. And so you will be able to fight things like F-105s and F-4Cs with no flares for your AIM-9Ls. And be able to actually run away from things like A-10s and trams. So she does have some advantages, even though she's entirely suboptimal. It is literally, you are a vehicle for your Ls, and you've got some other shit going on that looks entertaining, but isn't really all that effective. She can be made to work if you really want to, but she's not really that great. Also, hey, I put chaff and flares. Why didn't I get any chaff and flare? What the fuck? I changed that. I've only got flares. Huh?
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
There go the tanks. Got plenty of fuel. That's 19 kilometers. That's nowhere near close enough, though we probably will be able to see the guy now. Let's step off that, because we're gonna need to slow the fuck down if we actually acquire this motherfucker. Okay, that's scanning right at the airbase. I don't see him. The magical, all-knowing purple square over here, or the red square, I'm just using pink because it's easier to see. You lose it less in dawn maps.
Returning to the airfield.
Has dropped off even more.
Where are the mans? Where is the man? I am flying at the enemy airbase. Where is the man? I know he's there. I don't actually see him, though. If this radar is powerful enough to do air-to-ground, I should be able to see the man. He is not anywhere near his airbase, though, by the looks of things. He should be. However, my radar is returning a no. Absolutely nothing, and I can't left and right search, so this is all I'm getting. That is way too fucking close. The Rolands are going to start taking shots at me now. Gotta turn away. Where is the man? I do not see him. But the game tells me he's right over here, and there's only one place he could be. If he's loitering there, unless he's at incredibly fucking high altitude. 1 versus 2 and he's afraid to fly. Oh, he just J'd out. Okay. Okay.
Operation complete. Job well done.
Yeah, I can't really hit the guy with the missile if the man J's out on the fucking runway, but okay! Wow, way to waste everyone's fucking time there, kids. Once again, reasons why Enduring Conflict is not actually worth your time. Or rather, the big maps. Enduring Conflict, a game mode, is actually a good idea. The only problem is, Enduring Conflict, air quotes, the maps, are shit. And they don't actually give you anything for the amount of time you invest into them. That's why they're bad. If every time we got an Enduring Conflict map, we got a mode with respawning along with it, then we'd see some shit. The only problem is, we don't get that, because I don't actually know. Gaijin doesn't want to be... Gaijin can't be reached for comments. We had this thing. It existed. We saw it. It was nice. And then it was never seen again. Unless you play Sim. And Naval Enduring Conflict. And Helicopter PvE. But those are only small corners of the game where a lot of shit gets in the way. J-35A. Ooh, we've got things without flares. We got a down tier. Okay, so we got a down tier here. We might be able to actually hit the guy. Again, this... Do I have that set up? No, I don't. No, I do not. I do not have the turn the fucking weapon selector off, so now I'm stuck like that because I pressed the button like an idiot. Sorry, it's become Impulse with the end of the F-16. Excuse me. Hello? Sir? Sir, you were cruising for a bruising. We actually collided there for a sec, but we didn't actually damage each other. You are cruising to pay my repair bill is what you're doing. Okay, so now we're gonna fight things that don't have chaff and flares. Like, if we actually got a shot off on that Draken, we might be able to actually kill something like that. The only problem is, we're not gonna fight that. We might fight an F-105, which does have chaff, but hopefully he's not actually utilizing it. An F-4C is totally fucked if we find it. That's the thing, we have to find them, and then we have to get into the situation before anybody else steals the kill, and we have to wait for the Cormoran to get to the target and explode. As we've seen, there's such a large amount of shit in the way of getting this missile to do this. It's possible, but freakishly unlikely. I will do it once, though. But as you can see, by the amount of problems that I'm having with this, don't get this plane for this. It's not meta. You're not going to be doing this every other game. This is not a legitimate game-changing strategy. It doesn't work. It might work for comedy, but it won't work for the vast majority of situations. You see, I could see that guy right there, and the radar's at 37 kilometers, and it's nope. So thanks, radar. It doesn't get ground cluttered, probably because it can't see in front of its fucking face. At 4J, unfortunately, no! We didn't get that many down tiers for the enemy team. Could we possibly, maybe? Go, Cormoran, go! No, you're not even gonna get close to tracking that guy. You are not even close. Maybe? Maybe if I ready another one and I'm directly fucking behind it. What? It fucking locked a bridge! What? Nope. Whoops. Dipedo, welcome back, sir. Thank you for resubscribing. It locked a friendly bridge. How did I lock an... It acquired a bridge? Okay. Okay. All right. That's unfortunate, and I also lost a shit ton of money because apparently that bridge cost as much as a fucking teammate. Wow. That's some expensive bridges you got there. Gotta be careful about that. But you see, there's... Okay, you can't do turning enemies because it's not fast enough. You have to basically, yeah, goad someone into a head-on or have them sitting... Hey, look, the same map. Maybe we'll get another try. Hey, look, the bridge is on the enemy team now. Maybe we'll hit maybe we'll hit enemy bridges this time. Is it worth buying the F-16A? Because I spaded the ADF. If you have no inclination whatsoever to use the plane for ground attack, no. That's the only thing the other F-16A gets you. And obviously, honestly, it's kind of horseshit because there's nothing that says the ADF can't actually have the pylons to have dumb bombs and the like. Actually, the fucked up thing is the ADF is the later modification of the modifications that the F-16A has. The ADF was, put into service in 1989. All F-16As and Bs were upgraded to the standard that the F-16A above it is in 1988. Meaning that the ADF should have those upgrades too, but Gaijin said no. But if you're not going to use it for ground attack, there's no reason to get it because it's actually an earlier model of the plane without the enlarged stabilizers, so it's actually less maneuverable. Plus, I don't want to grind that thing with stock Js. Yeah, there's no reason to, so don't bother. I mean, get it so you could research past it, but there's no reason to actually buy it and put it into service. Whatever the fuck they put in after it will be useful, but really they just split up the planes because they didn't want both they didn't want an F-16 with literally everything, so they did a retard thing just to Just, I don't know why. They did a stupid, really just to placate people, but they did it in such an odd way that it's just, what are you doing, guys? Granted, once again, America was about to get the worst version of the plane in the game, their own plane, and they fixed that. The only problem is they did it in such a dumb way. It's mind-boggling. They should just put it in a folder, to be honest. They should, however, that means they actually reduce the grind. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that until it's much later on, and it doesn't matter anymore, where they've gotten their money, and then they can look like they're actually solving problems in the game that they created willfully in the first place. They know what they're doing. They're just gonna sit there and inconvenience people because it just takes them longer to actually get to the thing, and the longer it takes, the more people are willing to cough up money to buy it. I mean, I bought the F-16 outright with, you know, gold crew and all the unlocks, or rather, all the weapon unlocks and the G-suit, because of business, and ooh, F-105. Because I'm running a business here and I can make these purchases. Other people, no. Alright, now you cut. Come on. Up, 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 up. He's gonna get hit by the Jag. God damn it! I mean, I can't blame that guy, but god damn it!
Our victory is near.
If I was just faster than him, I would have gotten away with it. But nope. Oh, now you're picking up targets. Well, good for you. He's dead. That guy. So, you missile. Okay, radar, you just not want to pick up that guy. What are you doing? Go! No, he's already changed direction and I'm fucked. Nope, not even close. Actually, he's hit by somebody else. And then I'm dead because I'm not eating. Damn it! You basically have to drop it right onto someone's head. Damn. Because if they change direction, the missile won't. The missile can't. It's not going to be able to maneuver because it's an anti-ship missile. Wow. But there's a way to do this. But fucking hell, this is going to be a bitch. I had the perfect target, but the only problem was the other tornado was directly in front of me, and I couldn't get the kill. But at least, well, actually, we're not getting any points at all, so we're not making any point. We're not grinding at all, because we keep either not doing anything or dying before we do anything. Hey, look, the same map! Third time's the charm? Okay. But now, as you can see, I'm actively hamstringing myself now to get this. I'm trying way too hard for a meme kill. I will get the meme kill, but I'm trying way too hard for the meme kill. So, as you can see, don't ever do this in the tornado. Don't. It doesn't work. Don't. Or rather, won't work 95% of the time. However, you might get lucky sometimes in order to actually get this done. However, as you're seeing, you're gonna have to get really fucking lucky. But now we're down to 9-7, it looks like, and we might actually get more thuds. We might actually manage to get a thud here. America's the only person on the enemy team. So we will probably see if these guys are actually vindicative of it. We'll probably see a bunch of F5s, but some F4Cs, some F104s, and some F105s. All of which do not. Well, the F105 can chaff and flare us, but the vast majority of those planes that we will fight will not be able to chaff and flare our radar, and thus they may get hit by a missile, God willing. But now we're down so fucking low after losing so many matches, the game has taken pity on us and put us in the lowest fucking bracket possible. But as you've seen, if you've been here for any length of time, this is not going to get you kills most of the time. This is actually actively hamstringing you. You're better off if you want to do ground attack in some capacity. I question why. Yeah, just grab some bombs, dump them on the base, and fly the fuck away. Otherwise, just run clean. Or as clean as you can, really, because there's just so much shit on the pylons. And then, you just use your L's. You either hit the man or you don't. And if you don't, you just fly home. Okay, so now what we gotta do is we gotta find somebody and we gotta get them into a head-on. And then, once they've committed, we can fire the missile at them, and then potentially we may actually get them. However, we have to fire it a long way off, or rather really fucking close, to the point where it might detonate and kill us. Why can't the F-16 ADF carry 4X-7Ms versus only 2? I think initially they only had 2 wired for Sparrows, but later models of the ADF can carry AMRAMs, and they can also do tip rams and basically put them wherever the fuck you want. So you can also put them on the outer pylons on the wings, and just put them wherever. The earlier models didn't have the capability to have them on every pylon. Later, they did have such capabilities, but once again, Gaijin has taken an advantageous screenshot. Actually, the ADFs should already have AMRAMs, but we're not there yet, says Gaijin. Even though the plane does actually have the modifications to know to do that. But the next major patch will probably bring us F-15s and AMRAMs. And then the Russians will get the flanker and probably their first active radar homing missile by this point. I'm seeing a bunch of trams and a bunch of A-10s. Is that literally everything there? Honestly, guys? Really? I mean, that's not even honestly balanced. The Frogfoots are actually under-tiered. Come on, missile. Come on. Come on! Come on! Do it! Do it! Oh! It got close. It didn't detonate, though. Go, Cormoran, go! The Sidewinder collided with the missile and blew me up. Oh no, my hubris! Ah! Gee, you can also do that. That's another thing stopping you from actually utilizing the missile. The person in the head-on could fire a missile at your missile, and it will explode in your face. Jesus Christ. I technically killed myself. Okay, alright. Asuka, you're a bitch. But you're not doing this. Okay. I think that's it. Actually, nope. We're good, because that guy died. Okay, one more game. There's so much shit. There is so much shit stopping you from doing this that it's probably never gonna happen. Or someone gets this in an incredibly rare occurrence, screenshots it, and then gets their glory out of that. Fine, fantastic. But holy shit, everything in the game is stopping you from doing this. Unless, once again, I actually get a target that's flying straight towards me that won't acquire my missile. Because we got close with the A-10, but it didn't pull hard enough and it didn't fucking pre-detonate. But of course, I don't think it has a pre-detonation function, or rather a radar fuse, so why would it go off? I think it's contact only.
Prepare to engage.
Yeah, Messer, unfortunately, yes, that makes sense. However, they were all backfit with that capability. So, they were all eventually upgraded so they can actually carry those. So once again, it's advantageous screenshot time. You could probably kill helis with it, probably. I mean, yes, you probably could do that. The only problem is I don't have any German tanks to play at top tier, so I won't be doing that. You probably could actually kill a helicopter with this if they don't chaff and flare it. But at least you can argue about the AMRAMs, but at least the ADF should not be robbed of its pylons for ground attack, because logically speaking, the ADF is a later modification to the point, after the point where all the A's and B's were updated to actually have capabilities to actually have air-to-air missiles, and on top of that, Mavericks and things like that. There's no fucking reason why the ADF can't actually have those pylons. Guys just decided, we're not gonna give you that. Again, it should be one plane, but they decided to have two planes because, we said so. They didn't even want to actually put that plane in because they thought, oh, well, you have the F-14 to balance out your flaws by not having radar missiles, when there's several problems with that logic, and that's actually not how War Thunder works. Where nations are fighting themselves most of the time, so you don't actually get to have that F-14 on your team, and it's also not the plane you're playing, and since when the fuck do I actually have to rely on my teammates to balance out my flaws? If you have a plane that actually can't fend for itself, most people don't play it and they call it a shit plane. And plus, on top of that, everybody else was getting Sparrows, but us. You know, the people who invented the fucking plane, and for a large portion of time were the only fucking operators. Because, hey, the F-16, when it came out, was really fucking expensive. So you know what everybody did? They didn't buy F-16s, they bought F-5s. F-16s were too expensive. And also Jimmy Carter said nobody could have them. Well, he's dead. Oh boy. Vigans. Yeah, the A-10s and the trams really shouldn't be at 10.0, but there's no other place to put them, and they die like mooks anywhere else. They could put them up at top tier, and they'd probably be fine, though, but they don't want to do that because they want to sell them. That's the major fucking gimmick of it all. They want to sell them. I'd like to lock the man, and it locked onto a chaff burst. The man's already dead, though, so it don't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters. Okay, so I'm just going to be cruising in here and trying to get anybody here. I don't think I'm going to, though, but... Boy, howdy, that's a really big radar signature you got there. I don't think that's going to hit, sir. Also, I have to goad somebody into a head-on. Anybody behind me? No. Is anybody going to come and try and head-on pass me? It would be bad because you're walking into the AIM-9Ls, but is anyone going to fly directly into me? Launch, 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 launch. He flew into the ground. He flew into the ground. And now that F-4E is locking me up, and I need to get the fuck out of here. Actually, that's an F-5C. Sorry, my dyslexia. Okay, so that didn't work. Yes, I am turning back into this because I don't really have any reason not to. That's an E, though. Oh, boy. Ooh. That's why I got confused. Okay, that's only minor flap damage, so I can still outrun you because I am, in fact, a better plane than you. In terms of thrust, anyway. Wait. Come on. Nope, it's not fast enough. It's turning. It's trying. It's really trying, but no. It's really trying to turn, but no. Again, you basically have to get the perfect shot and either hit someone who's not paying attention at all and basically standing still in midair. You can't do it. You can't do it under normal circumstances. I would be here all night trying to do this. You can't do it most of the time. You have to get astoundingly fucking lucky to do this. It's once in a blue moon. So, as you see, yeah, the anti-ship missiles are garbage and they're not good for anything. F-5E suffers. I know the plane, and yes, it does. It's still a nice plane, it's just that, oh fuck, it was nice when it came out, and it's not nice anymore. It still had the problem of it's slower than everyone, but it was still workable if people tried to turn with you. You could absolutely ruin someone's day doing that. The problem is those days are now past, and now you have multiple fucking things to worry about, and not just people who are faster than you. You got people that are faster than you and have way better missiles than you that you will not be able to avoid unless you desperately chaff and flare like a motherfucker. So I like the F-5E. The only problem is it is just way past its fucking heyday now. So I will be here all night attempting to get a mean kill with the Cormorants, but now you can see that the Cormorants are actually totally worthless. You are not going to get this anywhere near often or at all. You'll do it. You can do it. It functionally can be done. But in a gameplay scenario, you will most likely just 95% of the time not actually get it. There's just so much shit that can go wrong. I might be able to get this guy before the... Come on. Come on, come on. Come on. There's a bunch of guys being shot at but me. Uh-oh. Except that one. I thought that was aimed at the MiG, but not me. Oh, well. Yeah, the Rollins work, kids. You wondered? If you wondered if the AI was working again, it is. Except, you know, if you're flying directly into it. I was trying to actually get that fucker, but no. Only 30 flares. Yeah, that is also a problem. I incredibly slow pre-flaring, which is just the only thing you can really do. You just turn it on and you have as much time to get something done in a turn fight in the kill ball as you can, and then once it's out, you're either dead or you're fucking leaving real quick. So, okay. So the anti-ship missiles are a entertaining novelty that doesn't actually do anything. So, off with you. But unfortunately, we can't actually carry... Actually, I don't have the bomb rack, so I can't actually do anything else. So I need to actually unlock the bomb racks, which means I actually have to get some fucking kills. So you could utilize all the other racks here for all of these bombs, and that's the only other fucking thing you can actually put on the plane. So you probably, if you wanted to do anything, the bombs are probably the better option, but as you can see, those missiles will get a kill. They will get a kill. It is functionally possible. But there is every possible thing that you could imagine in front of you trying to stop you from getting that. That is just the unfortunate reality of what that is. And they're not even good at their own role because there are no ships to shoot at, and on top of that, they don't target ships properly because they act like Mavericks, because Gaijin doesn't really want to put any effort into them. They just I don't know why they put them in the game, which is, it's, why? If you're not going to fix the major problem that these things have targeting ships, why even put them in the game for, like, the one map we can use them on? Doesn't make any fucking sense. And you also can't target ground units like you could on the dev server, most likely. So there's no reason to use them currently. They're there in the back for a rainy day when we actually fight ships? Huh? So let's actually end off on a good game, now that we've consistently failed to do anything for like 10 games in a row. Unfortunately, we got top tier, and that's not good. Well, we should be able to do something. But, by and large, what you're doing in the Tornado is you're either hucking bombs and then shooting people with the A-Ls and running away, or you're removing the bomb part and just... Whoa! Holy shit, flying debris. That guy's fucking elevator almost hit me, damn. But you're removing the bomb part and you're just being another plane that boom and zooms with A-Ls. Like, a lot of planes at top tier now. You're basically being a really terrible F-16. This thing is 10-7, so you will get away with using the missiles on things that are unprepared for it, and unlike the A-10 and Tram, you have speed. But that's about it! If all else fails, you can try and dunk on someone with your drop tanks. Unfortunately, the drop tanks do not collide with anything. Not the map, not units, not enemy players, or not even your own fucking plane. So they straight up do not actually collide with anything. But so there are ways to play the Tornado, but it's an incredibly limited thing. Imagine you are an F5. You are really slow, large F5 with, like I said, a mecha anime, a super robot transformation sequence for all your control surfaces. Your landing sequence is straight out of, like, fucking Voltron is a good example, more or less. Or something like fucking Double Zeta. You've got a really flashy set of control surfaces that are fun to look at when you're landing, and that's about it. About the only thing you've got is, yes, that Asuka has a nice ass to check out once in a while. Other than that, you really should be playing some other plane. That's the sun. I do not want to track the sun. So oh, there it goes again. It desires the sun, and that's no, don't do that. That's a magic L. Yep. It maneuvered, but it still pre-detonated around him. He almost got away with that. Almost. But now he's a stick. And he'll probably be killed by literally anyone else. And that guy's gonna get slammed by that missile. Oh, barely. That MiG is still up. I was chaffing and flaring, and I still got hit by that. Well, top tier, she suffers, as you might imagine. I hit that guy, but that guy is still alive somehow. Did they nerf the 9Ls? No, they just always acted like that. They were always mediocre in terms of, like, how they actually rejected flares, which everyone's like, oh, the 9Ls are really good because they reject flares. They reject flares like it feels like 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 10 shots. Oh, look, a box I'll never open. Ooh. So, yeah, top tier, awful, because the tornadoes are really awful at top tier. Let's see if we can get a low tier match to actually end on tonight, because I think I'm done. I think we've seen all there is to see about this plane. It'll function, and Vietnam, great. Well, I've got the fuel for it. I don't have anything else for it. So really what you're doing is you're zipping in, you're shoulder checking people with the AIM-9Ls at high speed, and you're leaving. That's really all the plane can do, and that's all you're given. Your missiles don't work against ground targets, and there are no ships to shoot at. And as you can see, you can try and use them as air-to-air munitions, but largely you probably won't get them to work. Or you know what? Here's what you can do. We're gonna put them... Actually, I can't put them back on because I took them off the loadout. Oh well, never mind. Well, yes I can, by using only this loadout, which is probably gonna get me killed, but now we have 4 missiles. Right, we use that one. You know what we could do? We could shoot at the AI with them. Ooh boy. So this is probably the last time I actually use... first time and the last time I use this loadout. What we're gonna do is we're gonna fly off and we're gonna shoot at the attackers with our big stupid air-to-air anti-ship missiles that we're using totally wrong. That's what we're going to do, and it's really the only thing we can do with these. Shoot at targets that don't maneuver. So if you wanted to shoot at bots, you can. Also, I don't even have the fuel tanks on this loadout. Wow. Granted, they're taking the same slots as the fuel tanks. What we're going to do is we're going to fly up, and then, guys, my fuel isn't going down. They did it again. I have the fuel tanks on the plane. They're just invisible, and so I actually have 20 minutes of invisible fuel right now because the UI isn't reflecting it, but I still actually have the fuel tanks attached to my plane. That's why my fuel is not going down right now. They're there with me in spirit. I am powered by fucking imagination and dreams right now. What ifs and what could be. I am the beast of possibility. They still haven't fixed that bug. If you spawn in with the drop tanks and then get rid of them, like if you change the loadout on the runway, you'll still actually have them equipped. Solar powered, yes. GN drive tornado. Or, since we're going with all the Ava stuff, we have the S2 engine. That's what we got. We got one equipped with the S2 engine. We don't have to worry about battery life for a bit. And so that will go until we actually get under 20 minutes of fuel for the drop tanks, and then we'll start actually losing fuel. But you could probably watch the thing, like, realize I don't have fuel. Realize that the invisible drop tanks are not there. And then it'll start ticking down eventually. What does the cockpit look like? It's actually quite nice. I mean, you've got the Blue Force tracker there, which is actually pretty good if you're playing Sim. Like, you can actually see, hey, look, there are guys over there. Let me go over there and find them. So, the other tornadoes are probably good because of this sort of thing, and, you know, it's actually got pretty good visibility, you know, to the sides. The cockpit bow is fucking huge, but, you know, pretty good visibility all around, aside from the front leg, and, pretty nice accoutrements for ground attacks. The other tornadoes are probably better than this. So if you wanted to do, if you needed some kind of guidance to get around, and you were playing Sim, you could actually just say, oh, well, I can't see the guys from up here, but the map says there's a battle going on over there, and then you look down and go, oh, over there. Let's go look down over there and try and get some kills. Unfortunately, this would be better if you had Mavericks, but you don't have those. However, you do have the, on the other tornadoes, you do have the targeting pod, and also the pave waves. So that's actually a pretty good way of linking up, you know, where the bomb targets are and dropping bombs directly on people's heads. So that's actually pretty good. If you're playing Sim and you don't have, you have another tornado aside from this one. So if I was locked in cockpit view in a tornado, not this one, but a tornado, I'd actually be able to still operate fairly well here. F-104s, F-86, and F-86. Also, since Marine is on this, I'm fairly certain someone's probably gonna make a Hosho Marine skin on this. Just by looking at that, it's staring you right in the face. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already available. But you know those people, they need time to craft their masterworks, hmm? Let's hope we don't get engaged by literally anyone while doing this stupid fucking charade here. I, technically speaking, have 2 more missiles than I usually do. However, they're big, stupid radar missiles that won't actually really do anything. Actually, what we're going to do is we're not going to try and lock that guy at 30 kilometers. We can't. So we're just going to go over there and park behind the F-86s and then launch a fucking anti-ship missile at them. Also, I'm still got infinite fuel, motherfucker. I'm still powered by dreams. Oh, there it goes. See, the invisible fuel tanks have dropped, and now I'm on internal fuel. They were still there, according to the server, until now. So now I'm actually losing fuel. There's only one user skin on War Thunder Live available for the War Tornado. We'll give them time, I suppose, since a lot of people have them. Okay, so we're behind this guy. We're just gonna slowly, again, do all the fucking super robot transformation here. Actually, again, since I'm using this thrust reverser, Afterburner go fast. Afterburner goes slow now. We're gonna lock this guy, and well, not the AIM-9Ls because we don't have any. And we're gonna lock the man up, and then we're gonna fire the Cormoran, who is now painting me with its radar signature. Way to go. Come on, Cormoran, I believe in you. You can literally shoot a drone. Come on, accelerate, go! Wow, holy shit, that is so terrible in rear aspect. I'm actually gonna have to get closer. That might actually fail to hit. Actually, it looks like, no, if I'm keeping speed, I'm slower than it, so it's actually closing very, very slowly. It's also blaring out radar waves 360 degrees. That's not how that works, but okay. Am I in a war? Am I fighting a war right now, or am I watching an X vehicle test? We're getting there. You and me, Cormoran, we're just gonna hold hands and walk our way to the target. Don't worry, there's no way you can fuck up now, unless you actually run out of fuel. We're closing at about 1,000 feet a second. We can do this. It's gonna burn out of fuel. I actually have to get really close. Good. What? Enduring confrontation is actually giving me time to do this stupid shit. So you can't fire this at someone in rear aspect. They will just run away. It's an F-80 fucking 6. Okay, we have to get real fucking close now, it seems. Because, boy howdy, that missile's never gonna make it. Don't, yep, there it goes. That is barely faster than you. Okay, you really gotta help that missile. So you gotta fire that at like a kilometer away at a really fucking high rate of speed. noted, though, it kept track real good, didn't it? It was really trying there. However, its little tiny motor is only good for tracking ships that are basically not moving. Not any good at tracking, you know, aircraft, yeah, at anything other than head-on passes. Okay, let's try this. Again, I'm right behind the missile, and the RWR is being pinged. Come on, get in there. You can do it. Go, Cormoran, go! No, you need to go faster. Stop slowing down. Also, I probably should slow down so I'm not caught by my own missile's blast radius.
Victory is near.
Where are you going, Cormoran? The target is up there. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Oh, it's thinking. It's trying to think, and he's gonna outturn it with a casual fucking... a casual turn. Come on, Cormoran! Come on! It's actually still tracking, so I actually might get up there. Come on, you can do it. Come on. He's not pulling that many Gs. Come on. He's getting there. He's actually slowing down, so he's actually getting there faster. Come on. Come. No, don't fall lower than the... No, you fool! Oh. Wow. You are just terrible. Now it's falling to Earth. It's going to the sea. It knows where it wants to go. It wants to be one with the shipwrecks down there. Actually, it's going for that village down there. Oh, no. No, right into the water. Okay, where did he go? Okay, now he's at least going forward. We have to get we have to drop this on the guy's head. So you can't use this in rear aspect. You just cannot use this shit in rear aspect. It won't work. I've got 2 more missiles, but as we can see, you just cannot use this shit in rear aspect. You have to basically drop it on the guy's head. Also, it'd be helpful if this F-86 would go into another straight pattern rather than hovering here. It'd be nice if he stopped turning. It's kind of making hitting him with the missile kind of hard. Come on. You gotta doctor it a little bit for the fucking cameras or nobody will buy the missile. Come on, think, man. Use your business sense. Okay, it looks like it's got a good track now. Will this do it? I swear to God if that doesn't hit. No, it's not even close. It might reacquire. No. Okay, this is gonna do it. I swear, this will do it. He's leveling out, we have a chance. Go. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! It's still Jesus Christ! They suck. It's gonna be a 1 in a million shot if you get this, and if you get this, congratulations, hats off to you, but holy shit, it can't hit a fucking AI F-86 in a slight turn. If I was tracking him before, closer, I probably would have gotten him, but we had to see the first missile. We had to try with the other missile. So, okay then, we're just gonna come up here and go for style points. Nope. Haha. It's like I'm really playing a video game. It's like I'm really playing a video game about realistic air combat. That was such an amazing waste of time. Phontomen, the slightly faster runaway child. That is abysmal. Again, the only way you're gonna get this to hit is if you drop it in a head-on pass, literally in the guy's lap, and he has no ability to evade. And if you drop it too close, it will explode and kill you too. So... yeah, don't do that. It's almost like the missile was for ship killing. Yeah, I know, right? Amazing. But there are no ships. What are ships? I don't know what a ship is. There aren't any boats. Earth's long abandoned traditions. We fly now. This is this is the Crimson Skies universe. Ships on the water? Nah, man, we fly everywhere. Seriously, it's like I'm a core fighter about to dock with like the G parts or some shit. It's actually kind of amusing to see so many moving parts on a plane most of the time. Yeah, like when you're doing something like this. But again, she's just kind of eye candy, and she doesn't actually do anything. It's kind of like it's reminding me of like a series like Die Guard, where they actually go into the how fucking impractical something like this actually is. Or EDF with Balam, where they make no illusions about the fact that, yeah, the giant robot is actually kind of impractical and useless. Unfortunately, once again, I wasn't using the thrust reverser optimally because fast becomes slow. Well, she'll never burn her guns out. I know that now. She'll run out of ammo before they jam, even stock. Informative. So again, lots of moving parts back here. Really nice action pose capability. Really look good on a shelf. But, again, it's really all for show. Okay, so now that that's over and done with, let's go win the video game, guys. Yeah, I know, the boring thing that we all kind of abhor doing, but let's go actually play the video game now. She can't even track an F-86 in a slight turn, meaning that if anybody makes any sort of, like, violent, evasive maneuvering, it won't go off. And as we see, it has no proximity. So even if it gets close, it won't go off. It has to physically hit someone. And again, if you fire that, someone is absolutely determined to basically ram your plane. Is in on it, so they'll make it look good by ramming the missile. Or it will blow up and kill both of you. You fire it so close that it will go off and kill both planes. Which, funny, you're not going to be using that really effectively in any span of time. Until we actually have ships to shoot at, and they actually correct the problems with this, which is it won't actually target the center mass of a ship. It targets above the center mass. It targets the fucking smokestack. Until they actually fix that and actually give us ships to shoot at, she's kind of worthless. Though granted, playing on Port Moresby with this plane, you probably could get into a situation in simulator battles to actually shoot at ships. Problem is, you've still got the problem of it won't target them properly. So you could actually get near a destroyer, however, it will detonate above the deck and likely not blow the ship up. Unless you come in from straight the fuck above, in which case it will impact the deck and maybe actually kill the ship. Maybe. If it doesn't hit the funnel and pre-detonate, which is where it's aiming. But now, where's the rest of the enemy team, guys? All they need to do is add, like, 2 destroyers for each side on maps that have oceans. They could, but for some reason they're, not. The only map that we actually have ships on is Alternate History Kremitsk. It's the only map in the rotation with ships on both sides. Again, the problem is, though, getting to those ships without being engaged. And then, on top of that, actually hitting the ship. It'd be nice if we actually got that map so I could actually try, because I know where the ships are on either side. The only problem is, unfortunately, we're in a needle in a haystack situation. This match is taking fucking forever, because apparently everyone's just gone off their, on their own ways here, and that guy's got ground attack kills. This guy has an air kill, but is nowhere to be found. These guys are bombing, so everybody is just kind of we signed a peace treaty, and now everyone's just fucking off. Unfortunately, there are no bombers that we can hit either, which is kind of sad. They don't spawn in, like, on this map anyway. I think in some cases you'll get B-29s, which we probably could hit with the anti-ship missile, but they're not here. Because it's a fucking B-29, but as you saw, it's barely faster than us. Though, again, the B-29s are only going, like, maybe, like, 200 knots, so they could actually probably stand a chance at getting to them in a respectable amount of time and hitting them. But honestly, at the speed, the B-29 crews, if they were actually awake and aware, could probably stand a chance at actually shooting down the missile. Like, no shit, a player could actually probably shoot that down as it's approaching. Play Air Assault Arcade. No. Oh, wait. No, that's... Yes. That's not actually arcade. That actually has... Yes. Right. Sorry, silly me. I jumped to actually thinking about arcade. But no, that's the PvE mode. The only PvE mode we have for air. Right. There are planes that fly in straight lines there. We can actually get that kill. Anime fight! Well, I found him. I found the man. He's gonna be shooting AIM-9Ls at me all day long, but I found the man. However, he's flared, and now I actually have a chance to... Wow, good thing I wasn't paying attention there, or anything like that. Yeah, that guy almost got a free kill. Good thing I wasn't actually looking at that guy. That'd have been bad for, you know, his kill, but apparently he doesn't have anything to shoot at me with. Again, this guy I probably could have shot an anti-ship missile at, but we're a little behind that. Is he doing anything at all? No. Okay, we're just gonna be free kills today. Alright, fine. Yikes! Somehow he didn't hit me. Yikes, that was fucking close. But, Dirty Tree, thank you. That actually makes sense. What are you tracking over there? What's over there? A dagger fight with A-10s, but where did the other A-10s go? He should be around here somewhere. If my radar is going to behave and actually show me anything. Where is he? I still got cannon ammo. I can do stupid things with A-10s that we really shouldn't be doing. Ah. Right there. Right over there. The huge fucking blip on the radar. Right over there. Which we can barely track for some reason. But right over there, says the video game. Unfortunately, it looks like we're tracking a teammate out there, it looks like. If that's... Actually, no. That's two targets right on top of each other. Sidam 25? Huh? There should be two planes over there. Wait, no, there he is. I see him. Right there. Okay, looks like the other guy got shot down, I think. So this should be the last guy if we get over there. He will drop... I see what he is doing. He is trying to drop bombs on the base. I pity him, however, because I know this situation. I know it well. He's attempting to play ground attack in a plane meant for ground attack. However, this is War Thunder and not actually a good game. And so, that is a waste of time. The AA down there is very lively, but it looks like if he got any bombs, he got them up. Yeah, there you go. Congratulations, you played ground attack. Way to go, son. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a problem. I better get away now. That's a magic L. Oh no! Oh well. Well, he got his bombs off and he got a win. Oh well. Sure, why not? That match was a massive waste of time. But there you go. Actually get the guns on target. That's good. It's a good idea. But it's an A-10. He should be allowed to play ground attack when, you know, that's the whole point of his plane. But I should be able to shoot ships. It's not a fair world, I say. Not a fair world at all. I still got that pretty good head-on pass, though. That was good. And unfortunately, I fucked up. And, well, the man has L's, and if the L's, if you drop the burner and start popping flares, but the L's don't go for the flares, you're dead. The end. We'll play one more. And as you can see, the anti-ship missiles, they're worthless. You can't use them in an air-to-air capacity, almost like that's what they're supposed to do. Wow. But they're pointless. So really, the whole star of this plane is just getting down tiers. That's it. Only problem is the planes will probably get shot down before the missile even reaches the bomber. Probably. I can actually, you know, I should, whatchamacallit, we could play Air Assault Arcade to do one thing. Shoot one missile at the man. We get an air spawn now, which makes this real fucking quick. Oh, it's top tier too. This is gonna go even faster. You may actually be able to get the anti-ship missile in before everybody else steals all the kills in Air Assault Arcade, but you could probably do that. So many stock tornadoes. I'm not stock! I just choose to not carry any ordnance because all of it's worthless.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
So as we've seen, unfortunately, the tornado, or this tornado, is about as useless as all the other tornadoes, aside from the fact that you kind of get sort of A-10 tram treatment. That's it. And even then, engaging trams and A-10s can still be kind of touchy because they have a billion flares, and if you don't get the lucky L, you don't got a whole lot in return for that. You got to go to guns, and if you overshoot the target, you're at the behest of the lucky L. Let's be entertaining, I suppose, for a little bit. I could probably fly under that, but I think the tail's a little bit too big. Let's try not to crash the plane while looking cool, shall we? That wasn't even all that threatening, either. Gotta watch that, too, because we had the wing pop off that one time. Don't want to repeat that. Oh, almost. Didn't pre-detonate, but got really fucking close. But that's a Draken. I'm gonna be able to leave his ass behind. Now he's got to build a billion other things to worry about. Also, somebody shot a missile at me. I think that tornado actually fired at me. Okay, he crashed into the ground back there. Way to go. F-104. He's going up. He's going somewhere else. Leave me alone. See if we can go interrupt this this MiG-29 fight over here. They're having a really cool dogfight over there, man. They're actually using their maneuverability against each other. It's really a skill-based engagement. It's fighter versus fighter, right, man? It's not just actually no. That F-16's already got the kill. It's really skill-based to get it. It's man versus man. The machines are equal, but the skill, the super awesome skill of each pilot is what really determines the fight. And then he gets hit by some other dude. I was gonna be that other dude, but the F-16 got there first. Welcome to War Thunder. Skill-based engagements, dogfights, respect, honor. No, none of that's. What are you fucking retarded? Did you not see the Xbox Live generation? There's no honor here. There's no respect. There's no sportsmanship. There's only, haha, I murked you. Yeah, I should probably get rid of these. Actually, there we go. Probably could go a little bit faster without all of those. This guy is dumping all the chaff in the flares. That'll track. Will it get the magic L? No. Unfortunately, that was not the magic L. I gotta worry about him pulling on me, which is a definite now, unfortunately. Hopefully that... Well, okay, he got murked by another guy. Hooray. Because Lord knows I'm not gonna be able to maneuver with any of these fuckers. I could probably outturn the F-104. That F-16 is already slammed because everyone else has been... I'm just here for show, really? That guy fired at me. He's still firing at me. I'm gonna step off the burner and put some flares out. That guy's firing. I might be able to, fight that F-104 if I get around him, but no, he's already dead too. I'm a distraction. Hey, look, welcome to Apex Predators. The F-16, the MiG-29, and the Tornado. The Tornado's a useless fucking distraction while the other two planes get all the kills. Apex Predators, now available on War Thunder. Yeah!
All planes, return to base.
I'm the fucking meme mascot here. That guy, those guys are Jesse and James. I'm fucking Meowth. Yeah, you're really great bait. Great bait, man. Das ist Coder. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into Air Assault Arcade for like 5 seconds with the anti-ship missiles and actually attempt to hit a bomber with the anti-ship missile. If the radar doesn't get confused and side low block all of the bombers in the formation and fail to do anything. But of course, the only thing about this plane that is actually worthwhile is the fact that you are 10-7 and pretty fast with AIM-9Js. I mean, AIM-9Ls. Ls, not Js. Ls. All aspect. However, unfortunately, you're also fighting pretty much the most... Like, a lot of the planes there actually have abundance of flares that can actually flare off all of those missiles. You will fight other people sometimes, a few opponents that have absolutely no chance against you. However, those are a very small majority of the people you will fight. But the only... You get this plane to get the down tiers in them. That's it. You are not good at anything else. So let's head on a B-29 formation and see what happens. And see if we can get there before everyone else steals our kills. Hello? I mean, it's also arcade, so we'll be able to turn a little faster now. Assuming we actually get... There we go. Okay, so... We will not need flares for this, so oh well. And now, stupid. Stupid, but we will get that kill. We will get that air-to-air kill with a fucking anti-ship missile. And... that'll be it. You could probably get this in a live game, but everything has to go amazingly well, or it's rigged. Oh look, other people having the same idea as me. Boy howdy, that turns a lot faster because it's arcade. Oh Jesus. It's kind of comedic. Over there. Jesus, look at that. Look, Jesus. What's the damage radius on that? I have no idea. But B-29s, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's attempt to lock one of these guys and hit them with an anti-ship missile. And it's side-lobing on the entire formation, so it's gonna be fucking dumb luck if any of these missiles actually hit. But okay, here we go. Here goes. Let's get a little closer so we don't have to wait a billion years for it to potentially hit a target. So it's locking on the entire fucking formation now, so good fucking luck hitting things. I don't want those guys. I want somebody alive in this wacky formation. Also, we get a gunsighter. Nope, too close. Didn't track. It got too close. The missile didn't have time to actually acquire targets. And that entire formation's out, so we'll get the next one. People are basically flying into that shit. So we'll get the next one, hopefully. Oh, that B-29 is still alive, but he's crashing. Sky Knights. Yeah, sure, why not? There's a lot of them in there. Why not? Okay, so again, we're locking onto the entire fucking formation down there. And it's just gonna be a good luck sort of thing. It's just gonna, the missile's gonna fly to wherever the fuck it wants. Go, Cormoran! Hit like any of them, please! There we go! Hey, it got 2! It got 2 of them. They were close enough. Holy shit. As you can see, that's totally fucking impractical. But it's funny, though. We're gonna wait. Jesus fucking Christ. Remember, guys, side lobing is fixed. Alright, next formation. We got 2 left. Yep, more Sky Knights. Alright, so again, we lock on to the Sky Knight formation. 2 for 1.
Laughing face 2 for 1 BBY.
Thank you, Cyborg. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the show, or welcome back to the show. You've been subscribed for 2 months, but welcome back to the show. Thank you for resubscribing. And yeah, we're just throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. Again, that is locking on the whole formation. Whatever it hits is... Actually, I have to slow down, or I'm going to outrun my own missile. Hold on. Slam on the brakes! I can't slow down fast enough. It missed. It missed! It missed. It still missed. It had the entire time to pick a target. It missed. Okay, so once again, lock onto the whole formation and hope to God something happens. Like this big fucking ball of units right up here. All these guys. Pick something. Pick anything. I swear to God, anything. Any valid. Yeah. Okay, fine. Go. Where are you going now? Oh my God, you are a sparrow. That went right into the cockpit. They even do things that sparrows do. They just kind of go off and do whatever. Oh my fucking God, they are bad sparrows. Jesus fucking Christ, radar missiles. I must go, my people need me, says the Cormoran. I am your people! You're named after a German ship! I am your people and I need you here!
Attack the enemy!
Okay, B-29s again. Alright, so this is... If it misses, it's gonna have to miss by a very wide margin. So we'll get over there, we'll get our missiles back in 10 seconds, because arcade, lol. And then we'll try and get something. But as you can see, you need so much shit to go right in order to do this. Someone's probably done it, and good for you, but this is just... You're never gonna do this. You are almost never going to do this. It is the luckiest fucking thing ever for you to actually get one of these kills. Okay, so let's lock on, again, the whole formation, and God bless. Hey! I thought it missed again for a sec, but no, it's fine. We did it. Ow, I'm being poked by all the B-29 turrets. Oof. It does actually work, kinda, sorta, a little bit. Can we get another one in there? Because it's fucking B-29s, for Christ's sake. Can we get another one? Can we do it again? It's trying. It's trying. It's pulling. It's actually. Wow. Okay. Ow! 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 Oh no! My radar's out. Ow! 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 Oh well. Ow. But as you can see, at incredibly short range against targets the size of a B-29, it's incredibly effective. Amazing German engineering. I'd like to... Jesus Christ, look at that fucking wobble. Good lord, even Arcade has no idea what to do with the fly-by-wire. Kill assist, that was totally mine, what the fuck? I suppose we could complete this, or get to a point where it's basically completed. Apparently, since I think I splashed a whole bunch of planes with that missile.
Operation
Oh,
failed.
there it goes.
Head back to base.
Wow, okay. Okay, so now we see that it's completely fucking useless. Don't actually do that. Okay, so... They are not a competent missile that you could use in a pinch as an air-to-air weapon. They are totally fucking worthless in this capacity. It's the luckiest fucking day of your life if that missile actually hits that target. There's so much shit that could go wrong, and it will likely not hit the target. It physically can if everything goes right. It physically can hit a target. The gameplay functions in a way that, yes, it can actually track an air-to-air, track a target in the air and guide its way potentially to that target and blow it out of the sky. However, potentially does not mean practical. So it works, but dude, you're basically faking it, or you're the luckiest man alive. You might play the lottery. Spend your luck on that, not this shit. What's the voice sound mod you're using? The Ace Combat mod. You could probably find it on Google. So, AIM-54s work well in that game mode, though. Well, because those are actual air-to-air missiles, and you have 6 of them, and they're active radar, so you don't really have to give two flying fucks about what happens to them after you launch them. It's only a single target. So, yeah, it's good because you can get down tiers in it, and you have 2 AIM-9Ls, which... You're gonna be able to do something with that, because they will sometimes ignore flares. However, you will get top-tier matches where you suck, and then also you will fight guys at lower tiers with a completely ridiculous overabundance of flares, like the Su-25 and the A-10 and the A-6, that will potentially trash your missiles and give you a bad time. But the thing is, the missile may ignore those flares, so you may hit the top tier plane, you may hit the A-10 that's spitting out flares like a fucking circus. You may. So it's kind of mediocrely placed in the middle of the current situation. You're gonna get the action at lower tiers at like 9-7-ish, and then you're going to get all the action at top tiers with all the F-16s and MiG-29s. So you're right smack in the middle of top tier gameplay. You're going to get advantageous matches, and you're going to get matches that you suck. However, in most situations, you kind of are really mediocre as an aircraft. It's mostly what you have on the aircraft that makes it function, not the actual performance of the plane. So... There's a way to finesse this plane if you really want to. However, she's really just gonna be a fidgety bitch that's just really too much trouble to take care of under most situations or circumstances, unless you really, really want to make this work for some reason. Again, by all means, enjoy the toxic relationship, as it were. But yeah, this is for everyone else wondering, is it good? No. It's got some things that make it kind of good in some cases. However, it's balanced out by all the many flaws and how not under control a lot of those things are. You could play this and you could be successful in it, but it's largely not going to be capable of doing the things like the Fulcrum and the MiG-29. Well, the Fulcrum and the F-16, I should say. So the MiG-29 and F-16 going to be more capable than you. And there are a lot of other planes that are more capable than you, even if they suck, or rather aren't as good, aren't a 4th generation plane. Like the A-10s and the A-6 trams are going to be able to do funny things because they have the same missiles as you, and in the trams case, more missiles than you. And more countermeasures, so you're going to be able to do more shit down there. And on top of that, you also have the Su-25s, which can do about the same thing. They just, again, only have 2 missiles, but they've they've got the same capability as you, more or less, and they've got ways to survive in scenarios where you kind of can't and you have to run. The only advantage you have over those people is speed, but that might not get you success. You may survive, but you won't be really doing anything amazing with that speed. Once again, you're kind of a starfighter. You're kind of just going straight, and you could turn. However, it's usually a bad idea, and you won't get anything done if you make that turn. So, at the end of the day, you might as well still keep going straight. So, but yeah, you get bombs, I guess. Yeah, kinda, for whatever use you want to get out of those. Again, if you wanted a fucking, like, a token plane to play high-tier ground battles with, yeah, sure. I guess, if you really wanted that, you can do this, and it's German, so if you have German tanks, you have a German plane to use a top tier to maybe throw a couple of bombs at people you hate, or revenge kill the guy who shot you in your Leopard 2 with bushes you paid for. Ooh. But remember, Germany suffers. So, yeah, you could use it there, but in terms of air-to-air capability, you're really playing this just because you want to, not because it's good. And though you will get those nice moments where you do get a down tier and you do shoot, a fucking AIM-9L at a plane that cannot fucking evade it. That's nice. That's funny. However, it's mediocre and not awful, but it will be awful in a lot of cases and not just mediocre. So it's got a couple of areas where it shines, and the upside is this would probably take a new player currently. This takes less time than grinding out the tornado on the actual tree. And maybe one day the anti-ship missiles will be worth something. Maybe. Because you have these and no other tornado has these. But will that day be anytime soon? No. And failing that, do you really have anything really to go on? No, but you're a free tornado at top tier. So it works if you have nothing else, or you desperately, desperately need something at top tier. Gotta use this plane in Sim EC to grind out the last couple of planes I need to unlock rank 8 Germany. That's probably a valid use for it, because the fly-by-wire planes in Sim are actually very easy to use because they can't wing stall. And this thing actually has nice accoutrements for navigating a simulator situation, because you can see the map on your dashboard when you're locked inside the cockpit, and you can more easily navigate to the areas where there are targets and line them up and bomb things of value. It's actually very accommodating in that role. However, most players will not be using it like that. But if you wanted to play it in Sim, you could slap bombs on it, and it will be able to guide you to a place where you might be able to actually drop those bombs accurately on a target. So you will be able to do stuff in Sim in this. However, watch out for the fulcrums. They're very spicy, because people have realized, oh, the fulcrum's not really that great in RB, but in Sim, you actually have a lot of advantages. Slap a talisman on it and use it as a bomb truck in Sim. Yeah, that's about it. That's, you could use it with a mouse. Like, for example, like, just to show you what this is. So let's go into Sim battles. Just to showcase how easy this is. Because a normal plane will wing stall like a motherfucker, and it will be the most absolutely excruciating, painful thing to fly around. Unless you're flying dead stable you're flying dead stable with just bombs. But I have to turn my engines on. Boy, those take forever to spin up, don't they? There we go. But so, in Sim, I'm locked into the cockpit. I don't have any markers outside. However, I do still have markers that will tell me where the targets are. Try not to fucking tail strike. But we're up. You're up. Flaps up. If you have VR, this would work out, and I do actually have VR. I just need I want a stick. You wouldn't want to fly this with mouse and keyboard, but the thing is, you can. So, again, no matter how hard I pull, well, that's at incredibly low speed, but she normally can't really wing stall at all. The F-16 physically cannot do that. However, unfortunately, I have to get used to how my controls are actually laid out, because I usually invert the X, but that also inverts the camera, but it doesn't matter if I'm playing VR. So, she's a little bit funky to control, mainly due to Sim, and I have the sensitivity all the way up. but she can be, you know, behave, and if you're looking right, okay, so the targets are directly in front of us. Can we spot them? And we've already flown over them, so no, we did not spot them. The sun was in my eyes. Okay, so let's get some distance here so we can actually guide in and potentially acquire the target. So, by using, again, just this in Sim, you will most likely be able to, very calmly, again, you're gonna have to fuck with this a little bit to keep it stable. That's actually a stall. Wow, actually she does swing stall. Wow, okay, that's actually a stall. The F-16 can't do that. That's really funny. Unfortunately, I do not actually have. I don't have my rudder control locked, so, or rather, I don't have my rudder bound to anything, so that's a little unfortunate. So actually, I've just crashed the plane. Oh no. So yeah, maybe have your sensitivity turned a little better than mine. But the F-16 can't actually do that, so that's kind of funny. But again, well, whoopsie-doodles. So yeah, actually, I have not tweaked my controls for Sim in God knows how long. But you can see how I can see the map, I can see where the units are, I can put the plane in front of the units, and then use my eyeballs out there to find the targets, and then strafe them. The F-16 actually can't do that, which is, again, kind of bizarre that actually, the Tornado can wing stall of all fucking things. Probably because of the geometry, I guess? But for the most part, the F-16 can't do that. Or at least, when I did it, it was very adverse to not do that. So these are most likely the easiest things to fly in Sim currently, because you can't fucking wing stall the planes. Well, it's very hard. My controls might be fighting against me, but I swear to God, in the F-16, she was fine. So gear up, flaps up. So let's get some speed so we don't actually just straight up stall on the turn. And then we bank, and then we pull. That was me pressing the mouse like an idiot, but okay. Well, she will still kind of wing stall. However, I guess that's at incredibly low speed, and that's basically a stall, not a wing stall. She wasn't doing that before. They may have updated her. But, of course, as you can see, my controls are incredibly oversensitive, and I was just kind of fucking around the last time I did this. I haven't played sim bombing in God knows how long, because there's no point doing that. But, if you wanted to, and if you wanted to fly it gently, ever so gently, she's going to behave. So. There you go. I'm pulling as hard as I can, and no problems whatsoever. So I guess you have to have some speed under the wings, or you just straight up stall. So, there. The Tornado apparently is less forgiving than the F-16 in this regard, but I knew I wasn't crazy. So you can actually use the A and D keys to kind of, roll a little bit and then use the mouse to actually guide you, and as you can see, I'm pulling as hard as I possibly can. The pipper's all the way down, and I'm fine. So this is incredibly useful when flying sim, because every other plane will do what the Tornado did, but worse than the Tornado. This, you can do this all fucking day. Unfortunately, you don't have the magic Blue Force tracker. However, I think I know where the Shelka is. He's down over there. Right, he's right there, and that's a little tiny spit of sand down there. Let's see if we can line up on him, just to show you how easy this is once you're actually in the zone. We want to come down to I mean, shit, I'm not even pulling enough G's to actually G-lock. Okay. So now we're gonna have to put this on target here. Yep. Easy. A little bit, iffy, but you can, fuck around with your sensitivity to make that easy. But as you can see, that's a bitch to do with anything. So, funny enough, the fly-by-wire planes are actually a pretty good gift to the sim because they're less fidgety. You know, I do have a hook. However, that would be rather odd to do. I probably could get away with it, so hang on here. Let's use that positive, thrust-to-weight ratio there for a sec. So even at low speed, she actually doesn't really like to stall. Or rather, doesn't like the wing stall in that capacity, unless you're pulling it as hard as you can at the lowest speed that you could possibly get, which you're just gonna stall. That's just a regular stall. But okay, that's actually a stall. That's we're coming out with way too much air, way too little airspeed. Gear down. Okay, this is. I'm probably gonna wind up slamming my nose on the deck. That's probably what's gonna happen. Low. Yep. Nope. Too hard. I don't have my sensitivity set up to do that, but I could have. So as you can see, I'm doing the over/under steer because I have the sensitivity way too high. So you could do that though. At least I put it on the carrier deck, and you have the hook, which shouldn't be usable for carrier landings, but Gaijin did a lull and made them all do that. You can land an F5 on a fucking carrier, even though you're not supposed to do that. But so, this is kind of one of the advantages the top tier planes have. The only problem is most players aren't going to use this. But then again, if you're playing with a controller, you can actually make that into a pretty decent joystick. There are a lot of console players that do actually play Sim, which is kind of funny. So I could actually put my VR headset on and use a controller and actually be pretty effective in doing that, which is bizarre, but you could do it like that. The problem is, there's no real reason to do that. There's no benefits now that the sim economy was not only nerfed, but thrown into the floor. So there's really no reason for it to, you to do that, and like I just showcased, there are better planes for you to be doing that in. So you can actually use the tornado in, the GIF tornado in Sim if you want to. But again, there are better planes to be doing that with, and it's really just because it's a free tornado. Like I wanted the anti-ship missiles to be able to do something, but as you see, it's so fucking hard to get them to do anything that it's incredibly unlikely you're going to get them to do anything at all. So you're basically just wasting your time, and you're getting less points, not more. For the effort. So basically just put the fuel tanks on there and put the AIM-9Ls, maybe have a couple of bombs underneath the plane, drop it on a base, and then go hunt air targets. And that's it. That's the only thing it's really good at, and for the most part, that's all you really should be doing in terms of War Thunder's meta, because trying to do anything more than that will probably get your stupid ass shot out of the sky, because there's nothing else that you can really do or specialize in. Like, ground attack on most air realistic battle, maps is just irrelevant, and trying to do it will get you killed more often than actually getting you points. At least at top tier. Lower tier, there's a bit more space. You can do a little bit more, but it's still not gonna get you the win faster than all of the players on one team die. That's the major problem with War Thunder, but I've said this a billion times. But so, is it functional? Yes. Is it good? No. Is it mediocre? Yeah. Is it a free tornado at top tier? Yes, and that's about it. It's the bare minimum of functioning, and it's got a little bit better matchmaking than the actual tornadoes. That's it. That's really all you're getting out of this. So if you've worked for this, you'll probably find a use for it, I suppose, but it's not game-changing or game-breaking, aside from the fact that you will get those nice down tiers where you will be able to shoot at people with no flares with the AIM-9Ls, but you could also buy a tram to do that. The only difference is this thing is actually much faster, but the tram also gets 4 AIM-9Ls. It's literally the regular tornado without guided bombs. Yeah, basically. It's free. That's what it's free. You don't have guided bombs, but you're arbitrarily a lower rank. Are you able to dodge AIM-7Fs? Well, I can't put chaff on mine, so that's rather fucking odd. It says I can, but it won't actually load them. That might be a bug, but if you, F-pull, or, go defensive, you notch the radar, you can avoid AIM-9. You can avoid all radar missiles if you just notch the radar. And most radar are very susceptible to being notched. So basically, if some guy is locking you head on, you just turn the plane sideways, and you're good. So you don't actually need chaff and flares. However, they do help with, the chaff may confuse the radar. May confuse the missile if it gets really close, but for the most part, you go side on to them and they can't track you. Super secret air combat tactic that actually works in War Thunder. You just turn the plane sideways and the radar will not be able to track you. That's just a weird sort of idiosyncrasy of radar. So you could do that in any plane, and this plane is fairly maneuverable, at least if you give it a bit of a chance, but you're not going to be dogfighting with things like F-5Cs. She's kind of a crate, and, you know, kind of flies like a fridge, but for the most part, she's fast, and if you wisely fly the plane, you fly it like a sane person, fly cautiously, you'll be able to get in and do something, but that something will be limited to, you have 2 missiles, they either hit targets or they don't. And then once you've got that result, you fly right the fuck out of there, and you go back and get more missiles. That's it. If you have a target of opportunity to get a gun kill on, and there's nobody else gonna fucking steal it from you, or try and kill you, like the last guy on the enemy team, with nobody around to help him, no potential problems, you might be able to get that gun kill, and yeah, that's a little bit of a bonus there, I guess, but quite like the F-16 and the Fulcrum, you can't really do that unless you've basically already won, or the dude is absolutely alone, which is not exactly often. Pretty sure notching only works against pulse Doppler radars. It works against really all radars, and on top of that, the regular search radars are incredibly susceptible to chaff. So if you have chaff on the plane, you're fine. If he doesn't have a pulse Doppler radar, it's gonna dip for chaff immediately, and it's dead in the water. And on top of that, the regular search radars typically do not produce a lock strong enough to actually hit anybody with those missiles. From what I've seen. Like, you turn the search radar off on the F-16, yeah, you might be able to track through notching, however, the radar will actually fail to guide the missile to the target most of the time. So, you kind of need the pulse Doppler radar in order to actually assure a hit. So, yeah, you might be able to get away with the search radar holding the lock, but that don't mean the lock's gonna hold, if you know what I mean. So, War Thunder just kind of has it where notching and chaffing and flaring is fine. It's probably a bug for the chaff and flares. Because I put the fucking things on, I put the pods on, and I still can't select it, unless that's just a random UI bug. I've selected this, but it'll still only give me chaff and flares. It'll just give me normal flares. It'll give me 56 flares, which, it says chaffs and flares, so that might be a bug. But if they fix that and she's got chaff, no problems. You just chaff and, notch, and you're good. So that's the whole point. It's a free tornado that's not really good at anything because the tornado isn't a good plane in War Thunder. There's nothing this thing does well. The only thing that actually benefits this plane is the fact that they put it at 10-7 for their own arbitrary choice, not because it belongs there, not because it actually is historically should be there or anything like that. They just arbitrarily put this in an air. It's like putting the Yak 38 or the Harrier at 9-3. You're fighting Korean War era jets. Is that fair? No. Does it make the plane really effective? Yes. Yes, it does. So this is the thing here. There's nothing about this plane that actually facilitates gameplay in War Thunder, aside from you don't have to grind for the AIM-9Ls. But you have to grind for the chaff and flares, which, if you don't have those, you're kind of fucked. So, there's nothing about this plane that actually assists you. It's funny to look at. It's a novelty for what it is, but you're not really getting any. You're actually getting a suboptimal plane at these top tiers. You're only good at murking people you really shouldn't be fighting anyway. Balanced, or mediocre and disappointing, as we like to call it in War Thunder. Yeah, like the Su-25 fighting ship. Yeah, that shit too. Exact same thing. The Su-25 with R-60Ms at 9-3. Was that a sane decision? No. They did it to steal people's money, and then they went, oh, wait, no, that was a mistake. A mistake. And then put it up to 9-7, even though they had like 3 weeks to change the battle rank. Everyone saw it at 9-7 on the dev server and went, that's not, hey guys, that's not sane or fair. And they went, oh, it's a placeholder, and then they never changed it until 6 hours after the patch dropped. Oh, 6 hours, you still actually fight F-86 Sabres. We were fighting them before, right? You still fight fucking Sky Rays with no flares. That's the thing you want in War Thunder. You want something like that. This is not that. This is mediocre. And it's a mediocre version of an already a mediocre plane that no one likes. Because again, the Tornadoes are not good at War Thunder. They're okay aircraft in real life, but they're not good at War Thunder. And War Thunder is a stupid game that with really retarded idiosyncrasies that the game could actually fix, but no one wants to. Or rather, no one at Gaijin wants to. They're just fine with leaving the stupid system as it is, and just dumping more content on it. We've had this discussion a million times before. So, you'll probably get some use out of this, and it's a novelty, but this is not anything that's... No one's gonna be shockingly, turning heads in this. So, I got it because I don't have any top-tier German planes. And that's really the only, honestly, decent reason to actually have this, aside from you want to play it in Sim too, which you can actually probably get some things done in Sim too if you're set up for that. But I got this because I ain't got shit on top tier Germans, and one day I may actually want to. Like one of these days, get that nice German Fulcrum that's probably going to wind up being right there. So maybe have something to grind for that, because I'm closer to this than, say, top tier Russia, which that's a lot of shit I have to buy. And a lot of shit I have to research. So, there might be more planes in here, but they're cheaper planes as well. So, I'm, again, kind of closer to getting it here than on any other tree. So, that's the only reason I actually want this. If I actually get spirited enough, I might put a talisman on it and grind it there. But again, it's just a really mediocre plane. And an even more mediocre version of that plane. We don't even get funny things like, say, the paveways. And the even bigger paveway with the targeting pod. We don't get anything like this because we're a Navy variant that has no role in this game because Navy is nowhere near our situation. So, there's really no reason to actually have anything. It's just kind of maybe a fucking novelty that might actually pay off. German MiG-29 should be next patch, right? Depends, because I see the R-73 coming back, but we'll see exactly how that all works out. The Flanker and the F-15A are not far out. I would honestly say no more than 2 patches. Or they're stalling for time like a motherfucker. I would really not be surprised if it's the next patch. But those are coming in. Will the later model Fulcrums come in? I don't know. Can't tell you. So I know that the first flankers and the F-15s are bringing, more active radar homing missiles, but they're not necessarily all that advanced in terms of, anything that we have right now. Sure, they're nice planes, but at the end of the day, they're just kind of the same thing, and the only thing that is kind of a game changer is AMRAAMs. We'll see what happens with the flanker and what they give it, but they probably won't jump to putting in, better versions of the Fulcrum just yet, or they will, and we'll also get even better versions of the F-16 as well. We'll see how that plays out, but I foresee the F-15 and the flanker being the next patch, or the patch right after the next patch, which, again, I think I know what's coming next, and it's the French Navy. Not that anyone really cares about that, but that's probably the next patch. Or at least, that's what my senses tell me. We'll see if I'm right, but there's the free tornado. Asuka works, but she's the one thing you'd want her to use, you'll want to be good about her, the fucking anti-ship missiles, to do things you really shouldn't be doing, they're already pre-nerfed. So, you can't really do anything with them, and at that point, you're just a tornado flying like all the other tornadoes, but you don't get things like guided bombs. So, you find whatever use you can out of this. I got this because, hey, it's a top-tier German plane. I don't actually have any top-tier German planes. If I, for some reason, find the need to grind to top-tier Germans in air, I will have a plane to do that with now. And for, if you're just, I zip in, get 2 air kills, and leave, she's good in that capacity as long as the AIM-9Ls stick the target. And you get down tiers so that, you probably will be able to find 2 morons with no flares or not paying attention that will get hit by the AIM-9Ls, you get your kills, and then you leave. But that's it. She's really, she's that's all you're getting. She's rather mediocre in every other capacity that you would expect her, you would expect, to be a priority in War Thunder. And that's it. I've talked myself into a fucking, a mess here. I've got other things to do tonight. I've got to actually help my grandmother take down the Christmas decorations now. We got to take the tree down and put it away. But, that's the stream for today, and, it's here. I mean, I still kind of want that, that idle Oscar skin for it. That'd be nice, because that's it. That's the only thing you could do is, throw some goofy skin on this and fly it around as ironic humor. Because that's really all the Tornado's good for in War Thunder. Ironic humor. You're playing a bad plane because you're being unique about it. And why not slap an egregious skin? Granted, you're the only one who can see that skin, but why not slap an incredibly loud skin on top of it to add to the whole ironic humor thing? So I still want that. It'd probably make it more enjoyable, because at least I have something silly to look at as I'm flying around. But, she's not going to change the game. It is funny that they put it at 10-7 to try and undercut all the other Tornadoes and make it something worth talking about, but even at 10-7, you still have a lot of planes now with a whole shitload of chaff and flares that you probably will still fail to actually kill with the 9Ls. So it's not as advantageous as you'd want it to be. It's better than the other Tornadoes, at least in terms of air-to-air, but likely the other Tornadoes are coming down to like 11 to 10-7 as well. They're just doing this to make it something that seems valuable, but honestly isn't. But we'll see exactly how many Tornadoes crash into the ground and burn. Maybe they'll drag the plane down to 10.0, and then we might see some shit, because then it'd be actually pretty good, but we're gonna have to have a lot of Tornadoes crashing and burning to get them down tiered. Do we know what the rewards are for the next 2 marks of distinction? Yeah, one's a skin that no one likes, apparently, and then I don't know what the 10th one is for. I don't know what this is for, but this one, you will get the skin. But that's it for me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I have been your host, Phontomen, and that's the winter event as well as air. If you wanted a T-80 or a boat, you're probably doing the other things, and good luck to you. I hope you get what you want out of those, because Gaijin doesn't seem to really give two flying fucks about giving you any more than you already have. But yeah, that's it for air. That's me. I'm done. I will see you next time. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night.